Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome. I'm hoping we're getting going now. There's actually people in the courtroom. That hasn't happened all day. So I'm hopeful that we're starting to get ready to get rolling. They apparently had some motions, the stuff that they finished up last night. She ruled on and they finalized today. Morning, Queen. Morning, Gemini. They haven't seemed to be in a great deal of hurry. Hey, good morning, Dill.
Those twin taps are getting were coming to me. Oh my god, I forgot the reverse. So I have to bring you more outfits to the jail. Okay. I'm sorry, I only brought it out in the today. I didn't really say snowstorm. Hey Josh, are you gonna come out of the office tomorrow? I need to bring another outfit to the jail in order. No, I understand. But I can have her parents take it because they're in town. If I can get everyone, Tash, actually, I don't even know if they're in town. Tash, I'm gonna delete that. I don't know, do you know if your parents are in town? Okay, I don't either, so. I just sometimes get a new text from my dad. Does that sound I'm trying to coordinate because we have to bring Jennifer clothes for the rest of the week, Josh. I ordered some tank tops and things that are coming that are longer to go under what she's wearing.
This one? I'm not positive about two things.
The audio was not on, right?
The audio, I turned it off.
Sorry.
Well,
He had it on. So
I thought that was weird too, that we could hear what they were saying. It didn't seem like we should have been able to. Again, I don't know what the big hang up is in court this morning. Like, it'd be awesome if they'd get going before lunchtime, but not counting on it at this point. For what it's worth, I imagine we'll hear much of the same today. Which has been absolutely nothing. And I think they were talking about the first witness was going to be another law enforcement official, but I haven't confirmed that yet. Woohoo, we're going.
Morning, you can see it. You guys okay with that all right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Possibly who's next with this?
Mr. Nicky Jack.
Sorry, can you say it again?
Nick Ejak.
Nick Ejak. Good morning.
It's a very short man.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth so help you God?
I do.
Please step up and have a seat. And then can you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Sure. Nicholas Ejak, first name Nicholas, last name Ejak, Ejak.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Sir, I want to direct your attention to the fall of 2021. Where were you working at that time?
Oxford High School.
Okay, and what were you doing then?
I was the dean of students.
How long have you been employed at that time with the Oxford School District?
That was my first year.
I'm sorry?
That was my first year.
Okay. And you're with a different school district now?
Correct.
Okay. Tell the jury, please, what exactly the Dean of Students at Oxford High School did.
So the dean of students is responsible for all of the student body, behavior, discipline, attendance, academic intervention, behavior intervention.
Okay. So walk us through a typical day as the Dean of Students at Oxford High School, at least in the fall of 2021.
Sure. So in the fall, also, we were, in 2021, we were dealing through the COVID-19 pandemic. So in addition to those responsibilities, due to the health order, part of my responsibility was ensuring that everybody was masked up. So that was part of the job throughout the day too, was to ensure students had access to masks, but they were also wearing them. Students were referred throughout the day from teachers based on behavior they're seeing in class, students coming down to report stuff going on in the building, conflicts they're having, conflicts they're hearing about, attendance issues where kids aren't coming to school or they're showing up late frequently to class. At the time we didn't have an attendance policy coming out of COVID, so it's also part of my responsibility was to put together a policy that would work for the school.
Okay, so yesterday we heard from Sean Hopkins, who was a school counselor, and he said that there were 4 counselors. How many dean of students were there?
1.
Okay, so will the responsibilities of a school counselor differ from the responsibilities of the dean of students?
Yes, that's correct.
How so?
So counseling, they oversee, to my understanding, they oversee college and career planning, class scheduling, mental health of the student body, planning events in relation to like extracurricular activities, the Oakland Schools Technical Campus. There's a lot of responsibilities that has no relation to the dean of students role.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you would be called in when there was a discipline problem in class.
Correct. That was the main function of my responsibility.
Okay, and as you said at that point, the county health department mandated masks, or is that the state order?
That was, I believe it was Oakland County.
Okay, and so it was your responsibility to also mandate compliance with that?
Correct.
Okay, so November of 2021, all students and staff were wearing a face mask?
Correct, with the exception of anyone that had a medical exemption.
Okay, thank you. Now, how long have you been in that role as of November of 2021?
That would be 4 months.
Okay, so when you started that school year?
Yes.
All right. And where did you work before? What did you do
So
before?
prior to that, I was a long-term substitute teacher for Lake Orion schools. But once again, coming out of COVID, I had been laid off as the dean of students out on the west side of the state, where I was running an alternative high school program. And so I had returned to this side and was able to obtain employment as a long-term substitute teacher
Okay,
with the idea that it would be temporary
Sure.
for that school year.
so in November of 21, how long have you been in education?
9 years.
Okay. And we heard a little bit about Power School yesterday, at least through the Oxford School District. What does that mean?
So Power School is a student information system where essentially a bunch of data on students is stored and accessible for teachers, administrators, students, and parents. Everybody has a different view of that, but it's the same system. So if you're a parent, there's a parent view where you're able to see specific things to your child as a parent. For students, it's the same thing. You can see stuff for your students, which includes your grades, missing assignments, and then like my view as a part of the school staff administration would be be able to see all of that.
Okay.
And input information to them as well.
And as an administrator, you're able to input, is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. And that came with every student in the district, would that be right?
Correct.
That was Jennifer Crumbley's son, a student at Oxford High School in the fall of 2021.
Yes.
Prior to November of 2021, did you have any interaction with him?
I did not know.
I want to direct your attention to November the 29th, 2021. That's a Monday, the day before the shooting. Did you receive an email regarding Jennifer Crumbley's son?
I did, yes.
I'm going to direct you to the screen that's in front of you. This was admitted yesterday as People's Exhibit 158. This is an email to you and Ms. Pam Fine.
Correct, yes.
Okay. It was sent from whom?
From Jacqueline Davina.
And is she a staff member at Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay. In what capacity does she work?
She is an English teacher.
Okay. And go ahead, and this was already admitted, go ahead and read us the email that you received.
Good morning. I had a student during first hour today, Ethan Crumbley, who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of first hour today as I was walking around the room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, I'm also noticing that some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit toward the violent side. I can bring down these things later today during my 5th hour prep if you would like them.
Okay. And this email was sent at 9:32 a.m. to both you and Ms. Fine. Please give the jury an idea of who Ms. Fine is and what her responsibilities were at that time.
Sure. So Ms. Fine is the restorative practices coordinator and the anti-bullying coordinator for the district. However, her position is housed at Oxford High School, but she does work in all the other buildings throughout the district. And she had previously been, before my employment, the dean of students there. And so due to her role with anti-bullying and restorative practices, her and I would often team up together to handle the behavior and discipline throughout the school.
Okay.
So that's why both of us were
Okay.
sent this email.
So when you received this email, what did you do?
So by the time I had actually,
Well, let me ask you this question. If you recall, when did you actually receive the email? When did you actually read it?
when I received the email, it was probably around 11 a.m.
Okay.
I was aware that there was an email.
And tell us what happened with the situation.
So when I was made aware of the email, it was coming from Ms. Fine, who had overheard me returning to my office from a meeting that I was in when this email was initially sent.
Your office was in the administrative section of the Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay.
My office was right next to hers.
Next to Ms. Fine's?
Correct.
Okay.
And so we often would just like kind of yell out if we needed to talk to one another, and then one of us would walk over to the other's office.
Okay.
And so she had heard me returning to my office, and I remember her saying, "Hey, do you remember that email we got today?" And I said, "What email?" And that's when I had walked over to her office and pulled it up on my phone, and she began to explain to me that she had read the email and knew that I was in the meeting, and I believe she in responding got it to the teacher.
Okay.
And walked me through the steps she took, which was calling the student down.
And Mr. Hopkins was with Ms. Fine in the meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. The meeting had since ended, and so like she was just walking me through what they did.
Okay. So she updated you on what happened in the meeting?
I'm sorry, what?
She gave you an update on what happened in the meeting
Yes,
with
correct.
Jennifer Crumbley's son? Okay. After you received that information, did you determine if you had to take any steps regarding discipline?
It wasn't necessary that I did anything further. She did everything that I would have done.
All right. Did you have any additional interaction with that student at all on Monday, the 20th?
No.
Okay. Now, moving towards, did you receive any emails later on in the evening, Monday, the 29th, regarding the student? anything at all with him?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Okay. November the 30th, Tuesday. This has already been admitted on your screen here as People's 160. This is an email from Miss Morgan. And who is she and what does she do?
Miss Morgan is a math teacher at Oxford High School.
Okay. So she sent this email to you as well as Mr. Hopkins Tuesday, November 30th at 9:32 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Up until this point in time, did you have any conversations regarding Jennifer Crumbley's son?
Prior to this email?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
So I was in my office Tuesday morning when Miss Morgan had walked down to the front office, just looking to share some information about a student that had drawn inappropriate things on a piece of paper. And I was the only person available to respond to that or to hear her out.
So let me ask you this. This is People 74. It's already been admitted. You said a piece of paper. Is this what you're referring to?
That is correct.
Okay. So prior to the email at 9:32 a.m., Miss Morgan showed you this, which has been admitted as People 74?
She showed me an image of that on her cell phone.
On her cell phone. Okay.
Yes.
Do you recall about what time that happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just know that it was during our second period of the day. However, I don't remember what time.
Okay, that's fair. Tell us about that conversation when she came and showed you this picture.
She had said she just needed to share that a student had written some inappropriate things on an assignment. And so I told her, I kind of waved her into my office since everybody else was occupied. And she had turned her phone around and showed it to me. And I had noticed the name on the top that I recognized from the day before.
Okay.
Ms. Fine had shared that information with me.
Mhm.
And my response to that was, I need to go get his counselor. And her response was, I need to get back to class.
Okay. So that was in the second hour, you think?
Correct.
Okay. So obviously it was before the email sent at 9:30.
Yes.
Now, what was your initial response in seeing this Exhibit 74?
That I needed to alert his counselor.
And why is that?
Because it seemed like he might need somebody to talk to, or we might need to figure out how we could get him some additional help.
Okay. Now, when you first looked at this drawing, what's the first thing that jumped out at you?
The statements.
Which
The
one in
blood,
particular?
blood everywhere is what I noticed first. The world is dead. My life is useless. Those were the things that stood out to me.
Okay. So when you were shown this, were you thinking of a lens through discipline or through his counselor?
Counseling, 100%.
Why do you say 100%?
Because I don't notice anything on there that would rise to the level that there would be any type of student discipline.
Okay. So what happened next, please?
So Miss Morgan left my office, and I left my office. She returned to her classroom, and I walked down to the counseling area to alert Mr. Hopkins.
Okay. And did you show this drawing to Mr. Hopkins?
I did not.
Okay. When you say you alerted him, what do you mean?
So when I arrived to the threshold of the doorway in his office, before I even said a word, he said to me, Ethan Crumbley, and my response was, yeah, how did you know? And so he had shared that he had received an email that morning from another teacher regarding Ethan Crumbley, and his understanding was that's why I was there, and that's when I had shared with him that I had received a drawing from Miss Morgan with those statements on it.
Okay, this drawing right here, Exhibit 74?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now tell us what happened next, please.
His response, Mr. Hopkins' response to that was, I'll go get him from class right now. And he stood up from his chair and walked onto the math class and grabbed Ethan.
Okay, did you go with him or did you stay?
I remained in his office.
And did Mr. Hopkins bring him back to his own office?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and what did you do?
I sat in there and mostly listened to the conversation.
Okay, let me stop right there.
Sure.
So, just so we're clear in the chronology, Mr. Hopkins retrieved the defendant's son from class, brought him back to his office where you were waiting.
Correct.
Okay, and then was a conversation ensued between Mr. Hopkins and the defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay. Now, he testified yesterday, so without telling us what words were actually said by each other, tell us what you did and why.
I just sat there to listen for one, to be an additional adult for support. I feel it's important in my job to know that there's more than one adult in the building that cares about the students. And so it was important to me that I was there for support, but also there in case there was a reason that there was behavior that rose to the level for discipline.
Okay. And during that initial conversation, did your opinion ever change to look at this as a counseling lens or a discipline lens?
No, it did not change.
Was a decision made to call that student's parents?
Yes,
Okay. And who made the decision?
Sean had made that decision.
Okay. And were you there when he made that phone call?
I was, yes.
And we have evidence to suggest it was at 9:24 and 9:27 a.m. when phone calls were made. Does that sound right to you?
Yes,
Were you in the office when the calls were made?
I was, yes.
Were you in the office when a portion of the phone call was on speakerphone?
I was, yes.
Tell us what you recall from that conversation.
So I recall Mr. Hopkins putting the phone on speaker so that the conversation could be had collectively. And so Sean Hopkins had introduced myself and said we were there with Ethan. And during that conversation, he had forwarded the email that we got of this assignment to his mother.
Is that the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So that she could see it in real time while we were having the conversation.
Okay. Did the defendant make any statements regarding that?
I believe she said, "What were you thinking? Why did you do this?"
Okay. And that was while on the speakerphone where her son would be able to hear it?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when, well, at some point, the defendant and her husband arrived at the school?
Correct.
Okay. So in the time period that elapsed from that phone call to the time period when the defendant and her husband arrived at the school, what did you do?
So once the conversation had ended, we had already changed class periods and it was now our third hour of the day. And so his backpack was still remaining in the math class. And so it's a common protocol that our security or a hall monitor or someone will go retrieve the student's belongings if they're still waiting on a parent meeting or still having a conversation. That way it's not left when other students arrive.
Okay, so what did you do?
So I left Mr. Hopkins' office and walked down to Miss Morgan's classroom to retrieve his backpack.
Okay, and did you give it to him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At that point in time, with the COVID protocols in place for students using lockers,
Not at all.
okay, so every student had a backpack with them at all times?
Every student had a backpack.
Now, what was your expectation of what was to occur at the meeting with James and Jennifer Crumbley at the school?
So my understanding was that we were going to discuss what would be best to move forward next for getting him some additional help, and that would be happening that afternoon.
Okay. As in happening that afternoon, what does that mean?
That he would be leaving from the parent meeting with his parents.
Okay. Were you in the counseling office during the meeting with James and Jennifer Crumbley?
For most of it, yes.
Okay. And who led the meeting primarily?
Mr. Hopkins did.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how that meeting progressed.
So when I arrived, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were already in his office, and they had already began talking about the events that led to the parent meeting. And the edited drawing.
Yeah, you said, so this is exhibit 123, so is this what you're referring to as the edited
That
drawing?
is correct, yes.
Okay.
That was on the table because Mr. Hopkins had retrieved that from the teacher when he went to get Ethan from class.
Okay.
So that was on the table and for them to view, although, like I mentioned before, Sean had emailed a copy of the original document to Mrs. Crumbley. And so they were kind of discussing what was next, and she had a pamphlet or a packet of resources that the district provides.
So who gave her that?
Sean, Mr. Hopkins.
Okay. And we say resources, what do you mean by that?
Different counseling resources available in the area, and it's like a standard packet that the school district would have on hand to provide to anybody that needed it.
Okay. Have you been involved in meetings where that sort of information has been provided to parents in the past?
Yes.
And you said it's a standard list of information or
It's just a
resources?
general list, yeah,
Okay.
of stuff in the surrounding local area.
Does that include facilities or organizations that allow same-day counseling appointments?
That I'm not sure of.
Are you familiar with Common Ground?
I am familiar with Common.
And what is that organization?
So that is, they offer a couple of different things. So they offer mental health resources. You can call a hotline to speak to somebody. You can even go there for like day of intake screening assessments. And that is the organization that in previous districts I worked in, that a lot of students that have been seen for mental health had went to.
Okay.
Day of.
And they're here in Oakland County.
Correct, yes.
All right. Now, clearly your expectation of what was to happen in the meeting was not met. Tell us about that, please.
So throughout the conversation, I had overheard his parents confirm the things that Ethan was sharing with us in his office that were kind of explaining the drawings and the words that he had written that supported him feeling sad. And so he had shared that a dog had passed away recently, a grandmother had passed away, and then one of his close friends had moved within the last month or so. And then that he was very interested in designing video games. And that had led to a argument the night before that he should be more focused on his academics rather than the video games.
Did she provide any details about that argument?
No.
Did she provide any details about how the circumstance in which when his friend moved away?
No.
I'm sorry, please continue.
And that he really struggled through the pandemic with the virtual learning, as many students did, and that they felt like he should put more focus on his academics than spending time working through the video game design.
So at any point, did you see this as anything different than your initial perception, which was a mental health issue?
No.
Okay. You said you had the backpack with you and you provided it to the student. Okay. At any point, did anybody request to search the backpack?
They did not.
And did you search the backpack yourself?
I did not. It wasn't necessary or rise to the occasion that I do that, because I didn't have any reasonable suspicion to do that. And I did that.
Explain what that means, please.
Sure. So reasonable suspicion means that there needs to, by law says you have to have some type of reasonable suspicious activity that would lead to searching student belongings. And so typically that's like a report that someone has a vape pen or a weapon, or that they're securing something they're not supposed to have at school, or nervous behavior when you have their belongings, which is very typical of students that we have searched in the past. They usually, their behavior will change when you're in possession of their stuff. And none of that was present at that moment.
And again, it's a lot of details. Well, have you ever met the defendant before, Jennifer Crumbley?
I have not.
You ever met her husband before?
I have not.
Prior to this day, you ever met their son before?
I did not know.
Okay. And was he wearing a face mask the entire time?
He was wearing a, yes,
Okay.
a COVID mask.
Now, was there a desire for him not to be left alone at this point?
That's what Sean had stated during the meeting when we were discussing what to do moving forward. And so his recommendation was that Ethan receive outside counseling as soon as possible today, if possible, meaning the 30th.
Mm-hmm.
And the response to that was, we can't take him anywhere today. We have to go back to work.
And who said that?
Mrs. Crumbley said that.
The defendant did?
Yes.
Okay. What was your reaction to that?
It seemed a little odd based on my experiences in previous similar parent meetings when students are being seen for mental health.
Tell us about that.
Could you rephrase that? Tell us about
So why did it seem odd to you?
because typically,
Your Honor, objection as to relevance, what he's experienced with other parents.
Just it's similar to Mr. Hopkins' testimony yesterday. We can lay a foundation that he's been in these meetings before. And,
Go ahead.
so, sir, you've had the opportunity to be in these type of parent meetings before with mental health issues?
yes,
Okay. And could you put a number for the jury and how many you've been a part of?
between 5 and 10 of them
Okay.
across the time of my education.
Okay. So calling in a parent for an immediate meeting, that's not a regular thing that occurs, correct?
It is not.
Okay. So that's something that something has to cause the school administration to do that.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that it was your expectation that the defendant or her husband would take the defendant's son home, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And this did not meet your expectation, but you found it to be odd. So comparing what happened November the 30th with everything in your prior experience, tell us why you felt that to be odd.
Typically, when it's recommended, the parents take their children to seek out mental assistance immediately. They follow the direction of the mental health professional, and that's been my experience every time.
In this case, that would have been Sean Hopkins.
That is correct, yes.
Now, what was your impression of how that meeting ended on the 30th?
It sort of seemed like it ended abruptly. It was a very short meeting. I want to say it was somewhere near 10 minutes long.
Okay.
And once it was determined that they were not going to take him home, it was stated that he would end up having to walk home if he was going home and then be home by himself.
And who said that?
Ethan had said that.
Okay. In front of his parents?
Yes.
Did either Jennifer or James dispute that?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Please continue.
And that's when Sean had responded that he really didn't want Ethan to be home by himself alone, and that he thought it was best that if he wasn't going to leave that morning with his parents, that he remain in school so that he could be surrounded by other people, and that he would monitor his attendance and check in with him.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. In terms of your experience, I understand prior to becoming the assistant dean, you were a long-term substitute over in Lake Orion.
That is correct, yes.
And you have a degree in what?
I have a master's degree in education and human development, and a bachelor's degree in sociology.
And did you ever have any training specific to disciplining students or discipline issues?
Yes, on-the-job training.
When you say you had on-the-job training, where was that?
So my job previous to being a long-term substitute teacher, I was the dean of students for an alternative program in charge of behavior and discipline. And then I spent 3 years for Brandon School District as an intervention specialist. And so I specifically dealt with student behavior.
In the trainings you did, were you taught signs of things to look for in students that would have discipline issues?
Yes, I was.
I believe you mentioned that one of those signs that you would know to look for in terms of thinking about what, if you need to search their backpack, would be whether they seem nervous when you're holding their materials, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this case, there was a time where you walked down to the classroom and retrieved Mrs. Crumbley's son's backpack.
Yes.
And you carried that backpack to the office where you were meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Crumbley's son, Mrs. Crumbley's son.
Yes.
When you carried that backpack back to Mrs. Crumbley's son, he did not appear to be nervous at all that you were holding his backpack.
He didn't appear to even care that I was holding his backpack.
And so based on him not caring or showing signs of nervousness, you had no concern there was anything in that bag.
I had no reasonable suspicion to search his belongings. No.
You did make the observation that that bag felt unusually heavy.
That is not correct.
Did you ever make the observation about how heavy the bag seemed?
I made a joke to Miss Morgan at how easily she picked it up and then handed it to me and my arm dropped. And so it was more of a joke of how strong she was compared to handing it off to me.
I see. So you had training through your employment with the Brandon School District? Is that
Correct, yes.
You had training when you were working on your undergraduate degree?
Correct, yes.
You obviously have your advanced master's degree.
That is correct.
You have the experience from working in the school across state.
That is correct.
And you probably have attended other seminars and things to keep up to date on any recent developments in this area.
Yes.
How many additional hours would you say you've spent in those additional trainings?
I'm not sure.
Are you required to do a certain number?
What's up,
per
Vices
year?
Raid?
No, I'm not.
But you do those trainings?
Yes,
Have you done more than one training?
yes.
More than 5?
No.
So your main job or responsibility at Oxford High School was to be in charge of discipline issues with the students.
That was one of them, yes.
And when you were looking at any situation involving Mrs. Crumbley's son, there was nothing that you determined required a disciplinary action.
There was nothing that had required discipline in that situation, no.
So we talked yesterday about how Mrs. Crumbley's son was caught looking up bullets during class time.
Yes,
There was no discipline needed after he's looking up bullets in a classroom.
that doesn't reach to the level where there would be a consequence.
And with respect to that issue, there was a phone call and a voicemail left for Mrs. Crumbley.
That is correct.
You were present when Ms. Fine left the message.
I was not present when she left the message.
Mr. Hopkins was present when the message was left.
I can't speak to that.
Thank you. As far as you knew, Mrs. Crumbley was not asked to come to the school regarding the bullets,
As far as I know, she wasn't. No.
and Mrs. Crumbley was not asked to call back to the school, as far as you know,
She was asked to return the phone call if she had any questions about what had occurred.
but not asked to return the phone call no matter what.
No, we often just give parents phone calls when we meet with students regardless of the issue, just to keep them informed on what we talked about.
It was two cheese. I was watching the.
Now,
As,
when you were speaking with the prosecutor, you were shown exhibit number 158. I'm going to pull that up on the screen. Okay, so I've got 158 up there. And this is an email chain that went between Miss Kubina and yourself. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I'll back up. I can see that this went between Miss Kubina and Sean Hopkins. Were you made aware of the contents within this email that's in Exhibit 158?
Yes,
And in Exhibit 158, Ms. Kubina wrote, not only was he looking up the bullets, but that when she reviewed his previous work that he's completed, it leans towards the violent side, correct?
that's what it says, correct.
Did you go and ask Ms. Kubina to provide you some of the work he completed that appeared violent?
I did not do that as it wasn't necessary.
So it was not necessary for you to specifically speak with Ms. Crumbley in any way about the bullets, drawing, or research,
It was not necessary.
and it was not necessary for you to look at what were described as violent side indications in his prior work.
It was not necessary because another staff member had already taken care of this issue. So I didn't need to get involved any further.
And you did not mention to Mrs. Crumbley at any point in time that a teacher had described prior work of her son to be on the violent side.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Did you ever talk to Mrs. Crumbley that there was an indication from a teacher that her son had prior work that leaned on the violent side?
During the meeting that we had on the 30th.
You're saying you discussed,
We discussed that during the meeting we had on the 30th.
but at that time, you didn't even have the violent leaning materials, correct?
That is correct.
And you didn't show her any of the examples that you would say would be violent leaning materials.
Didn't have those to show her, no.
And as far as you were aware, well, I'll ask if you were you aware if anyone ever discussed violent leaning drawings or violent leaning work in the past with Mrs. Crumbley? Are you aware?
I'm not aware of that, nor there was any documentation prior to this that would describe that.
Now, on November 30th, we know that you were told inappropriate things were being drawn on the math paper. Or I'm sorry, you testified that inappropriate things were drawn on the math paper, correct?
That is correct.
And when you're talking about the math paper, you're speaking about what we see in Exhibit 74 that has drawings and writings by Mrs. Crumbley's son on the paper.
That is correct.
You're aware that Mrs. Crumbley's son was drawing these things and writing these words during class time when he was supposed to be working on this review, correct?
Yep.
And that did not create a discipline issue
Well,
to you?
when he's seen for mental health, that supersedes any type of minor violation that this would potentially rise to, but this doesn't violate any of the code of our conduct. So there wouldn't be discipline. And as I mentioned, because of the fact that he was being seen by his counselor for mental health, that's what takes precedence in the situation.
That was explained to Mrs. Crumbley. This is not a discipline
Fantastic.
issue.
Everybody should gently
Your son
caress
is
the
not in
thumbs up
trouble
button.
for this drawing, correct?
Yes,
And you explained to Mrs. Crumbley, we're concerned about mental health, not disciplining him for this drawing.
yes.
And during that meeting, it was a conclusion by you that this was not, you and Mr. Hopkins together, that this was not a discipline issue,
Very gently,
but
Bobby.
a mental health issue.
So I was there for discipline and behavior. So that question was posed to me to make that call as part of my job.
And what was the call you
The
made?
call that I made was that there's no discipline warranted, that I'm more concerned that he gets the help that he needs.
During that meeting, were you aware that another teacher had reported Mrs. Crumbley's son was looking at a violent video in class?
Yes, that is why Sean thought that I had come to his office that morning. So he had shared that he had gotten an email from the other teacher.
Did you ask to see the violent video?
Yeah, the volume's
that Mrs.
boosted.
Crumbley's son had been watching while he was in class?
It's as high up as it will go, unfortunately.
You found it to not be necessary to take a look at the video that he had been watching?
No.
You didn't even ask Mrs. Crumbley's son, hey, can I see it? Take a look at that video.
Well, since it was described as not like a live event, and due to the fact that most teenagers are watching violent movies, video games, pre-recorded on YouTube, it doesn't rise to the occasion where you would be concerned.
And it also didn't rise to the occasion that you felt he should be disciplined for watching a video during class time.
That also wouldn't rise to the occasion of a violation of our code of conduct. That would be more of a teacher managed behavior. You would never be suspended for that, or it wouldn't rise to that occasion.
I went to school in a different day and age where you had to do school during school. So it sounds to me like during school, Oxford High School allows more freedom than what I experienced. So it was okay that he was looking at the bullets. That's not a discipline issue.
It's not that it was okay, it just doesn't rise to the occasion that you receive a suspension as a consequence. We have to rely on restorative practices instead of going right to suspension, as you mentioned that you might have experienced when you were in school. And we have to consider how the student's behavior interferes with the day and discuss that with them and talk about how we can move forward. And that has to be considered for all minor violations before you would ever consider suspension. And that's something that we have to do by law.
So, when you're considering all of these things, you're ultimately concluding these are minor violations, if they're violations at all, correct?
That is correct.
The looking at bullets in the classroom,
Yes.
the looking at a violent video on his phone,
Yes.
the drawings on this math paper,
Yes.
the drawings on the amended math paper where Mrs. Crumbley's son made other marks on the page.
So the drawings at the moment were not as important as a standout as the statements were. So when you have the explanation of the desire to design video games, and that's how he was practicing the drawing, and you have the parents confirm that information, it lowers the level of concern immensely.
So you took into account the context of what you were understanding, and that was part of what helped you conclude this was not a disciplinary issue.
That is correct.
Now, in terms of any disciplinary issues with Mrs. Crumbley's son prior, would those show up on Power Schools?
They would, yes.
It's fair to say that when you look at Power Schools, you don't see any history of disciplinary action against Mrs. Crumbley's son.
There was no history of discipline for Mrs. Crumbley's son.
All of his grades are available to be seen. Mrs. Crumbley's son, while he may not have had the best grades, had overall passing grades. Is that fair to say?
Pretty average for a student at the time, yes.
And when you're on Power Schools, you can also see attendance records and be able to tell if the student was in school often or missed school often, correct?
Yes.
And it appears from Power Schools that Mrs. Crumbley's son had very regular, very good attendance.
He did have regular attendance, yes.
So when you are looking at Mrs. Crumbley's son, it's fair to say he comes to you with no history that would cause you to be on higher alert.
That is correct.
She
And
talks
when I
so
asked
long.
about
It
prior
loses the point.
incidents of discipline or things along those lines, you did not see anything from the 2020 to 2021 school year documented regarding discipline.
No, we would be able to see anything that would be in the history of attending Oxford schools, and there wasn't anything.
When you heard the phone call to Mrs. Crumbley where she was asked, or it was suggested that a parent come to the school, her immediate reaction, you wanted to see her immediate reaction to seeing the paper from math class, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure, and I apologize. You testified that you wanted her immediate reaction when she saw the math paper you were dealing with, correct?
I wasn't looking for her immediate reaction. It was more, we're going to send you this that he just drew so you have it in front of you.
But you did end up getting her immediate reaction because
Yes.
she was on the phone at the time?
That, yes.
On
Oh, by
speakerphone.
front, she's
And you
apologized
testified
literally
that
100
her
times in this trial at least.
First reaction was to ask her son, what were you thinking? Why did you do this?
Yes.
When you call parents and say, I need a parent to come up here for a meeting, oftentimes one parent or the other comes to the school.
That's not necessarily true.
Well, there are times where both parents come to the school together.
Yes.
There are also times where one parent or the other parent come to the school.
Fair statement.
And when you're asking for a parent to come to the school, you are not specifically saying it has to be mom, or it has to be dad, or it has to be both, correct?
It just has to be whoever's legally allowed to, yes.
And in this case, legally allowed to would be both mom and dad, Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley.
Yes.
So according to your request for a parent to come to the school, it's perfectly okay if it would be Mrs. Crumbley who comes, Mr. Crumbley who comes, or both parents.
Yes.
In this circumstance, both parents came to the school.
Correct.
And they both attended the meeting that lasted approximately 10 minutes, as you said.
Correct.
Now, this was the first time that you ever had the Crumbley parents come to the school regarding their son, correct?
That I was involved in? Yes.
And that you're aware of.
That, yes.
You would have seen on Power Schools if Mrs. Crumbley had been up at the school many times the year before, or the year before that, or the year before that, correct?
It depending on the type of meeting, potentially. If they're meeting with the teacher, it probably wouldn't be listed in Power School.
So discipline meetings would have been on there, and you didn't see
Correct.
any history of Mrs. Crumbley coming to the school for discipline.
That's correct.
So she was a person that when she arrived, you did not know from prior occasions with, you had not had many communications or any communications with Mrs. Crumbley where you would know who she is or how she is.
That's correct.
During the meeting, Mr. Hopkins supplied Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley with the sheet of resources, including many therapists listed.
That's correct.
And on that sheet, there's also Common Ground is listed in some other mental health facilities.
I can't speak to what's included on this.
During that meeting, you indicated to Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley that you wanted them to get counseling for their son.
I did not indicate that, no.
Mr. Hopkins did,
Yes,
but you agreed with that.
I did.
And when that happened, there was not any specific direction, you need to go to Common Ground.
No, the direction was. as soon as
The beginning of
possible
last
that
week,
day
the
and
school
As
was
soon as possible,
cleared of
that day
criminal
is
and
possible-
civil
possible,
wrongdoing.
But it's
that came
okay
down
if
from
it was
the-
going to end up
from the
being on a
courts.
different day.
So
I can't speak to that.
great timing.
I can speak to the statement that was made that Mr. Hopkins would be following up within 48 hours to ensure that they had made arrangements for that, which means they had 48 hours to secure some type of counseling.
And by secure some type of counseling, you mean scheduling an appointment, making steps to get mental health counseling, correct?
Correct, after they said they were not going to be taking their son out that day.
Now, during the meeting.
Of course, potentially,
Well,
100%.
as the dean of students, you're aware that there are some circumstances where children or students at Oxford High are not permitted to stay at school, correct?
There are situations where students wouldn't be permitted to stay at school, yes.
If a student comes to school and is positive for COVID, you would not allow the student to stay there.
That's a fair statement, yes.
If a student has a temperature and is sick, you would not allow the student to stay there.
And we're learning that witness after witness.
And if the parent said, no, I'm not gonna get them, they're fine, the school would still say, no, you have to take them home, correct?
We've said that in the past and it still hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened where a parent hasn't taken the child home. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, in that specific case where students have had a fever and parents refuse to come pick them up, they remain at school. I've been in those situations before where parents were refusing to come pick them up.
So you end up letting parents, so there are times then where you want the child picked up, but they don't get picked up, and the school doesn't do anything about it to force the parents to come.
There's nothing that we have the power to do to force parents to do anything.
If you said, if there was a discipline issue, if you had looked at this as a discipline issue and told a parent, your child cannot stay here because of this discipline issue, you do have the authority to say, you must take your child home, correct?
I have the authority to recommend that. However, I can't force them to do that. If it doesn't reach to a level where there's any type of illegal behavior, I wouldn't be able to do anything further than.
He did not have much
But I can't
much
force them.
warning. Like he just
Okay,
seemed to
but
be
in this
very
circumstance,
kind of quiet,
in this
lonerish.
particular circumstance, there was discussion where ultimately it was okay in your mind for Mrs. Crumbley's son to remain in school.
From a discipline standpoint, yes. There wasn't a reason to suspend him. There was no violation of our code of conduct that reaches the level of suspension.
And if you thought Mrs. Crumbley or Mr. Crumbley were neglecting their son medically, you are mandated by law to report that, correct?
Yep, absolutely.
So it's fair to say that even looking at it from a counseling mental health perspective, you did not find that Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley were meeting a level of being so neglectful that you needed to call to report that, correct?
No, because I wasn't made aware of all the additional information that they were withholding.
Fantastic.
It's
Welcome.
important for you to have all the information you can, correct?
True. But I
You
can't
would-
force people to share information with me.
You would also agree that the school had information they didn't share with Mrs. Crumbley.
We had shared all the information that we had with her at the time of the parent meeting.
You would agree with me that there has been claims of prior disciplinary issues that from your documentation in Power Schools is not even included, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that, no.
I'm sorry, did I misunderstand? Is those prior discipline issues are on there?
There weren't any prior discipline issues.
Right, so there's no prior discipline issues listed on there. You testified you never spoke with Mrs. Crumbley about discipline issues.
Yeah, that's correct.
So you don't have any evidence that Mrs. Crumbley received all the information that the school would have or could have known.
Can you rephrase that question?
You don't know that Mrs. Crumbley had received information about every specific situation with her son, correct?
The specific information discussed in emails that was shared with Mrs. Crumbley.
Right, so on that day, you're discussing with her limited information compared to the whole picture.
It was the information that we had at the time. All the information we had was shared with her.
Are you saying that when they came in, you shared the emails with her too?
So the emails that we received from the teachers, correct?
Oh, okay. Okay.
At no point in time did you believe that Mrs. Crumbley's son posed a threat to the school.
He did not pose a threat to the school, no.
If he posed a threat to the school, that's something that you have been trained in to identify, correct?
Correct. We had had previous threats that year that I handled completely different based on the fact that
They were
it's a
threats.
perceived threat, correct?
And when something is a threat, how is it that you handle it differently? Is the student allowed to stay in school?
No.
So you are the decision maker about whether or not there is a threat overall.
I wouldn't say that I'm the decision maker, but I have the power to heighten it to the level where we can get other people involved that can make a more informed decision.
And you're the one that has the training on that topic.
I'm one of them, yes.
And in this case, your conclusion was that the shooter's son was not a threat.
There was no threat present at the time.
You also took into account that what Mrs. Crumbley's son said made it sound like there were issues of sadness versus anything threatening, correct?
Correct, which is very typical of most teenagers.
Very typical.
Very typical of most teenagers, especially at that time with COVID, to feel sad. It was not unusual to hear that throughout the day.
Now, some of the statements on the math paper, you saw the statements that say things like, I love my life so much, and OHS, which I assume stands for Oxford High School, rocks, correct?
Yes,
Those kind of statements also Would you agree those are mixed signal kind of statements?
No, I would say it looks like you have a teenager who is trying to not get in trouble, knowing that the dean of students is involved most of the time. When I'm involved in student meetings, the kids always think they're in trouble, which is not necessarily always the case. So I looked at that as he was trying to get himself out of being in trouble.
And
Thinking he was going to be in trouble from this meeting we were holding.
And that was something that's not unusual for you to see.
That's not unusual, no.
That doesn't mean there's a threat to you.
That doesn't mean there's a threat, no.
In terms of Oxford and the area community, you're familiar with the fact that students at the school, there are many who are interested in hunting, guns, target practice, that kind of thing, correct?
Yes, during hunting season, it's kind of like a reminder that sort of gets put out for students that go hunting in the mornings before the late start Wednesdays to remember to not come to school in their gear and or have weapons in their vehicles from that morning. And like we've also had students that pose with guns for their homecoming pictures as well. So it's very common in the Oxford community.
Okay, so it's so common that there are students, they pose for homecoming
There have
pictures.
been students that'll pose with guns in their homecoming photos.
When you're talking about homecoming photos, you're talking about like the dance.
They're dressed up at home and taking photos, correct?
So they're dressed up in their, little party dresses, and they're holding guns in the photographs before they go to the dance?
Yes.
And you're saying that there are students who go hunting in the mornings before even coming to school?
Yes. So at the time, we had late start Wednesdays, so school didn't start till 10, 20-ish. So when hunting season would start, they potentially could be out hunting with their parents in the morning.
So in addition to what you did know in this case, seeing a gun or talks of a gun, that was not something that caused alarm to make you think there was some kind of threat.
Nor
Guns-
was I aware
Not
that.
uncommon here in Michigan.
Guns at that school are
November
very,
is a
are very
holiday.
common then. It sounds like it's a common topic if they're in pictures of homecoming dresses and things like that.
I would say across many schools, it wouldn't be uncommon to see guns drawn on assignments or papers. Oftentimes, there are certain books or part of the curriculum, and students end up drawing guns to represent stuff in the stories.
Now, my understanding is that you guys recommended immediate care. I'm sorry, I'm gonna strike that. I was going into a question I've already asked you. You did not think it was strange that the parents were not taking their son out of school, specifically with Mrs. Crumbley's son on November 30th, correct?
I did think it was strange that they didn't take this on.
You've testified before in civil cases regarding what happened at Oxford High School, correct?
I have, yes.
And specifically on September 14th of 2022, you testified in a deposition, correct?
That sounds about right, yes.
And when you testify in a deposition, it's not like a courtroom like this, right?
No, it's not.
But you still have to swear to tell the truth and take an oath before you testify.
Correct.
On that day, you were specifically asked, so them not taking Ethan home that day, you did not find that to be strange and out of the ordinary. Your answer was no. There would have been no reason for him to go home.
That was in regards to student discipline. So the context, I believe, is important there.
That's in regard to student discipline.
Correct.
But that was the question you were asked that day and the answer you gave.
In regards to being disciplined or suspended, correct?
And in terms of a mental health consideration, it was not something that arose to the level, whereas a mandatory reporter, you would have to report the Crumbleys for being neglectful. We've already established that, correct?
Yes.
In the meeting you had, there was no indication, and there is nothing in Mrs. Crumbley's son's record to show there had ever been a previous concern about the need for mental health to Mr. Crumbley.
I think we've already answered this question.
No, I asked about prior discipline, but I didn't ask about prior notations mental health was necessary.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
From a school standpoint, we did not have any record of mental health.
Friday, this defense attorney, the young
Now,
lady,
when you testified
I'll just
previously,
tell it
you
after the break.
testified that Mrs. Crumbley
There should be a
seemed
break in a minute.
receptive and willing to get mental health treatment for her son.
That was my understanding at the end of that meeting, yes.
Although maybe not that day, it was your understanding she was on board and was going to make an appointment or do something within 48 hours.
That was my understanding and hope.
When you were in the meeting and the struggle was discussed, ongoing struggle between the Crumbleys and their son, would you agree with me that the parents were making statements about they were concerned with their son's schoolwork and grades?
They just confirmed that they had the argument. They didn't provide any context or details about anything other than what he had shared with us before they arrived.
Were you aware there was a specific concern related to Mrs. Crumbley's son having missing assignments specifically?
The only information that she provided was that he struggled with virtual learning, which was confirming what he had also shared with us. But there was nothing specific that I remember her sharing.
And you would agree with me that when you meet with parents, parents all react differently to their child being brought down to the office.
That depends on the situation.
So depending on the situation, parents may have a variety of reactions.
It depends on it depends on what the meeting is, yeah. What the meeting is about, why we're meeting with the parents and the child.
Obviously, when parents come to the school, they're showing you a level of concern to make sure to handle whatever it is going on, correct?
Somewhat, yeah.
And you're aware that when the parents are coming to a meeting, they are going to be getting information and from you and from other professionals at the school.
As well as providing information that they have, because they're the experts on the child. So part of the meeting is to share what we have, but also to listen to confirmation or additional details about stuff that they might be seeing outside of school, at home. And that information was not provided.
There was no information provided to you that the Crumbleys had concerns over mental health issues. Fair to say?
That's fair to say.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Thank you.
She definitely has one of those
Okay,
voices.
Let's talk about the whole picture.
Okay.
So you testified that as dean of students, you needed reasonable suspicion to search a student's personal items such as a backpack.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And on November the 30th, 2021, it was your perception with the information you were given that you didn't possess reasonable suspicion.
That's correct.
And you also had a perception with the information you were given on November 30th, 2021, that the defendant's son wasn't a threat to anyone else.
That's correct.
Okay. So you had told us that Jennifer Crumbley just confirmed some items that her son had told you prior to her arrival.
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that in March of 2021 and April of 2021 that her son was hallucinating, or at least expressing that he was hallucinating?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did she ever tell you in April of 2021 that she had told her friend that she thought her son was depressed?
No, she did not.
Did she ever tell you that as early as June of 2021, she had indicated that he had obtained his own firearm?
No, she did not.
Okay, now one of the reasons you told us about reasonable suspicion, you said if you believe a student has a weapon or access to a weapon. Is that important to you as dean of students?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. If you had information that a student had access to a firearm in conjunction with that photograph that you saw, Exhibit 74, what would that indicate to you?
That would indicate that I need to heighten it to the next level and involve our school resource officer as well as the other administration.
Okay. And did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that she had given her son a 6-hour 9mm handgun just 4 days before this drawing was created?
She did not know.
Would that have been important to you?
Absolutely, yes.
Would that have helped complete the full picture?
It would have, and it would have completely changed the process that we followed.
Now, you talk about decision makers. Between parent and child, who's the decision maker?
The parent.
Okay. And decision makers as to if a student stays in school or not. Who's the decision maker? Parent or administrator?
I would object because in this case, there has been discussion and testimony that the student was a part of the decision and so were the parents. And so I would say that the opinion on this question is irrelevant.
Part of the decision.
I take it the objection is on MRE 401 relevance. In response, counsel on her cross-examination specifically asked him about the decision maker, he being the decision maker, and I believe this.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow it.
Thank you. Okay, so between you, Mr. Hopkins, Jennifer, and James Crumbley, who were the decision makers?
So I would say the main decision maker would have been the parents.
The parent. And you've never seen the defendant's son.
Your Honor, I would ask that the prosecution stop asking leading questions.
Sustain.
That's fine. Okay. If you were given the full picture, what would have taken for you to heighten that to reasonable suspicion to search the backpack?
Any type of indicator that the student was going to be a threat to anybody, including himself, that would have heightened it to the next level.
And when you have
indicator that there was access to a firearm, or that he had made comments about wanting to hurt anybody, any statements written on there with names, or I'm going to do this.
This guy is like
those would have all
5'2"
been things that
tops.
would have changed
Also, just
the process.
FYI, before you
and when you have a meeting with a parent,
Get too
who is
excited
sued,
about
do
his
you
look.
rely upon the parent to provide information?
Absolutely. As an expert of their child, heavily rely on the parent for information.
Thank you. Not the
Your Honor, may I ask one question
Sure.
on redirect? You also, so you're from a community where guns are popular, you testified about that. You also didn't ask if the Crumbleys had a gun, correct?
I did not ask that, no.
You're aware many of the families in Oxford have guns, but you did not ask them specifically if they had one, and they didn't tell you.
I didn't ask that question.
Thank you.
No, Judge. Thank you.
You can step down in your excuse. Who's the next one?
Andy Smith?
He's in the hallway out here.
All right. Well, thank you for the raid, Mr. Gosney. Sorry, I was reading something, and but so we'll turn this down while they're grabbing the next witness. So this is the Jennifer Crumbley case. Jennifer is charged with manslaughter for neglect of her son, who is a school shooter in Southeast Michigan, Oxford High School. I'm also in Southeast Michigan, so I've taken particular interest in this case. I think this is incredibly precedential with charging someone for someone else not doing anything. This attorney for the defense has been shaken and in over her head, in my opinion. And it was shown on Friday where she was in open court in the middle of questioning a witness and said, quote, "I should just go kill myself," end quote. She is very much in over her head. But she's doing better today, so I'm appreciative of it. Prosecutor's a dick as usual, but oh, okay, that's cool.
So you're not technically practicing law, is that fair to say? Or,
Not normally, from time to time I will, but that's not my primary responsibility.
okay, what are your primary responsibilities?
My title, I'm responsible for all the operations of a portfolio of real estate holdings, commercial, multifamily, industrial, throughout the country.
And about how many employees in the company?
Approximately 700.
So you're the COO of a real estate management.
Yeah,
company
she
that
talked about
700
drinking
employees.
several bottles of wine
Okay.
this weekend.
Do you know Jennifer Crumbley?
I do.
How do you know her?
She worked for our company. She was the marketing director at my company.
Do you know what the time frame that was?
I believe she had been a marketing director for approximately a year, a little longer. Before that, she was on the marketing team in a different capacity. I'm not really sure when she hired in, but it was approximately 5 years, give or take, I think.
Okay. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you tell the judge something she's wearing?
Tan brown, luxury sport coat, and glasses.
May the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
So, did you supervise Jennifer Crumbley?
I was her direct supervisor when she was the marketing director, yes.
So how long was that?
I believe that was.
Potentially, this is a coworker.
What were
Of
her
Ms.
responsibilities
Crumbley.
as the marketing director?
She was responsible for handling the marketing of our portfolio properties, dealing with outside vendors, social media, dealing with reviews, online reviews, helping with leasing training, all that goes into marketing and asset.
Okay, and so does your company have social media accounts?
Yes.
What accounts do they have? In general, you don't have to
In
say
general, I
that.
know they have Facebook accounts for properties and they have, I believe, Instagram as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I know
Can
the
you tell the
court
jury
audio
what
sucks.
Jennifer's
It's like
work
super boosted too, and it still
is?
sucks.
How many hours was she required to work, and what were the times that her beginning and end time?
I can approximate. She was a director, so I know she was responsible to work a 40-hour work week. The start and finish time fluctuated depending on schedules, whether it was 8 to 4, 9 to 5 type scenario.
Did she have a set schedule, or did it change day to day?
It was somewhat set with some flexibility depending on what was needed. I believe she came in a little bit early, left a little bit early, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Was she ever allowed to work from home?
Yes, there was occasions where she would work remote.
And so you're saying she had done that before?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me about the company's culture in terms of families.
I think we're very family friendly, family first type atmosphere.
Did you have employees that have issues with kids or family or personal things?
Me included, sure, yes.
Okay. And what is the company policy on that?
I think we're very big on family first culture. If you need time away we have a PTO policy, a paid time off policy to cover handling of your needs, but we also are very friendly when it comes to needing time for addressing what may be a child issue or child care, whatever it may be. Routinely, people will bring kids into work because of post-COVID needs for daycare and school closings and snow days, things like that.
What happened when the pandemic was in full force? Were employees still coming in every day, or were they working remotely, or both?
There was a little bit of both,
Okay.
depending on the job and the ability to do so.
Okay. Does the company provide health insurance?
We offer health insurance, yes.
And do you know if Jennifer had health insurance?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know whether or not anyone else in her family was insured?
I have no idea. On our company policy,
Yes.
I'd have to look at those records. I don't know.
Okay, so if I handed you the records, would that refresh your recollection?
I'm not in charge of HR, but it would at least, I would assume, indicate whether or not she was on our policy.
Okay, thank you. You're the COO, correct?
Correct.
Who does the human resources person report to?
A few people, but me included.
Okay, and does the company regularly keep benefits documents in the normal course of business for each employee?
Absolutely.
Okay, may I approach your honor?
Sure.
Mr. Smith, I'm handing you a portion of the personnel file for Jennifer Crumbley that the defense has been provided. What is that?
This appears to be a 2021 new hire open enrollment form for what I believe to be healthcare options, medical healthcare options that year.
Okay, and I'm sorry, may I approach? Is this what you're looking at? This is contained in there. I just want to make.
Yeah, this has got this is a different document, but it's similar. Okay.
All right, and what is that document? That's also part of her personnel file, but what is that?
Okay, this document you handed me appears to be a Guardian life insurance open enrollment form for 2021 for Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, and the previous document you just had, what does that indicate? Who was enrolled in the health benefits?
It appears to be for Jennifer Crumbley, and there were multiple options. It appears she checked, or someone checked the box. She did, I believe, for single medical low plan.
And how much was that per month, if you know?
Well, it listed as $102.55 biweekly, so I guess that'd be $204 or $5 approximately a month.
And do you know approximately what the cost would have been to add somebody in her family?
So if on this plan, if I file it from single to employee plus one, it would have been $404. Family, $533.81.
Is that once a month or bi?
These are all biweekly.
Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
You're not marking that.
No.
Are they trying to argue right now that she didn't have health insurance, so that's why he was?
I want to talk to you about November 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. As a matter of your daily routine, what were your hours?
It depends on my day, where I'm going, what's going on that day, but it's typical standard 40-hour work week. Some days can be longer, some days can be shorter.
You're also a parent, so did you come in early or did you come in late? What were you?
I remember that day specifically. I forget where I was coming from that morning, but I remember that I was driving when I got a text from her that morning. I think it was around 10 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to show you an exhibit that's, I think it's been previously marked, that is from Jennifer's phone. How did you communicate with Jennifer?
In person, email.
Text message or Facebook Messenger? I'm sorry.
Oh, use text message would be primarily, yeah, text message.
Okay. This has been marked 152. I don't know if the jurors' eyes are. Oh, thank you so much. This monitor is not on.
Your Honor, I believe it's not only been marked, but it's admitted. I
It's
just want-
admitted.
Just check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's noticing that the TV isn't on. So I don't know how to turn that on. Man, it's on.
Okay, thank you. Could the jury let me know if they can't see? I have a little trouble with seeing that. But can you see on the monitor?
Yes.
These are communications that begin that morning or that day, just from Jennifer Crumbley's phone. Looking through this exhibit, is that representative of your text messages that day?
I recognize the first two texts, and I believe that I recognize all these texts correctly.
Okay, is this the entire communication you had that day?
No.
So are you saying something's missing?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to now show you screenshots that we received from your phone and your text messages between Jennifer Crumbley that same day.
Use the ones I gave you, yes.
Okay. Is your testimony that these accurately depict the entire text conversation of that day?
Could you scroll down?
Sure.
This looks accurate, yes.
Okay, so the message, the exhibit I just showed you had 4 messages, around 4 or 5. This is actually several messages. Is this your full conversation?
This would be the full conversation, yes, I texted that.
Okay. And when did you never deleted any text messages that, okay. So this is exactly what it was that you turned over to law enforcement.
Yes.
All right.
This case is heavily political.
The
It
first
went all the way
text
to the
you
Michigan
see in this
Supreme
exhibit,
Court,
you go to the top.
and they said there was enough for
Mr. Smith, what is
them to stand
what's the time
trial.
on the first
So,
text you received from Jennifer
It's
Crumbley?
been surprising.
Tuesday, 10:05 a.m.
And you said earlier, did you say you were driving to work or you were at work?
I forget, I was driving, where I was going, I don't recall.
Okay.
Probably to work or coming from property, but I was
All right.
driving, yes.
Assuming you weren't reading your text messages while driving, this is when you received the text. Can you read her text to you?
I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called, and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back by 11:30, 12 at the latest.
Okay, so that text came in at 10:05, and she is telling you exactly when she'll be back.
That's what it says, yeah.
Okay, so then she attaches this, a picture. Do you know what that is?
I know now what it is.
Did you look at it at the time you received it?
No, I did look at it. It was later that day I looked at it, but not at the time I was driving at the time. I just saw the text on my phone pop up. And I
Okay.
just saw him.
Was it required that Jennifer let you know if she was leaving and where she was going, or was this unusual?
No, I mean, we want people to let us know if they're leaving, coming, going. She was good about that. She let me know if she was coming and going.
Sorry, is there something going on?
No,
What do you mean?
it's just, okay, thank you. Can you, the next, I believe there's some issue with a camera in the back, but I don't know. Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, it's very distracting, so I'm just asking if
Wait, what do
there's
you mean?
something happening.
Yeah, they're
Can
hard to
we-
hear the witness.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's hard to hear the witness of the conversation.
Oh, it's hard to hear the witness, yeah. Everybody has to be quiet, okay? Yeah. Yes, thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
The next message, well, before we get to the next message, tell me when was the first time you actually saw Jennifer Crumbley that day?
I recall, I don't remember the exact timeline, it's been 2 years, but I recall seeing her at the office around noon that day.
And where did you see her?
It was in the copy room, which is like an open copy room, storage type stationary area.
And did she say anything to you?
I recall walking up to her asking how was she doing, was she doing okay? And I recalled her mentioning that she had to get her child counseling. She seemed down. I think she had mentioned a few things. I recall her mentioning that his dog had passed away and a grandparent or grandparents had passed away. She may have said more. I remember she seemed down. I think she said she felt like she was a failure or failing him, and she had to get him counseling.
When she said, I feel like I'm failing him, who was she talking about?
I believe her son.
Okay. And what was your response?
I remember saying, if he needs counseling, I'm glad you're getting him counseling. Get him the help he needs. We're glad to hear you're getting him that help.
Okay. Did you and Jennifer have a friendship outside of work?
No,
Did you ever socialize together outside of any work centered event?
No.
You said you didn't Facebook message her, your conversations were just text or calling or email?
there may have been a Facebook message where she would send me photos from a property because of the size or scope I remember, but that'd be about it. But our communication will be in person, email, phone, or text.
And before this occurred, what, if anything, did you know about her son?
I knew she had a son in school. You know, she mentioned small talk. I knew he was in school. I recall something about him being in a bowling, an avid bowler, if I recall correctly. And I remember that she mentioned some vacations they went on, some camping, some family trips. I recalled her discussing, he had a part-time job. I remember mentioning it sometime in the past. Small stuff like that, nothing much more.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about taking him skiing?
I know she was big into skiing. I don't recall her mentioning her son skiing ever now.
How do you know she was big into skiing?
She talked about it quite a bit. I think she like volunteered, or she was like a volunteer ski instructor or ski school type thing. I don't remember
Or ski
exactly. but
patrol?
Ski patrol, something more like that.
Do you know where that was?
Local, one of the local mountains, local hills.
Was her son with her that day?
At the office on the 30th?
Yes.
No,
Would that have been allowed?
sure.
What was her schedule that day in terms of what she was required to be doing?
I don't know what her schedule was that day. She's a director. I'd give her some flexibility. I do know that we had a property visit scheduled that afternoon that she was invited to.
Was that a required meeting?
No, not at all.
Did you know at that time the school asked Mrs. Crumbley to get him counseling that day? Did she ever tell you that?
No, she just told me she had to get him counseling, was going to get him counseling.
was there any big project or assignment that Jennifer Crumbley was expected to do that day, an upcoming deadline that needed to be met that day?
I can't think of any deadline or anything bigger than this, but I'm sure she had a busy schedule as a director. I just don't recall anything specific now.
Okay. But I guess what I'm asking is, had she asked to leave that day, would that have been a problem for the company?
Anything
Or
bigger
the
than this,
supervisor?
insinuating that they knew this was
She
going to
had any
happen
paid time
again
off
because we have
elected?
hindsight.
I don't know what bank she had for PTO, but it wouldn't have mattered to me.
When was the next time you had any contact with Jennifer Crumbley? After you saw her in the copy room?
We had a quick meeting with another colleague shortly thereafter, 20 minutes, 30 minutes thereafter.
Can you give me a time frame about?
I think I
I mean, they're
saw
good
her
either way as
after
long as they get the
lunch.
conviction.
And so 20, 30 minutes thereafter, around 12:20, 12:30 that afternoon. And we talked about the property we were going to visit, kind of what our goals, why we were going there. And we had talked, I think, about some calls and things we had down the road a couple days later.
Okay, and when, after that was your next contact with her?
I recall, because I was in a Zoom hearing at the time, about 1 o'clock, I think it was.
Okay,
I heard some loud commotion outside my office, like yelling. And
how close is Jennifer Crumbley's office? Was it?
Oh,
to
you're
yours?
totally fine, potentially. I don't
10,
mind.
12 feet away.
Okay, and you said you heard, I don't want to put words in your mouth, what did you hear?
No, I just remember yelling, like a commotion, loud noise, like yelling, screaming type noise coming from down the hall.
And what did you do next?
I stepped away from my hearing. I looked outside to see what the noise was, and I saw her like racing out of her office, racing down the hall.
Did you learn, or did she say where she was going or what she was upset about?
I recall her saying there was an active shooter at her child's school, and I remember saying to her, go.
And so obviously you didn't have a problem with her leaving.
Not at all.
When was the next time that you had any contact with her after she left around 1 o'clock?
I got the text on this thread, the one on, it says 123, the gun is gone, so are the bullets, was the next time I received any communication from her.
Okay, so she leaves around 1. The text comes in at 1:23. Let's talk about this for a second. Did you know something about a gun prior to this?
No,
Did you know that she had purchased a gun for her son?
no.
Okay, so when you got this text, what were you thinking?
I didn't know what to think. It alarmed me.
Okay,
She just run out and I got that text. It was, I was really confused and alarmed.
all right, and what did you respond?
I responded by saying, I'm praying everything is okay.
And then the next text was from her. Can you read what she texted you?
There was a phone call that came in before that next text, if you just for timeline. I remember that, but
Yes, I'm sorry, thank you. So she made a phone call that came in at what time? 1:25?
I don't remember the exact times. I can remember what happened.
Okay, so do you remember when you're saying the call came after I'm praying everything is okay?
I remember this because I was in a hearing, I was in a court hearing, covering hearing, and I stepped away and I got that because I was so alarmed by it that I walked down to my human resource director's office to let them know what had just transpired, to show her this text. And when I was in
And when you say this text, you mean just the one, the gun's gone and so are the bullets?
correct,
Okay, go ahead.
correct. Then I recalled receiving a phone call from her. I was in my HR director's office at the time, and I put on speaker, and I remember there was a conversation.
And can you tell me what the conversation was about? What did Jennifer say?
I can't remember everything, but I remember vividly the sound of sirens in the background.
Was she in her car driving? Was she at home?
I believe she was in a car. She's in a car, I believe, driving. I remember her saying she was trying to get to her child's school.
Okay. So what did she say?
I remember her telling us she was trying to get to her child's school. I believe she said something about the gun was missing, or family gun was missing. It was me and our HR director we just both said, call the police, please call the police. I remember her saying that her husband had already called the police.
Okay. And were you aware that if her husband, first of all, had you ever not James Crumbley?
I never personally know.
Okay, were you aware that he in fact did call 911?
No, I mean, just what she told us.
Okay, did she say he had already called, or he was going to call?
I believe she said he had already called the police.
All right, what happened after that? Did you end the conversation? Did she end the conversation?
I don't remember much more. That it was short, and they've said, let us know if anything we can do to help, or let us know what we can do. Then I stayed with my HR director because we were trying to find out what was actually going on, and I got these next texts.
So you ended the call.
Yes.
You're still in the HR director's office, or were you in another room?
If I left, I would have left to go back to my office, which is about a minute away to log off of Zoom.
Okay,
Or I can't remember exactly, but it would have been there or her office.
all right, and then the next text was from you or Jennifer?
It's from Jennifer to me.
Okay, and can you read that?
OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
All right, now there's no timestamp on those specific messages, which normally would indicate they're coming in along the same string. Is that correct, or do you remember there was a significant period of time that lapsed?
I don't remember the exact times, but I want to recall those being somewhat close in proximity within the same hour time frame.
Okay, and then the next text,
I need a lawyer at substation with police.
and then the next text.
Ethan did it.
Okay. What's going through your mind at this point?
Shock, fear, sadness, a lot of emotions. We didn't really know what to think.
Okay, and you testified earlier, after I asked a few questions, that you're actually a lawyer.
Yes,
Okay, do you practice any kind of criminal law?
never, no.
Had she ever asked you for a lawyer before?
I could ask that question a lot by people. She may have, I don't recall.
Okay, so it appears from this text string that you didn't respond via text right away.
No, I recall there was another phone call.
Okay,
Sometime shortly after that last text, Ethan did it. There was another phone call she made to me, because I remember I was still in my HR director's office at the time, and we were together. Maybe another colleague was there.
was it on speaker or?
Yes, I put on speaker.
Okay, what did she say?
I believe she said she was at the police station or had been at the police station, and that she needed a lawyer. Could I recommend a lawyer?
And what did you say?
I couldn't think of one at the time. It's not my area, and I just couldn't think of one. And I think I told her I'd ask our corporate counsel if she could think of someone to recommend.
Okay. What was going on at the office at this point? Were there people around? The people in the office, did anyone have any outside knowledge of the shooting?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was working with human resource at the time, and we were trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. What eventually did you decide? Did you guys go back to work? Did you just wait for another communication? Did you start looking for a lawyer?
I did not look for a lawyer. I mentioned as I told her, I mentioned to corporate counsel that this is what we just learned, and she's reaching out. If you could reach out back to her, let her know. I know we were closely watching the news, trying to figure out what was happening, what had happened. And I remember I left a little bit early that day to get home with my family.
Why'd you do that?
There were a lot of emotions going on. I just wanted to get home and see my family.
Okay. At some point, did you receive another text from Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, at 3:39 on this thread, it says I got a text that
So that's about 2.5 hours after she left the office when the shooting occurred?
approximately, yes.
All right, and what does the text say?
I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
What did you think when you received that text?
I was a little taken back. I was surprised that she was worried about work right then.
Did you respond?
I did. At 5:47 p.m. Let me read the text.
So at this point, were you at work or were you home with your family?
I think I was home at that point.
Okay, and your response was what?
I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations. Carolyn's our corporate counsel.
All right, and did she respond?
She did. I don't know what time, but it was later after that text. They were taking my cell phone.
Was that the last communication you had with Jennifer Crumbley?
That's the last time I can recall communicating with her, yes.
Okay, at some point, did the company terminate her employment?
Yes, she was terminated.
Okay, do you remember about when that was?
I want to say it was a couple of days, I don't remember the exact date. It was some days after this incident, November 30th. Whether it was 2 or 3 days, I don't remember exactly.
Okay. At the beginning of this, I showed you the text string from Jennifer's phone versus your phone. Was there any ever discussion or comments from Jennifer about why she's deleting text messages to you?
Did she ever talk to me about the, no, I never had that conversation with her.
Do you know why?
I don't guess, no idea.
All right, nothing further.
Your Honor, I have quite a bit of cross because there's previous testimony. Is it a good time to break?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. if you
Your
guys
Honor,
can-
if we could just finish with the cross so we can excuse this
Yeah,
witness.
yeah, we we're 2 hours
Okay,
late today.
I
and
have
I'd
no-
like to know- You guys aren't starving to death over there, are you?
I have
Okay.
no problem. Okay. All right, Mr. Smith, I just want to go back to a couple of things you said. You and Jennifer, you would not say you guys were friends outside of work, correct?
We were coworkers and friendly at work.
Okay, friendly at work, you guys would make small talk,
Sure, yes.
and you, when you heard that something was going on at the high school, you would agree with me that Mrs. Crumbley sounded very frantic.
When she called us the first time I heard the sirens, she definitely sounded frantic, frantic, yes.
Turning,
you
I'll
agree
talk
she
during the
sounded
lunch
shocked
break
and
and
concerned?
give you guys kind of an idea of
Yeah.
how rule is.
And you testified that when you saw her at the office earlier, coming back from the school, she had appeared sad.
Yes,
It was during that time when Mrs. Crumbley was at your office that you guys discussed the meeting she had had at the school earlier that day.
yes,
And during that meeting, she told you that the school wanted her to get her son in some counseling, correct?
I don't know if she said this, I think so. I know she said she had to get her son counseling.
She was planning to get her son
Yes,
counseling.
yes, yes,
And it's appeared you were aware she was worried about her son at that time.
yes.
Mrs. Crumbley is not someone who had a history of constantly disrupting her day at work. Is that fair to say?
It's a tough question to answer, but yeah, it's fair. I don't remember disruptions, no.
I suppose a better question would be, she was not a parent who was constantly having to leave work to go to her child's school for different reasons.
That I don't, yeah, I don't recall any other examples of that.
You never had any concerns personally about how Mrs. Crumbley parented her son.
I never had concerns, no.
And if anything, you would just hear about little bits and details about him. I think you testified about bowling, vacations, camping.
I recall her mentioning, yes.
You recalled the part-time job, skiing.
I don't know, I know she skied. I don't know if he did. I don't remember that.
Okay. And in terms of Jennifer working at the company prior to her being terminated, you would agree with me that she was a pretty consistent hard worker.
I would agree with you, yes.
And Jennifer appeared to take her career very seriously.
I agree, yes.
She was diligent about attending meetings she was invited to or supposed to attend.
Yes,
She was somebody the company could count on to do her job.
I thought so, yes.
And there were times she took advantage of the flexibility that your company offered to allow her to go handle different matters she may have needed to handle.
I know she would have taken advantage of the flexibility to do what I don't know, but sure.
Okay, and I'm correct when I say that Kathy Poliquin, she's the manager of HR, correct?
She's, was what at the time was the director of human resources.
I'm sorry, Director of Human Resources?
Correct.
Okay. I have her listed as a witness, but I may, based on the prosecution's questions, I may be able to just ask you. But if you're not the right person, can you just let me know?
Yes,
Okay, so you testified that to have a single person on the company's insurance was approximately $200 per month.
that's what I read, yes, yes.
And you would agree, well, and I'm sorry, when you say $200,
It was bi-weekly, so I don't know.
okay, that's what I was just gonna ask. So it's $200 twice a month.
My understanding is yes.
And if she had had another person added to the insurance, it would have been approximately $500 twice a month.
I don't have the document in front of me, but I know it went up from +1 and then went up again for family.
Okay, and when it goes up for family, are you aware of what it would have been for there to be 3 people on the insurance?
I'd be guessing, my understanding is family covers as many families you may have, immediate family. I don't know if it's 3 to 10. It covers your entire family, my understanding.
It's fair to say that in the past, you have complained that the healthcare costs taken from your paychecks is significant.
Have I complained? No, because I'm not on the health plan.
So you're not on the health plan at Princeton, correct?
I'm not on my company's plan, correct?
But I assume you have healthcare through somewhere else.
Correct.
And in this case, with the Crumbleys, you're not aware if they had healthcare through another source, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, Mr. Crumbley had a job, a professional job in the past. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I remember he had a job, a career, and I think he was laid off in between jobs at the time.
And you're not aware if Mrs. Crumbley, Mr. Crumbley, or their son was covered on Mr. Crumbley's insurance?
I'm not aware.
In addition to the insurance offered at Princeton, there's also a plan through Allied that you guys can take advantage of where you get virtual doctor visits. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, yes.
And those virtual doctor visits are free as part of the Allied benefit.
I believe so, yes.
And you can also get Aflac supplemental insurance for yourself and your family members.
And you're getting in the HR world, but my understanding is yes, you can elect those benefits.
Now, the open enrollment period is right in approximately November every year. Is that right?
I honestly don't recall when, but I know it's every year at the same time. It's open for approximately 30 days, I believe.
And you may not be the right witness, and if you're not, just let me know.
Okay.
Are you aware that in November of 2021, Mrs. Crumbley was doing anything with her insurance?
I'm not aware now.
Now, when you were texting or exchanging messages with Mrs. Crumbley, there was not any point in time where she said to you, "Hey, Andy, delete these texts," correct?
That's correct.
So she texted you over a photograph of that math paper.
She sent that to me, yes.
Obviously, when you look at that math paper, especially knowing what we know today, it's very alarming.
Yes.
And she texted you openly that the gun was gone and so are the bullets.
That's what she texted me, yes.
And when you were texting with her, you were exchanging back kind words to her, supporting her and saying things along the lines of, "I'm praying for you, I hope everything's okay," things like that, correct?
Well, not things, that exactly.
That exactly. And you knew at the time that you were communicating those things to Mrs. Crumbley, she was in a high state of stress.
I saw her run out of the office in panic.
Not only did you see her run out of the office in panic, you heard her screaming when she heard about the open shooter.
I heard her like yelling, screaming that she had to leave. There was I forget exactly, but there was a shooting event going on at her child's school.
Definitely a strong reaction from Mrs. Crumbley about what was happening.
Yes.
Now, after Mrs. Crumbley found out more information, we saw the text where Mrs. Crumbley is saying, "I need my job. please don't judge me for what my son did, correct?
That's a text, correct?
Now, at that time, you're aware that James Crumbley was laid off.
I knew he was in between jobs. I don't know what he was doing at that point.
And so Mrs. Crumbley is certainly voicing the concern to you, I don't want to lose my job, correct?
She sent a text, I need my job.
As far as you knew from working with Mrs. Crumbley over time, she liked her job, was good at it, and valued that job.
I thought she was good at her job, yes.
And her text indicating she wanted to keep her job, you have no reason to believe she didn't want to keep her job.
No, none.
I have nothing further.
Redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor. May he be excused?
Yeah, you guys step down and you're excused.
Thank you so much.
All right, your lunch is here. How about
Yeehaw, lunchtime.
We lost some time today. Like one of the jurors was making a snowman, another one was. All right, good. We'll see that, okay?
All right, Jerry.
So 1:45. So we'll be back relatively early-ish. So about a half an hour. So yes, that is. I've noticed one thing now that we're getting into more of the friends and family. I'll call it witnesses. People were kind of shitty to these people. This guy didn't seem like he's really excited about helping her or anything like that. The horse barn lady that we had yesterday, she ended up screwing him over and taking both their horses and not really feeling bad about it. She talked about in the text how she baited them into saying more than than she thought they were going to, all that kind of stuff, trying to get information, I think is how she phrased it. People are not kind to these people, which could be an indication of something. I don't think it's still an indication that you're guilty of your son's heinous act when we haven't seen any evidence whatsoever to support it. Yeah, this has been incredibly weak. For those who don't know, again, this is a manslaughter case for the parents of a school shooter here in Southeast Michigan. So a couple of witnesses, we've had a lot of school staff. We had 2 feds, 1 Oakland County Police Department, and that's really about it. Now we're getting into more of the personal friends. Like I said, the horse farm where she boarded her horse was yesterday. Obviously, we have this individual today. They have not proven a single thing, in my opinion, at all. Like there's literally been 0 testimony to prove that she's guilty of manslaughter. Again, I think there was other charges that would have fit this and would have been much easier to prove. However, I think this is all part of a political prosecution, and that's the whole exercise behind it, along with guns. There's guns, so that is a concern. So those who don't know where this is, so we'll go over to the map. Oh, I don't want that one yet. No. Hang on. It's being weird. Oh, it's not what I want yet. All right, so this is there is clearly an agenda. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm getting that. Like everybody's kind of not very So this is Detroit, Michigan. This is Canada over here. So if we go up and then we go up, this is 24, splits off from 75 after Auburn Hills. And this is the Oxford area. So it's north of Detroit. It's in Oakland County, which is Michigan's wealthiest county. It's also a very affluent county. It's very liberal county, all those kinds of things. The Tri-County area here with Macomb, Washtenaw, Wayne, those are kind of the liberal counties in Michigan. So this is the area that we're talking about. So obviously you can see it's heavily populated in cities. I think Oakland County goes about here. And then, so the south half of the county is Detroit suburbs, manufacturing, a lot of attorneys, a lot of professional services in that area. Then you go north and it's just cornfields, just cornfields. There's not much there. So Oakland can suck on rocks. So if we go to like street view, so this is the downtown. So it gets a little, there's like a mall in, I think it was right in there, but we'll just pick a random spot. Like this is the town. That's not the spot I picked, is it? Let's get closer because I wanted this. So this is the downtown that we're talking. We're not talking huge skyscraper city. We're talking very rural America. Like it's very rural, very wide open. So this is downtown, just a random spot downtown. And then if we go kind of on the outskirts, if we just pick a random, I mean, there's some nice houses and a lot of open space, a lot of cornfields, a lot of that kind of thing. So, and this is all still on Telegraph Road or M24. But then if we go out, like the next road outside of town, like it's just, this is it. It's a dirt road, middle of nowhere, fields on either side. So that's kind of what we're looking at. It's the northern side or the far more rural side of a very affluent, very wealthy county. Oakland County has all the toys as far as law enforcement and stuff like that. They rivaled. I'm former federal law enforcement. And they rivaled a lot of the stuff we had because they just have a ton of money, a ton of money. MRAPs, and they have choppers up there. Like it's disgusting. They have so much money. Dirt roads look more like my neighborhood. Yeah. Cousin just south of there. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's a very rural town. There's you know, in an area that's not terribly heavily populated. So I'll pull that back down. So that's kind of the area we're thinking of or looking at here. So again, this is a manslaughter trial. So the son, Ethan, he did kill 4 people in a school shooting, shot a teacher as well that survived, and deserves to burn in hell for eternity. But the parents, I just don't see it. Like, to rise to manslaughter, if you were to do something that was, something about neglect or abuse or, it's something like that, I think it's a far easier burden to prove, or some kind of culpability in what happened. He was charged and convicted of a bunch of counts of terrorism, obviously murder, that kind of thing. So he pled guilty, and I think that is part of this trial as well, because they certainly wanted people to. They wanted the healing process. They wanted to be able to come up and provide these witnesses and really heal as a city, as an area. And I understand that, but that's not the role and duty of our court system, in my opinion. So also, the father is being charged as well. So Jennifer is the mother. Her trial was originally supposed to start in March. Well, originally they were supposed to start together, James and Jennifer, last week. So then Jennifer was moved to March. James was supposed to start on last Monday. And then they flipped them almost at the last minute. And Jennifer's standing trial and everything started on Tuesday. Jury selection took place. Trial actually started on Thursday. So Thursday and Friday and Monday. And then today, it's anticipated to be a 3-week trial, which I think is way too damn long. They ain't healing either. Yeah, I don't think so either. So, former. Yeah, former, definitely. I wouldn't. Some base feds exist. I contend the most base feds are the ones who said, I don't know if I want to do this anymore, and got their health insurance and retired. But that's besides the point. So no, I don't think they are either. I think this has been largely a failure of many systems of government. And like we've heard numerous times that this isn't a trial about your gun rights. We're not trying to push gun rights or anything. Well, the prosecutor in the opening and everyday sense has said that there needs to be more legislation on guns, and he hopes it can come from this case. So just take it out of his mouth. I don't have to say anything. So yeah, I think that there's definitely some indication that this is politically motivated, anti-2A, and if something like that were going to come, it would certainly probably come from Oakland County. So that's kind of the wrap up of where we're at. Where we're heading, I have no idea. They, as usual in most of these trials, have pages of witnesses. I don't think that they should or are going to call many of them. And that kind of just leaves us in this weird spot where to my understanding and to me watching this entire trial thus far, they haven't proved a single element of anything. It has been highly emotional, highly charged. A lot of what Ethan did, a lot of that. And of course, like I said, Ethan can rot in hell. But as far as the parents, I don't see something pulling them towards a manslaughter conviction, which is a pretty decently high bar for not having anything. So that's true. So another reason why they were guilty, and I almost forgot about this because, in my opinion, or another reason why the prosecutor would like you to think they're guilty, they actually, when they heard that the state was coming down on them, and it was very public. If you were, I don't know how it was outside of Southeast Michigan, because like I said, I'm here. But it's been very public that the state was coming after the family almost immediately. So James and Jennifer went to right after the shooting. So they took the phones. They were told by one of their friends that they would probably seize their bank accounts and stuff like that. So it'd be best to draw that money out. So they took that advice. They took all their cash out, which was not, it wasn't an astronomical amount, but uh, it was enough. So they took all their cash out of their bank accounts. They got some burner phones because their phones were seized by police. They originally cooperated with police. There's a video of them in the interrogation room, and they had contact with Ethan after he was arrested. So there was that too, and then right after that, so they went a whole 25 miles south to stay with a friend in Detroit because, again, this was heavily in the news in Southeast Michigan. There were death threats. There were people at their houses. The media, of course, was being annoying at their house. So they left and went down to Detroit to stay at a friend's house in Detroit. We looked the other day. I think it was like 23 miles, 24, something like that. So far. And the reason I showed you Canada in that image in part, because if they would have went 25 miles east, they could have really fled. That border, there's nobody on that border. Nobody. We drink on a boat by that island. A friend of mine and I have on several occasions. There's not a damn border patrol in sight. Nobody patrols it. You could freely go back and forth between the United States and Canada, and everybody that lives here knows that. So, yeah, but they have tax dollars to waste. So they have a lot of tax dollars to waste. He might. That's true. There is a former. Yes, there is a former. Yep, gun rights argument's a huge one. I don't think they can either. The judge said last night, after, and I went back and forth. I'm glad I ended it because they just went on for like an hour and a half on nothing. Like there was just a blank screen, and then they just shut off the stream. So I'm glad I made that executive decision to end it last night when they went into. The judge never came back. She skated, and they did that this morning allegedly. So, yeah, but she was saying last night, right before they cut off, that they're ahead of schedule. So hopefully that, you know, God, you want me to get pissed and rant, don't you? Potentially. Her State of the State was bullshit. We watched it live. I did a breakdown. Oh, I'm sure. Given that it's a liberal county, yeah. Yep. Yeah, Ethan stole a firearm and committed murder with it. So we're all guilty if someone steals a firearm from us. Right. Right. And their argument is that they didn't lock it up enough. We've talked about that. I'm 35. I've grown up in Michigan all my life, and it's a huge part of culture is guns here. And I remember growing up as a kid, there were guns at the end of the hall in a wooden gun case with a glass front, real secure. But as I've talked about with other people, uh, you can get your ass kicked if you go down and touch that gun. It's worse what your parents would do to you than what you could ever imagine law enforcement doing, especially back in those days. So, um, yeah, it was just it's a different world. It's a different. There's no respect for anything, or you know. I think they want to sue manufacturers and sellers foundation for their lawsuits. That's potentially an angle. Exactly. Stop acting like Canada. No, Canada copies Michigan. That is so sad. Mine did too. Mine did too. Shed a tear for the guns that were lost in the boating accident. Yeah, it's looking it's looking more and more. So, like, that is the way to go. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, like, for instance, if my parents came to the school and they're like, "Oh, well, you can go home," I would beg the school and I would be an angel at school the rest of the day. I'd be like, "Shit, no, I don't want to go home. I don't ever want to go home. I'll stay and clean bathrooms and like, can I just sleep here? No way in hell I want to go home." So I don't know. That healthy fear is gone. North Korea. That happens too. But yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. All right, here's the deal. I'm gonna, since Dazzler asked for it, I'm gonna play Brian's music for like 5-10 minutes. I'm gonna go pee real quick, and then should be time to start. So I'll be right back. How did you know I'm dancing dance? This guy, that's Bad Dazzer. I'm gonna need more information on that. How did you... How? I sent her a link. Is she here? Oh, cool. Oh, I'm looking. Give me a second. That's why I haven't ended it yet. It should end. There we go. Oh, I guess we have one more loop. So this music, Token Brian made from scratch. So, yeah, I can do whatever I want with this. Token Brian made it for me. All right, cool. There we go. Oh, no. All right, I'm just ending it because apparently it's not going to end on its own. All right, perfect. So yeah, Brian made that for me. Kind of just a little combination track. I see it. So news. Last night there was some interesting. I guess we have a couple minutes because this judge is never on time. Last night we had some interesting flights going over. Cheese and I were watching. There's some F-15s out of Mendenhall right now up. So yesterday we had a whole convoy of air refuelers. Oh, we got another E3 up. Yesterday we had a whole convoy of air refuelers headed towards the Middle East. Airbus 400, Israeli 707. And for whatever reason, this flight from Oman has been flying from Mendenhall down to, I imagine it's going home. It's been kind of a slow flight. So last night we had pretty much a clear board, and then we had just air refuelers all over Europe early this morning. So it was interesting to see. We have our Globe Hawk out of Malta. That's always flying. So it looked like they were either prepping for something or moving some kind of assets, something like that. I didn't hear about any bombings last night, though, and I anticipated that we would. They could have just been moving assets into the Middle East for a raid tonight or a run tonight. But as you can see, the board is really heavy. These are all military aircraft. Every single one of these is a military aircraft. So we got the Canucks up there. 135's back up. Yeah, we got a lot of command birds up, a lot of tankers up, a couple C-17s up. UK's back. But yeah, it's a pretty heavy flight board today. Which, given the fact that Biden called for a full military engagement in the Middle East last night, then it's not surprising. But speaking of Canadian birds, hey,
Hello.
Digger.
I
you
waved
doing?
at the camera, but I've got it shut off. Boy, I'm doing good. I just rolled out of bed.
Yeah, no, it's been a good day for the most part.
Good. Anything of any real importance or just more of the same?
A lot of interesting. There was a lot of interesting last night. Cheese and I were watching the board pretty heavy. A lot of interesting last night, but nothing. I mean, it's heavy today, but not anything crazy so far. So
I can't believe there's that many planes in the air at a given time.
well, that's just military. So if we do all the planes,
oh goodness,
that's all the planes that are up right now. So those are just
Holy.
military aircraft. This is what's up over the U.S. right now.
Holy
it is
Hannah.
insane. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah.
You guys are
airspace is-
busy in the air.
Yep, for sure.
Hi, Sean. Potentially criminal. Hi, A. No, I do not do Steve Leto intro outros. Sorry.
So there's all. I mean,
Wow.
the whole airspace is usually pretty crazy. So that's Europe right now. We don't get flight information out of China or Russia for the most part. We get a couple of these, but they're usually pretty quiet about it. So I mean, there's a lot of aircraft up for sure.
Yeah. I live right near an airport, and so I'm under the flight path, and there's an awful lot of planes going by. But this is pretty. I didn't realize just how many planes would be in the air at any given time.
Oh yeah, well, let's see if it will tell so many. So there are 13,000 on the screen right now. So between the United States and Europe, 13,000 aircraft.
Wow.
So it's a lot of planes.
Yeah. It looks like there's almost 200 that are not on the screen. So total aircraft is a little more than on the screen. So is that the military, like not undercover, but
Well, so there's a bunch of. It might just be because I'm not zoomed out all the way, but here we'll see
okay.
if I can get the whole world up there.
Oh, I see. Okay,
But they
okay.
could be on the ground. They could be, and there's the U.S. military can turn off transponders. So if they don't want us to see something, we are not
They,
going to see it,
yeah.
even tracking. So,
Hmm.
so yeah, usually if there's something operational, the Russians will fly planes often just to kind of thumb their nose at us. So,
Yeah.
and they'll let us know that they're flying, you know, somewhere.
We're coming.
So, yeah, but I didn't hear anything. Cheese, correct me if I'm wrong, but I did not. I didn't see an active bombing mission last night, but it sure as hell looked like it from the board.
Oh.
So, yeah, I was just checking real quick to see if we were.
Well, my mistake, burning, or I'm reading the wrong name again. Potentially skipped. It's not potentially criminal, Sean. It's Tilly. Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. I like that name, Tilly.
Can I see? So what? Maybe somebody else, because I've seen a lot of news on it, but I haven't actually read anything. What happened with the Murdaugh trial yesterday?
Oh, my goodness. It was crazy. I missed the first half, but apparently Becky got herself a new one torn by the defense and by the judge. However, at the end of the day, the judge decided to punt it up to the next level. She didn't want to have to restart that whole court process again. So the verdict is standing. They're going to appeal that. But Becky's a hoe. And she's done so much. They tore her a new one on the stand. And I haven't dabbed yet, Bobby. Not yet. But yeah, apparently they really showed just how much fucking around she did. And yet the judge wasn't willing to grant a new case because it cost so much and it took so much time for the first one.
That's not a reason to not.
I know. But they pulled her out of retirement too, this judge. So my guess is, yeah, she just wanted to punt it upstairs and get back to retirement.
Jesus, that sucks. Here's.
Yeah, burning sensation. Steve said it would be a good appeal. I really hope so, because I think it was just the judge wanting to go back to her retirement.
So this is an hour ago. So there's some stuff. This is why we check multiple different boards, because some stuff you can see and some stuff you can't on certain boards. But this is much of what we were seeing last night. So these are air refuelers. So KC-35s. They usually refuel bombers, fighter jets, that kind of stuff, because fighters have unbelievably low range that they can fly. And like the Buff, the Big Ugly Fat Fuck, or the B-52, it has to be immediately refueled once it's airborne, because it's too heavy. So when you see a string of EAF, or emergency air refuelers, you can almost guarantee that there's going to be some sort of fighter or some sort of bomber in the area. So,
what are the pretty blue wing things?
U.S. Air Force logo.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, I wonder why I didn't recognize that. They're pretty.
Well, you didn't get it high enough. It's got to be over 10,000 feet. 7,000 feet? I forget where it picks up, but there's a height that you have to attain. And I know that you can't throw that hard. I've seen your arm. So, but yeah, so more indication that there's assets moving into the Middle East. So they're going somewhere, probably Jordan, Israel,
Yeah.
that kind of area. Maybe Turkey. Turkey's a NATO ally. So, so yeah, there's that going on.
Huh.
Sorry, totally got sidetracked. What the hell were we talking about before that?
That's where I came in talking about the airplanes.
Oh, okay. Oh, Murdoch. So yeah,
Oh, okay.
it seems like a mess. So I got an update at lunch yesterday that there was going to be a new trial, and then apparently that's not going to happen. So
Well, yeah, Becky was dragged over the coals, and a lot of people changed their minds. I changed my mind. I actually thought they might redo the trial because
okay,
the judge was having none of it, absolutely none of it. And it out of nowhere they finished, and the judge is like, "Okay, give me 20 minutes. I'm gonna look at my notes, and then I'll come back with the verdict," which is crazy.
Mhm.
I was under the impression we'd have to wait at least a week for her to get to that point, but she made us wait 20 minutes. She came back and then she said, yep, Becky is bad, but we can't afford to, or we can't charge the taxpayers to do this whole case all over again because it ran so long and it took so much money.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Oh,
it
what?
is going to go in and be appealed, I'm sure, but this was just, it was, in my opinion, I think it was the easiest thing for her to do.
Yeah.
If she agreed to redo the trial, that would mean she was involved in a lot more stuff. Even if she's not involved in the new trial, she's going to have to work for a lot more
Right.
instead of just go back to retirement.
Yeah. And
Yeah, she doesn't brook any fools, so she probably wasn't gonna. She wasn't interested in playing that game.
yeah. And there's no accountability for actions anymore. People don't have to do the right thing.
Yeah,
I do
yeah.
want to get to Skip's question here.
Okay.
What thing will derail the elections this year? Any speculation? So I've said this since the beginning. So I have two interesting things. One, on the Trump front, I think that we continue to go down this pathway of indictment. If that is not successful, I think they're going to assassinate him. I
Yep.
don't think that. And then if for whatever reason he does get elected, which if he's able to without getting knocked off, I think he wins this in a landslide. If he gets to that point and he's still around, then he's probably not the guy that we thought and or hoped he was.
Yeah.
So that's the first part of it. So the second part of it is, do we have an election at all? And I don't think we are. I think that you're seeing the indication right now that there's going to be another conflict in the Middle East. There are hot zones in North Korea. There's hot zones in the Middle East. There's hot zones all over the world. Central Africa. I mean, you name it. There's somewhere that's flaring up, and it's one of the war powers that he can suspend elections. The current resident in chief. So is that completely out of the question? I don't think so. I don't think they can take the chance of having an election, unless Donald Trump's gone, and then it's Haley and former Vice President Joseph Robinette Biden.
Well, Haley's going to win hands down if it's that.
Yeah, and then they get their bought and paid for shill, in my opinion, to ascend to the Oval Office, and then they don't have to worry about it anymore. so that's kind of my thought. That's how I see it going. I don't think that there's going to be an election unless they can for sure get rid of Donald Trump. So I'm kind of torn between the two. Is it going to be where they can get rid of Donald Trump, or is it going to be where we just suspend the election? I think it's too early to tell, and they'll leave both options open because they just
Yeah.
can't take that chance. So
Yeah, it'll be left up to the last moment. But I'm with you, and we have to remember too, Trump, as much good as he did for your country and my country, you know, just in reflection, he did start his career with a nice little fund of money from his father and his father's friends. I think, I don't know. Have you heard the name Rothschild? I don't know if you've heard of them, but apparently they helped him, give him his seed money when he was starting out. So he's he's one of them. He loves his country, but he's one of them, and so he's on the globalist party agenda. He's so American first. I don't think they expected him to be so America first.
Mhm.
And I think that's probably why they tried to mess him up so much. Because at the end, we've got a few elite factions that are all working together to get to the same end result. But then once we get to that end result, those factions are going to have to fight each other to see who gets the ultimate control. And
right.
He's just in a different faction, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I could see that. And I think that anybody who ascends to the power of the office of the president is compromised. It's just the way that our system's set up. Hell, I've talked about it before. I can't even run for fucking local office without having to compromise. So I know getting to the presidency is compromise. So it's how much of yourself can you keep intact? So,
yes. Yeah.
If my mate's an actual expert, he might be catching the Fed fever. I was already thinking what he said exactly. I've had a lot of time to reflect, and I don't know. I like to think myself as pretty fucking base too. Like I don't overly telegraph it. I like to be fair on stuff, and I like to look at stuff and see where it's at and try and give my honest opinion. I don't have an agenda either way. I just see what's going on. So
yeah.
The Rothschild.
You've never heard of the Rothschilds, eh, Cheese? Well, let me tell you.
No.
No.
I already pissed off Hillary Clinton. I don't need more.
Yeah, no. That's fine. I made such a mistake on that stream the other day, using the PDF file and that name. I mixed up the two people, and yeah, I could really have gotten myself into trouble with that one.
Yeah.
So.
Speaking of trouble, Digger and I do Bill Cooper tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Osiris and shit,
Isis.
I forget the other guys. Isis and Osiris.
Yes.
So Mystery Babylon. It's part of my normal lineup. So my normal lineup is we do a historic trial Monday night for all my shows are at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Go for about 2 hours. So we do some kind of historic trial Monday nights. Tuesdays we do Mystery Babylon with Digger, and then Wednesday I do History of Detroit and by extension Michigan, which is pretty cool. And then Thursday we round up with the news, and then I try and take the weekend off, which usually means bounce around on 17 other people's shows.
Well, yeah.
So,
time off.
yeah. So that's kind of how my week plays out. But so if you're new here, hit that like, hit that subscribe, and come check us out. So
look at that. I am being lack on my duties here.
You're
But I did open it up so I can drop the links. I just hadn't actually dropped them yet.
oh,
So,
okay.
there you
You're not new here though.
go. Well, no, I'm not new here, but I'm very slow on the uptake this morning.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
I was too. Godsney raided me, and I was just sitting here reading a news article, and I looked over, and I'm like, "Holy shit! There's like 300 people. What
Woo!
the fuck?" So, yeah, totally missed that one. So
Yeah.
it's that defense attorney's voice. She just drones on, and I cannot like.
I know.
I
She's something else.
I mean, I'm sitting here watching it, but I'm like, I just can't even. I can't comprehend what's being said because she has such a poor delivery.
Yeah. You can tell she's a paper lawyer, not a court lawyer.
Yeah.
Because she's got a lot of ideas and she knows where she's going with these questions. But she tends to,
Yep.
Yeah, kind of, yeah, she veers and all of a sudden the point that you think she's about to make doesn't get made and she's off on something else. And I'm sorry, but I want to kill myself. You do not say that.
I was just looking for that clip. I was trying to see if I could find it. I didn't. I mean, that was bad. That was really bad.
Yeah.
It was in the middle of questioning. It was very clear, and everyone could hear it. So
yeah. It's something that she says on the regular.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you want to say that, fair enough. But you're in court and you're trying to save a woman's life. Let's not be talking like that.
Yeah. The defense attorney is Shannon Smith. She is an SA lawyer. She's really successful. She has a lot of. I mean, she's got great reviews and recommendations in Southeast Michigan by every account that I've looked up. But she's okay, let's plea, or let's drop the charges, or blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. It's pretty obvious to me that she works a lot better throwing stuff on paper and getting the plea deals and getting things thrown out before the fact.
Yeah.
So, but she does have a really great long line of wins. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the clip from Friday, when she was in open court and said that.
Okay.
So no, you're totally fine.
No, you're
I don't care.
Don't worry.
Okay. I am so sorry that this is a mess. Okay. On March 19th, I've got it up on the screen. This is when Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley are talking about Ethan acting like or seeming like he was way hungover that day, correct?
Correct.
And it appears from the text that Jennifer is asking if he's okay. She says, "How is he?"
Correct.
Okay. Why is this doing this now? I am gonna kill myself. Okay.
So in open court, like,
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
Really crazy. She was incredibly stressed and incredibly overwhelmed at that time.
Yeah.
She probably should have done something different. What? Oh shit!
I am so thrilled that she got that stack on top of the stack, and then she lost the point she was making, and she wandered away, and it didn't fall over. That was
I was
really
hoping it would fall over.
I was too, but my OCD was really hoping it wouldn't.
I apologize. They just popped back on, and we're back. So
Did she ever
I
tell
don't think
you
we missed a
anything
whole
of a
lot.
concerning nature about her son?
They're just that he was lonely with his friend gone. So that's, always with teens, you always worry that they're going to be sad or lonely with that. They had a couple fights, but other than that, nothing crazy. There was one time where he had fainted at work. She mentioned that before too. But nothing that really stood out to me before the event.
Now,
That's better.
Ms.
We
Allen,
can
before we
frame
get
her.
into some of the specifics, just so we all understand, tell us sort of some of your job responsibilities as an assistant operations.
I helped with a lot of claims. Andy was a lawyer, so he did a lot of the subrogation claims that came in through the apartments. So I worked on a lot of the claims. I worked with preparing spreadsheets and documents for other departments and for CFO and for marketing.
Wait, she's a cop?
His calendar. I worked in other departments and did projects for them as well. So I would kind of
Or
do
another
audits of
coworker.
vendors, lots of things. Operations was kind of the catch-all.
Okay.
So I kind of had my hand in a lot of different departments.
And how long did you work with Mr. Smith?
I was with the company for 5 years. I was with Andy probably for 4 of those 5 years. We were in the legal department for 1 year, and then I was his assistant for two or three.
Okay. And how long did you work with the defendant?
We were close to probably for those 2 years, roughly, when I worked with Andy and we were in the same corner together.
Okay.
There's a lot of shifting in the company.
Now, you said you were friendly at work, but you didn't socialize outside of work?
Correct.
Okay. Did you follow her on social media?
We were friends on social media, yeah.
Sure, I
Did
can
you
throw on,
keep,
I can try and throw on captions.
Yeah, public or private?
It was public, like you could see we were friends.
Nope, I lied.
A lot of
Closed
a lot of my
closed captioning
coworkers
is not available.
in any company. I friend everyone that asks, but I don't
See if that-
necessarily follow their feed. It's just something I like to do, so I don't like to see all of my coworkers' lives
Sure.
all the time.
I don't know if that
so
helped or
we were
not,
friends on Facebook, but I didn't see her day-to-day posts.
Okay. And that's the setting that you selected?
Yes,
Okay.
for almost everyone I work with.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention now to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Were you working that day?
Yes,
Do you recall if Jennifer was also working?
she was.
Okay. Now, do you recall if you had an initial conversation with her in the morning when she got to work?
Yes, we kind of just had the good morning,
If I can try and fix this audio.
We did talk briefly in the morning.
Now, you mentioned that she had talked to you about fights before. Did she tell you about a fight the night before?
It was brief. She just mentioned that they had a fight. I'm not sure who initiated it. I didn't ask questions. It was kind of just, I asked her how her night went. How is she?
Mm-hmm.
She said she had a rough night, that they had a fight.
Did she say who's they?
No, it sounded like it was all of them, but she said that Ethan was out of the house and she locked him.
She locked him out of the house?
Yes.
Did you have a response to that?
No, I kind of just, I didn't really ask questions. I didn't push it or anything. I just kind of let it go.
Okay.
It was the morning.
Did you give her any indication? Well, let me ask you this. What did you think about that?
I kind of just gave a look and,
What do you mean give her a look?
kind of just like surprised,
Okay.
but I didn't really go into detail. about
Did
it.
she react to your surprised look?
I don't really remember.
Okay. Did she say anything else about it?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Now, in the past, the 2 years that you had worked with Jennifer, you said that she would occasionally talk about her son. Is that you have to say yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just listening.
That's all right. No, that's fine.
Yes.
You were aware that the defendant was afraid that he would be lonely. Is that right?
Mhm.
Is that
Yes.
yes? Okay. Did she ever tell you about things going around in the home that caused her concern, or at least enough concern to talk to you about?
Around the home, the only thing that was concerning, I don't remember when this happened. She just mentioned that he was hearing things in the house, but she didn't go into detail about it, or I didn't ask questions. But
Now, as far as time frame, are you able to give the jury an idea of a month, a week, a year prior to the shooting, or you're not
It
sure?
was within the year, I want to say within, again, maybe 6 months, 7 months, I don't remember, but it was definitely the year of the shooting.
Okay. Now, in regards to the conversation you had with her on November the 30th about the fight that the defendant had the night before, did the defendant tell you that she had locked him out of the house before?
I thought maybe I don't remember the exact conversation. I tried to think back at it and I don't remember exactly.
Okay. So what stands out to you the most about that conversation?
I mean, just that was the end of the fight and how it was handled.
And how the defendant handled it?
Yeah, I'm not sure who did it, but they just said that he was locked out. I don't know who did it.
Okay. Now, we know from other evidence that's been admitted already that Jennifer arrived to your place of employment at 9:04 a.m. on November the 30th, 2021. Does that sound right to you?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember if you arrived before or after?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Usually I arrived after her though, so I would assume that, but
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine.
yeah.
After you had that conversation with the defendant, are you aware if she received a phone call?
I believe so. And she received a phone call in the morning. Yes.
That morning of November the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. Were you made aware of who called her?
I believe the first call, I believe it was from the school. Yes.
From, do you know which school?
Oxford.
Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when she received the phone call?
I was, yes.
Okay. Now, when I say there, in her office or were you in your own workspace?
I was in my own workspace.
When she received the phone call, was her door to her office open?
Yes.
So if her office was about the distance between me and you,
Mhm.
where would she be seated at inside the office?
She was probably a little bit further back, so the first row of seats was probably where she was sitting.
So maybe 15, 20 feet?
Yeah, because she sat a little bit further back in her office, and I was a little pushed back from my now too, so there was a little bit of distance, but.
Okay. And how were you able to tell who called her?
I just heard the phone call. I didn't know who called her at first, but she mentioned she had a call from the school afterwards.
Okay, so she told you about the phone call afterwards.
Yes.
And do you tell me about that conversation?
She received a call, and there was another call afterwards, so there was a little bit of time in between the call. But she talked to me as she was about to leave because of the call. So she came over and showed me something on her phone and said she had to go.
Do you remember what she showed you?
She showed me the drawing that her son had drawn at school.
Okay. Did she tell you how she got that drawing?
She said the school had sent it to her.
Okay. And how did she show it to you?
It was on her phone, and she just held it up and she said, "This is what I got from the school today."
Okay. And what was your response to that?
I looked at it and I thought it was scary. I thought it was intimidating to see the pictures that were on there.
And what was Jennifer's
Seriously.
response?
She didn't seem overly worried, but she didn't seem like she was blowing it off. I think she was getting ready to go to the school. She was coming over to let me know she was leaving. I don't think Andy was there yet. So it was more of like if you see him, let him know.
Okay. And if I were to tell you that there's surveillance footage that shows her leaving at 10:12 a.m., does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. So just so we have an idea of the chronology of November the 30th, and I know you want to be accurate, so I want to make sure that this is all accurate. Jennifer arrived at 9:04 a.m. You don't dispute that.
No.
Okay. You arrived close in time, the same time.
Probably close in time. I was
Okay.
usually, sometimes things happen and I'm a little later, but I was usually there at or around 9.
Okay. And then you had your typical initial check-in conversation.
Mhm.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. And in that conversation is when she shared with you about the fight the night before.
Yes.
And then sometime later, you were aware that she received that phone call and then she left that night.
Yes.
Okay. From the time that she left at 10:12 a.m. and went to the school, before she came back, did you have any conversation with her?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Did you see her again that day?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see her again back at your employment?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any phone calls or texts with her from the time that she was gone to the time she came back?
No.
Okay. So if evidence shows that she
You know where
arrived
it's at?
back at work at 11:24, does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Inappropriate
Did you
taker.
speak with her when she came back to work?
What?
Oh, tell me about that, please.
She came in and it was kind of just, she has kind of a sarcastic personality, you know, so when she came in, she kind of visibly slumped and was, you know, said, I feel like a failure as a parent. And she said that there was a meeting at the school and that there were the drawings and they were worried about him and that he needed to get into counseling within 48 hours.
Okay. What was your response?
I just said that was, you know, I said I was sorry. I think I said something along the lines of that, you know, just showing concern and compassion for what was going on. She went into a little more detail about the drawing and talked to me about it. And
Did she show you the drawing while she gave you detail about it?
I know I saw it before the meeting, but I don't remember if she showed it to me again, to be honest. So I don't remember if I saw it after too.
Okay.
But we talked about it and I just remember telling her that, you know, it was scary and, you know, maybe she should spend some time with him to make it better.
Did she ask your advice?
She didn't ask for it, no.
Okay. But what was the advice that you gave?
I just said that I think I would have brought my son home if it had happened to me. Something along the lines of that. I just said I would have brought my son home.
Okay. So if she arrived back at 11:24 a.m. and we know that she left at 1:18 p.m., do you recall about what time you had a conversation with her?
No, I was right after she got back. I think when she was coming in, she stopped at my desk and
Oh, before she even went to her office.
I think so.
Okay.
I don't remember though, but it was very quick when she did.
Okay. After you had the conversation with her about the drawing and you giving your advice on it, did you speak with her again?
Not until she left for the day.
Okay, and tell me about that, please.
That was when she got the call. I'm not sure who called her, but somehow she got the notification that there was the shooting at the school, and she very abruptly, very, you know, like anyone, jumped up and was nervous, scared, you know, ran out the door.
Did you understand what was happening?
I mean, at first no, but then she went over and told Andy, and my desk is kind of two back walls that are full, and then kind of like this, two half walls, so I can hear anything that's going on. So she told Andy, and that's how I learned what happened.
Okay. And if I told you it was 1:18 p.m., would that sound right to you?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with her after that?
No, I reached out to her just because I didn't know any part of the situation. I didn't know if it was her son. I didn't know if it was someone else. I didn't know. So I reached out to her and just told her I was thinking of her and I hope everything's okay. But we didn't talk. She didn't
Okay.
respond.
She did not respond?
No.
You have one more, Grant? Hey, nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Holland, you have previously testified in a hearing in court about this case, correct?
Yes.
And that hearing took place back in April of 2022. Do you recall that?
Was it April? I thought
Would it
was-
be spring?
Yeah, I thought it was maybe February.
Oh, it might have been.
I don't believe it was April though.
I'm sorry, you're correct. February 24th, 2022?
Yes.
And that would be a lot closer in time than obviously now.
Correct.
And in addition to that, when law enforcement was investigating, you cooperated with law enforcement and did interview them. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, on December 10th, 2021, you wrote a statement about anything you knew regarding the Crumbleys, correct?
Yes.
And the law enforcement wanted to know information about Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley and their son. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And on that date, you provided, I don't know, it looks like you typed the statement out on December 10th, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you send it to law enforcement that same day?
I sent it to the company attorney. I don't know what they did with it after.
Okay, and if you need to see your statement, let me know. I will have a couple of questions about it. So I just want to make sure I understand you're involved in this case a little bit in the investigation. You were involved?
Yes.
You wrote the statement?
Yes.
And you've testified once before?
Yes.
Now, when you testified before, you were directly asked if you were friends with Jennifer Crumbley. Your answer was, no, we are not friends, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer Crumbley is not someone that you consider to be a friend to you.
Correct.
And you guys were polite enough at work, talking back and forth,
Yes.
and you were polite enough to be friends on Facebook, but didn't really monitor or pay attention to her page. Now, you are aware, obviously, that Mrs. Crumbley had a son named Ethan.
Yes.
And on November 30th, there were a couple of times that day we can agree that Mrs. Crumbley was concerned about her son.
Yes.
When she came into work on November 30th, she told you there had been an argument the night before.
Yes.
And it's your testimony, you can't remember any details about the argument, but you remember something about Mrs. Crumbley saying she locked him out.
There was an argument. I didn't ask questions or go into detail. I didn't think it was something I wanted to really engage in. She mentioned there was a fight, and she mentioned that he was locked out.
You don't know anything about him being locked out, any details beyond him that there was a claim he was locked out.
Correct.
So you don't know if he was locked out because he made an accident and left keys in the house, or if Jennifer Crumbley intentionally locked him out. You don't know the context around any of that, correct? I'm sorry?
I don't know.
Now, when she was talking to you about going over to this, or I'm sorry, when she was talking to you about Ethan Crumbley, she expressed that she was concerned specifically about him being lonely, correct?
Yes.
And she also said that she also appeared to be concerned about the drawing when she saw that.
Yes.
And she showed you a picture of the drawing.
Yes.
And ultimately, when she left to go to the school, she appeared to be very nervous and scared. You testified to that.
When she went to the meeting?
When she went to the school the second time, when
Responding to the shooting?
Yes.
Yes, she was in.
she was very nervous and scared, and that's when you testified she ran quickly out the door, correct?
Yes.
When she went to the school the first time, there was not any hesitation expressed to you about going over to the school to meet with the counselor, correct?
I felt like there was maybe a little hesitation. I think she called her husband first. So it wasn't an immediate leave to go there.
At that time, there wasn't anything like a shooting going on or something crazy urgent in the same way there was in the afternoon, correct? So she left the office though, and she did physically go meet with the school, and then she returned back to the office.
Yes.
You and Mrs. Crumbley discussed the time, the appointment she had over with the school and the school counselor.
Yes.
It was your understanding that she planned to get counseling for her son.
I don't know. She said it was a requirement from the school. I don't know what the plans were.
Okay, so she said that the school wanted her to get counseling,
Yes.
and she didn't tell you, I'm not getting him counseling, or I think that's a garbage request, correct?
Correct.
And you gave her some advice, being, I think it would be nice if you spent time with him, correct?
Correct.
And you suggested maybe they go have a mother-son experience, like seeing a movie or taking him out, just the two of them, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you know Jennifer from work, as you've described, but you don't know Ethan Crumbley at all.
Correct.
It's also fair to say that you don't have teenagers of your own that you parent on a daily basis.
Correct.
So any advice you gave to Mrs. Crumbley about you should spend time with him, go see a movie, you don't have personal experience about a mother-son experience with a teenager, correct?
I'm a parent, but no, not of a teenager. I still feel like I have instincts as a parent to understand how I would handle that situation.
Okay, so you have judgments about how you feel Mrs. Crumbley handled that situation, fair to say?
I wasn't judging her. I was giving her what I would do.
Okay, well, right now, saying what you have your own personal opinions, that those
Actually,
are
the argument, Judge.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you've never met Ethan Crumbley, and you don't have much awareness of how much time Mrs. Crumbley would spend with him. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Now, although you guys were Facebook friends, you testified you obviously did not follow her on Facebook and see every single post, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you are aware on Facebook she would post about a variety of topics.
Yeah, I saw a few things, yes.
So some of the things you saw were about her horses.
Yes.
There's definitely pictures she posted, including her son.
I don't think I saw her son.
Pictures of holidays.
I don't think I saw holidays.
Pictures of, and do you recall seeing, you don't recall seeing any pictures of her son?
I don't recall. No.
Do you recall seeing photographs of the family home?
When she was working on it, but she would show me pictures too, so I don't know if I saw that on Facebook or if she showed it to me.
So one of the interests Mrs. Crumbley would talk to you about is home improvement, doing things, house projects.
Yes.
Were you aware that Mrs. Crumbley went camping with her son and on vacations?
Yes.
Did you ever see the photographs of those things and boating and things along those lines on Facebook?
I don't recall. I don't think so. But they, like I said, they might have been posted, but I didn't follow a lot of my coworkers, so I didn't see a lot of their posts unless I was actually friends with them and hung out with them and interacted with them outside of work. I didn't really see their posts. I didn't follow them. So she may have posted it, but I didn't see it.
It's fair to say you have no personal awareness of any of those things, whether they were on Facebook or happening in her life, correct?
Correct. A lot of the times, unless she showed it to me, I wouldn't see it online.
So it's fair to say that there were certainly topics going on in her life, if those topics are true, like posting pictures on holidays and things like that, activities with her son that you're just not aware of.
Correct.
Now, you testified that you were alarmed by seeing the math paperwork when you first saw the worksheet, correct?
Yes.
The drawings on the page did not concern you so much that you expected there would be a school shooting later tonight, correct?
Without context, yes, correct.
You didn't expect that some major tragedy would unfold based on what you saw in that photograph.
Correct.
And you were aware that Mrs. Crumbley had returned to work and her son had stayed in school.
Correct.
You agree with me that Jennifer Crumbley, and I believe you testified to this on direct, can have a sarcastic personality.
Correct.
So there's oftentimes things where Jennifer will say something, but you can tell because you know her that she's being sarcastic.
Yes.
Now, when she said she's a failure as a parent, you said that seems sarcastic to you.
Yes.
It's also fair to say that while that may have been partially sarcastic, Jennifer Crumbley was certainly expressing concern to you that day about her son.
Maybe. I don't know if it was concern. She was showing me the photo. She told me a lot of stories. Maybe. But she showed me in a normal manner. She didn't seem overly upset or concerned about it. But
Okay. When you've testified previously, obviously it was closer in time to November 30th of 2021. Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice the question.
Is
Yes.
that, okay?
Yes, I did.
And when you testified that day about what Jennifer Crumbley said, you were asked, what did she say? And I'm on page 136 of the transcript. You said they were concerned with his drawing and they were concerned that he may be feeling badly, and it goes on from there, correct?
Correct.
And so based on her saying that she was concerned, you're saying now that you don't know if she truly was concerned? Is that your point?
I think at the time I was assuming she was concerned, but like I was trying to portray now, I don't know how she felt. I didn't ask her how she felt. She didn't tell me how she felt. She came over and showed it to me and we talked about it, but she didn't say anything specific.
Do you recall being asked by Miss McDonald, I'm on page 137 of the transcript, what was her, meaning Jennifer Crumbley's demeanor when she was talking to you about this? And you testified, my initial thought was it was a little sarcastic, the way she said she felt like a failure. As she was talking, it was a little concerned, meaning Mrs. Crumbley was a little concerned.
Yes.
It's fair to say over time, you're looking back at what happened on November 30th with more information than you had as that day unfolded, correct? What happened on November 30th when kids were killed, people were injured, that was something you never expected in your own head, correct?
Correct.
When there was news that there was an open shooter at the school, it's fair to say that Jennifer Crumbley appeared to be very surprised and shocked that that was unfolding.
Yes.
And we can agree that looking back at the events of November 30th, you have different information today than you had now, correct?
Correct.
And over these 2 years that have elapsed, you have had zero contact with Mrs. Crumbley.
Correct.
And you have had contact, however, with the prosecutor's office.
Correct.
You had contact with the prosecutor's office about your testimony today.
Correct.
And about your testimony back at the preliminary exam, some of the testimony I referred to.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I please have one moment?
Sure.
I have nothing further.
Read that.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Holland. When we met with you, what did we tell you to do?
To tell the truth.
Is that what you're doing today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to refer you back to the same page that counsel just asked you about. That's page 136, specifically line 19 of the preliminary examination. You were asked, okay, this is starting at line 9. How would you describe the writings on the worksheet? Your answer was disturbing. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And the question, okay, what was your response? Answer, I told her I thought it was scary. Question, I'm sorry, you said what? Your answer, I told her I thought it was scary. Question, okay. Answer, that he would draw that. Question, line 18. And what was her response? Line 19, she agreed. So that's, you recall that conversation with Jennifer Crumbley?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, going back to the comment that Jennifer Crumbley made to you on the morning of November 30th, 2021, did she tell you that her son locked himself out or she locked him out?
Your Honor, I would object because I believe the witnesses said she doesn't know. Or she answered me that she didn't know.
Well, do you know do you know?
I don't know. I know that there was a comment made that he was locked out. I don't know how that happened.
Okay, let me ask
She
you, the
didn't
comment
say
was
anything.
he was locked out.
Yes.
Okay, but she didn't go into any specifics.
Your Honor, I would object to further questions on this, that the witnesses already answered the question.
Well, I guess I would have to say that once he asked the question, you asked the question, I was confused.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah, but you don't know.
I know that there was the comment that he was locked out, but I don't know how that happened.
Her exact words, the best you can recall.
To the best that I can recall was that he was locked out.
Okay, those are the words from Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
But you can step down. Who's the next witness?
We have Detective Storia. He should be here in the hallway, Judge. I'll just need a few minutes to set this up.
Turn on the background for just a second. Oh, unless he's saying something. No. I am shocked at how many people just are. I think somebody said it. The kind of mean girl's attitude behind her back. Like everybody that's taking the stand. So one of two things happened. Either the prosecutor got to him, and they're saying it not coerced, but
Making it worse than it really was.
right. Or they really were this nasty to her, and I mean,
That's
neither one of
horrible.
them's good. So
Yeah. I feel so bad for that poor woman. Oh my goodness.
oh, I know.
And you can see she hasn't washed her hair in days.
Right.
She's I don't know what's going on with her in the prison, or jail, not in prison yet. But yeah, she is not doing well. So
No,
I can't imagine.
looking very homely.
And how long have you
Yeah.
been in the sheriff's office?
Just under 12 years.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
Just under 4.
Oh, stop.
Where exactly is your
Hello.
Hello.
There we
You're
go.
a detective, but what
Okay.
substation?
I'm assigned
I'm
to the
just
city.
being funny.
Okay, so you work out of the Pontiac substation?
Correct.
What sort of things do you do there?
Big four. The cameraman.
Investigate, crime reports that come in on a daily basis. We have periods of being on call, investigating from homicides, assaults, things like that.
Okay. Now, prior to being a detective, what did you do?
I spent some time in the corrections division. I was in the courthouse. Went to road patrol. I worked in Pontiac, different shifts in Pontiac. I was a school resource officer in Pontiac for a short period, and then I got moved up to detective bureau about 4 years ago.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Were you,
Oh, he's a dick.
I was.
were you made aware of the shooting at the Oxford High School that day?
I was.
And tell us, please, where were you when you were made aware of that shooting?
I was at the Pontiac substation at my desk.
Okay. And how is it that you came to learn about the shooting?
I had the my computer screen up, which had all the pending and active sheriff's office calls in the county, and I actually saw the call at the school go up on the pending calls on the screen, and I read it.
Okay. What do you mean by that? You saw it up on the pending call on the screen?
So yeah, it has like the active calls going on within the sheriff's department, and then on the bottom it will have like calls that haven't been dispatched yet. And I saw the one at the high school go out, and I read what about the multiple calls that was going on at the high school. And I alerted the rest of the detectives of what was going on at the high school, and they all responded.
Okay. When you say we all responded, tell me what happened, please.
Initially, when we got there, it was still pretty active. So my partner and I kind of linked up with a couple different guys, and we were searching classrooms. Some of the classrooms were still occupied by students, assisted with escorting them out of the school. Eventually, they called everybody to the front of the school, and we were tasked with searching certain classrooms.
Okay.
And we did that.
Now, what specific area of the school did you go to declare?
Initially, we went towards where the gymnasium was, towards the cafeteria and the gymnasium, which I believe is on the southwest corner of the school.
Okay. You said some of the classrooms were still occupied?
Correct.
Occupied by whom?
Students and teachers.
Okay. So tell us how that process worked to clear these rooms.
Yeah, so in a couple of the classrooms, the teachers were kind of initially hesitant to open the door. Kind of had to go back and forth with them explaining that we were the police, and eventually they did open the door. There wasn't really a whole lot of words exchanged. Everybody just kind of looked at you and didn't really just kind of listen to what you told them to do. They were, escorted out of the school, and we would clear the classroom to make sure there's nobody else in the classroom.
Okay. And you said at some point while you were on scene, you were redirected to the office area of the school?
Yeah, they had like a command post kind of started in the front of the school and redirected there.
And tell me what happened next.
Command officers were having us link up in teams, and they would give us specific classrooms to go search just to make sure that the classrooms were unoccupied and there was no one else inside of them.
Okay. And you did that assignment?
Correct.
At some point, were you tasked with going to 112 East Street in Oxford?
Yeah, at some point after we cleared the classrooms, Lieutenant Hicks gathered a few of the Pontiac detectives, and we were told to go to 112 East Street and secure the residence prior to a search warrant being drafted.
So why were you directed to that specific residence?
That was the residence of Jennifer and James Crumbley.
Okay. And so I take it at that point in time, the school shooter was in custody?
Correct.
And officers had learned his identity, where he resided, and who his parents were?
Correct.
Okay. So did you go there?
I did.
At that point in time, did you know what you were going to find there?
No.
Okay, so did you have any information if there
That's
were going
awesome.
to be other casualties or anything else going on?
No,
Guy
so at
keeps
that
his
time, we
beard
didn't
short
know if the
because
house
his
was gonna be
boyfriend
occupied
told him
or-
to.
Yeah, we didn't have to.
Okay. Who did you go there with?
My partner, Detective McPherson,
Any other officers?
Detective Peschke at the time, Detective Steele, Deputy Zajac was there, Deputy Mozak. I think eventually Agent Brandon came too.
Okay.
Mr. Brandon.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So you're a detective on that day. Are you wearing plain clothes or uniform?
Plain clothes,
So were some of the officers uniform?
correct.
Okay. So tell us what you see when you arrive, please.
When I got there, the James and Jennifer were being escorted out of the house by deputies.
Okay. And tell me what's at this location? Is it a single family residence? Is it a multi-unit dwelling?
Yeah, it's a single family residence.
So you told us that you went there to secure the scene pending search warrant. What does that mean?
Yeah, so you'll go there just to do an initial sweep of the residence, make sure no one's inside. You don't want anybody coming inside, obviously. It's more of a preservation of evidence thing to make sure that nothing gets taken from the house prior to the search warrant being completed.
Okay. Is that something that occurs in every case with a search warrant?
Yeah, generally, correct.
Okay. A search warrant, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's authorization from a judge or magistrate to enter a person's dwelling and to seize certain items.
Correct.
Okay. And was your understanding that search warrant was being obtained for that location?
Yes.
So when you enter a dwelling to secure it, do you actually search at that point?
Prior to the search warrant?
Correct.
Yeah, you're just kind of doing an initial sweep to make sure, no one's hiding inside. There's no one inside that's not supposed to be. And just holding the house until you get the search warrant.
Okay, so your focus is looking for other individuals, but not for items.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for individuals, but I mean, obviously, if there's things in plain sight, you're still observing things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been admitted and judged, so the court is clear as well as defense counsel. Every exhibit we have in here, we've already gone through, and the court has already ruled to be admissible.
That's what we did last night when you guys left. So.
All right. So this is exhibit 161. Can you see that on your screen?
I can.
Okay, so what is this that I'm sorry, 162, thank you. What am I showing you right here?
It looks like that'd be a sketch or a drawing of 112 East Street.
Okay, so this is a sketch of the home if you were looking down on it, would that be right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So would you call this a small home or a large home?
It's a fairly small home.
Okay. I'm gonna move on here to 164. First of all, tell us how many bedrooms were in this home?
There was 3 bedrooms and a bathroom and then a basement as well.
All right, so going back to 162 here.
And these are all admitted, right?
Correct, Judge.
Yes, pursuant to prior court rulings or stipulation.
So if you could show us, please, tell us about the layout. So tell us where the front door is. I see that at the top of the drawing there. Is that correct?
Yeah, towards where the sheriff's office emblem, you can kind of see the indentation, which would be the front door.
Okay. And the front door opens to a living room and dining room?
Yep, correct. You walk in, there was a living room to the right. To the left was kind of a smaller dining room. You walk in to the kitchen, which is visible there. Just off the kitchen, there's a small hallway, bedroom to the right, bathroom straight ahead, then another bedroom. You walk down that small hallway, it looks like there's I believe there's it says washer and dryer. That would lead you into the master bedroom. Off the master bedroom, there's the backyard. And then off the master bedroom near where it says washer and dryer were the stairs to the basement.
Okay. So when we're saying master bedroom, is this a room that was added onto the home, or was it naturally the master bedroom? What was your impression of when you went there?
Yeah, so to me, it was a master bedroom. It looks like it had adult clothing in it. It had a king bed. It had just more stuff in it. It was clear to me that was the adult's bedroom.
Okay, and you obtained information what individual stayed in which rooms prior to entering? Or
Correct.
At least prior to executing the search warrant.
Correct.
Okay. So let us know as we go through some of these pictures if you need to refer back to this.
Okay.
Okay. So here's 164. So did you learn if the shooter had 1 bedroom or 2 bedrooms?
2 bedrooms.
Okay. And so which bedroom is this that we're looking at?
So when you come in off the kitchen, there was the hallway. There was a bedroom to the right. There was a bathroom straight ahead. This would have been the bedroom to the left,
Okay.
immediate left in the hallway.
So photographs are generally taken when a search warrant is executed, is that right?
Correct.
Are those photographs taken before or after things are disturbed?
It kind of depends on if someone at the scene is able to take pictures before, if there's an evidence technician.
Okay.
Generally, before you go in and search, there'd be pictures taken.
In this case, there was an evidence tech available, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that was Detective Bizio, I believe?
Correct.
Okay, so these pictures were taken before the search was executed.
Yes.
So for lack of a better term, this is the natural state of the home as you found it November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at here in this photograph, exhibit 164?
Yeah, so this was, I was made aware this was the shooter's bedroom. The bed was covered with various things. There's some school books on it. There was targets visible on the wall that there was apparent to be bullet holes in them.
Okay, I'm going to do another angle here. This is 165, this is the same bedroom.
Correct.
So what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so that was, the shooter had a dresser, it looked like TV. There was things all over the floor. There was things all over the place, really.
Okay, so that boarded up window in the back, that it was adjacent to the master bedroom, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so the picture that we just looked at with the targets on the wall, that would
I have
be
so many questions, but I'm not
if you
gonna
were
do you like that, Digger.
I had a little brother. I know what teenage boys' rooms looks like.
Were you able to tell why that window was boarded up?
Yeah, why
Yeah,
on
you
earth
know,
would they have a
I
bedroom
don't know
window
why that was boarded up.
between the two
Why that was boarded
bedrooms?
up.
I have
I
no
would have
idea.
boarded it up too. Like,
Right.
I would believe so. That would lead to the master bedroom.
So this
it
is one,
does look like a
It's
streamer's
very hard.
game
I don't
room.
have no objection for the prosecutor to just say why that's boarded like that, just so it's clear for the jury, so I don't have to go back to it. We don't
I
have
don't
to
know
go
if he
back to it.
knows.
I asked,
Sorry.
because I wasn't there.
You don't know.
Yeah, I
That's not our question.
I'm just saying that he could, Mr. Keys could say it if he wanted to.
Okay, he doesn't, the witness doesn't know those.
Okay.
So, okay, this is 166, this is the same bedroom?
Correct.
Okay, just a different angle?
Yes.
Okay. And 167 is also the same bedroom, the other angle?
Yep.
Okay. This was identified as one of the shooter's bedrooms?
Correct.
168, same bedroom?
Correct.
And 169, this is the same bedroom as well, this is the closet in that room?
Yes.
And this is 171, just a different angle from that closet?
Correct.
Okay, 172, are these the targets that we saw initially in exhibit 164?
Yes.
Okay, and had these targets been used or unused?
Yeah, they appear to be used.
That's 172. 173, this is just further down the wall with one of the two targets?
Yes.
This is 174, this is another picture, this is of the shooter's bed.
Yep.
Again, 175, same bedroom?
Correct.
Now this is 176. This is the nightstand in that room, would that be right?
Correct.
Now 177, so you had talked about that the shooter was identified to have 2 bedrooms.
Yeah.
Okay, is this the second of the 2 bedrooms?
Yep. So that was a bedroom on the right side of the hallway, just across from the bedroom we were just looking at.
Okay, so again, this photograph was taken before the search warrant was actually executed.
Correct.
That's 177. This is 178, this is the same bedroom.
Yes.
179, this is the closet of that bedroom.
Yes.
This is 183, this is on the bed of that bedroom, that'd be right?
Correct.
The kid had 2 bedrooms.
Okay. 184, same bedroom, different angle.
Lucky.
Yeah.
185, same bedroom, this is the TV in that room.
Correct.
All right, this is 186, again, same room.
Yes.
This is 188, there was 1 bathroom in the home?
Yep. That was when you walk in that hallway, bedroom to the right, the bathroom is straight ahead, the other bedroom is to the left.
Okay, and this photograph fairly accurately depicts the condition of the bathroom on November the 30th?
It does.
It's 188. Okay, this is
Dazzer,
189.
you make a lot of
So what are we
sense.
looking at in this photograph?
No, he
So when
doesn't.
you
Don't
walk
give
out
him
of that
credit.
hallway, you go down
Oh,
the
for that
hallway,
last
and
comment,
there's,
he does.
described to me as the master bedroom. When you
Just
walk
that
in,
one, though.
That was in the bedroom. And there was an open gun box with a empty box of 9mm ammunition on the bed.
Okay. Now, is this the condition that this gun case and empty box of ammunition were found on November the 30th, 2021?
Correct.
I'm gonna have to listen tonight.
That's on
Oh,
the
it might.
master
I
bedroom?
made sense.
Yes.
Oh, there's Ossie again.
This is exhibit 191. This is the same master bedroom. Another, this is on the nightstand.
Correct.
That wall has not been washed in eons. Look at the stains around the headboard and on the
This is
wall.
192,
Yeah.
same room.
Ugh.
Yes.
Again,
I mean, yes, I've
193,
got
this is
clothes
also the
that
same room.
Correct.
sit all over in piles in my bedroom. I'm
And
totally fine with
194,
that.
what are we looking at
But
here?
the walls are
In the
clean.
Bedroom immediately
Yeah.
to the right of the door.
The master
was-
bedroom?
Yeah, the master
Okay.
bedroom was an armoire.
195, this is the same armoire with.
They
slightly
weren't
different
classy
setup.
people.
No. I expected a little bit more because they
96
owned
is still the
horses,
room?
so I assumed they were
So that
rich.
would be the door that would lead out to the backyard,
No.
and then a TV stand with various drawers and things.
They're rednecks.
Okay. And were these
Okay.
drawers-
Yeah.
197, same TV stand.
And it took me a while too for me to realize that when they said
198,
they were at the
same
bar,
room,
they were
just
actually saying
at the
barn.
angle.
I thought
Yeah.
these two were heavy drinkers for the first little bit.
199, again, the same master bedroom.
Correct.
Okay, this is exhibit 200.
What we would
Super
call,
clear.
forgive my language, middle class white trash.
These
Okay.
drawers were searched.
Correct.
Okay, we're actually directed where to go to.
I was.
Okay, who directed you?
James Crumbley.
Okay, and so specific to the, if we're looking at this photograph, the right drawer, I'm sorry, not drawer. You tell me, which area did you find what was located here in exhibit 200?
Yeah, so when you're looking at that picture, to the right door there, you open that up, and there was two shelving, shelves on it, and the gun safe was on the top
Okay.
shelf.
And who told you where to look for that?
James Crumbley did.
Okay, and that's already been admitted into evidence, and that has a locking mechanism on it?
It does.
Okay, were you told what the combination is?
I was.
Objection, Your Honor, just irrelevant to Jennifer's case, unless the information came from her.
Okay, well,
I'm sorry, what James would say is hearsay to this officer, so I would object for that reason.
isn't it?
Judge, it's relevant because the firearm was found.
Relevant because you've let it in the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
But
it shows how the officer opened the case and recovered other weapons in the trial.
Your Honor,
Okay,
the
but what he
objection,
said is hearsay. So you had a conversation with James Crumbley.
Yeah.
And then you found that case and opened it.
Correct.
And Judge, I'm sorry, she also testified, or she also said in her statement to the officer yesterday, Joe Bryan, in the interview that was admitted as evidence, that she knew where the firearm was found. And later on today,
Your Honor, she did not say that.
like,
She did not say that in the video, or she did not talk about these firearms.
Sergeant Pesky is going to testify later on today. We're going to admit an in-car video where Jennifer's recordings will be admitted as an exhibit. She's asked specifically about this.
And Your Honor, I would ask that the jury wait until then, because I disagree with the prosecution's description of what that evidence will show.
Okay, but he already testified they had a conversation with James Crumbley, and then he went to this location, and that he then opened that safe.
Yes,
Isn't that sufficient?
well, how did he open the safe is important. I mean, did you have to crack open the safe?
I did not.
Okay, so you were given the code to open the safe.
Correct.
Okay, and were things recovered from that safe?
Yes.
Okay. So without having to crack open the safe to recover the items, you learned how to open it.
I did.
Okay, and then how did you open the safe?
Your Honor, I object to him saying what the code was, because Jennifer Knowledge had no awareness of the code, and that's what the prosecution is hoping to slip in here as hearsay that James told this officer.
He said he had a conversation with James, and then he opened the safe. He didn't say that Jennifer gave him the code,
Okay,
right?
yeah,
Right?
true.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so you talked to James.
Grr.
Crumbley.
I need a coffee. I'll be right back.
He did.
Yeah, no worries.
And tell us how you got the safe.
By using the code that he gave me.
And what was it?
It It was 000.
Okay, and that's the default code for that case.
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 200. Okay. Now this is 201. We're looking at the same drawer here. I keep calling it a drawer. It's better called a shelf, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's
Okay.
more of a shelf.
Okay, so we have this case that's been admitted into evidence, and then it looks like an article of clothing. And then underneath that, what did you find?
It was a holster, which is on the right there, and then 2 magazines, and there was a baggie of bullets in the back. Can't really see it there.
Okay. And this is 202. All right. You see 2 magazines and a baggie of bullets. That wasn't on the shelf when you walked into the bedroom, right? So that's what you pulled out of there?
Yeah, so that was at that point it had been removed from the shelf and it was placed into the bag, and the magazine was placed on the top of the TV stand there.
So this is 203. Again, this is the locking case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so tell us what was found in the locking case.
So I located a 22 Kel-Tec handgun and then a 22 Derringer. The Kel-Tec's the black handgun and the Derringer is the silver handgun with the brown handle on it, and then some ear protection.
So this is what it appeared. This is what it looked like when you opened the case initially.
Yes,
Okay. Here's 204. What is this?
that's the 22 Derringer.
It's just a closer room. We already have that in evidence. 205 is the same firearm, just from a different angle.
Correct.
Okay, 210. What are we looking at?
That's the 22 Kel-Tec that was recovered from the safe.
211. This is a close-up view of the Derringer.
Correct.
Okay, 212. And we're going back to one of the shooter's bedrooms. We saw that Packer's helmet in a different photograph. This is a close-up view of the nightstand.
Correct.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
Those would be spent shell casings from fired from a weapon.
Okay, and that's the condition in which you observed it on November the 30th, 2021?
Correct.
So is that 212 or 213?
That's 212, Judge, because we just got about 213 is slightly similar picture. All right, 216. This isn't a real firearm, is it?
No, it was I believe it was a BB or a pellet gun. It wasn't a.
But that's where it was found in the shooter's bedroom on November the 30th, 2021.
Yeah, on the computer chair in the shooter's bedroom.
Okay, 217, just a slightly different picture. 218, what are we looking at here?
That would be a drawer from the dresser in one of the shooter's bedrooms.
219,
Wow.
same drawer.
Correct.
Oh no, he had M80s.
220, what's this?
Empty bottle of whiskey next to one of the shooter's beds.
Okay. Now, judging by the wall color, would that be the same bedroom that the targets were found?
Correct.
Right. Here's 221. This is the same bottle of whiskey, correct? Or empty
Yeah,
bottle?
just at the end of the bed, just sitting on the floor.
Okay.
Potentially,
222, what is this?
we don't get any of that.
From I believe one of the drawers in the bedroom. Bedroom drawers in the bedroom.
I assume he's on meds, but he chose to
23, what is
plead the
this?
fifth, and his
Various-
attorneys
various
won't give him any of the
knives that were found in the
information.
bedroom.
Okay, where were they found?
I believe right on. I think it's on the one of the shelving units in the room.
Okay, so one of the earlier pictures we saw a wall shelving unit. Would this be a close-up view of that?
Correct.
Okay.
His attorney has not been forthcoming.
This is
With
231. Now, what's this a picture of?
Yes, this would be that door would be the front door if you were exiting the residence. When you're coming into the residence, to your immediate right was the couch. That TV was on the wall, which was facing the front of the house. So that was a view of the living room.
Okay, so the door that we see in the right-hand side there, that's the front entrance door.
Correct.
Okay. So this is what you would, when you walk into the house, this is what you walk into.
Yes.
Okay. That's 231. This is 232. What's this?
Same thing. When you immediately walk into the house, that's
Nice
the-
table.
that's the living room area, the couches, the TV.
I would assume he was drugged, but I don't have any evidence of that.
233.
Same thing, just a different view. So this angle would show that hallway.
Well, had he
is
actually
served
gone
straight
to
ahead,
a
directly into the
doctor?
kitchen.
I don't think he had managed to get to a doctor yet,
234. This is also living room.
so
Yeah,
he
he
may
had-
not have meds.
He had
Okay,
some
235,
interaction with a doctor and
So
a
that's
counselor,
the,
but they've been
Oh.
excluded from testimony. So
underneath the island, there's
Oh.
various drawers that you can
Great.
open up or shelving units and stuff. That was a box for the 22 Kel-Tec that was.
Because that was the fight the other day,
Okay,
and
that's an
they
evidence
said,
as well.
no, if he won't waive his right to it,
236
then
is just a
there's nothing we can
different
do.
view of
So
where that Kel-Tec
Okay.
box was found.
Correct.
Okay, was the Kel-Tec box opened?
It was.
Okay, what was found?
Yeah, I
in it?
missed the
When
mornings.
I opened the Kel-Tec box, it was a secured cable lock for a firearm. It was in the packaging still.
So 237 is just the side view of that Kel-Tec
Correct.
box you found?
Correct.
And 238, you said it was still in the packaging, is this how it was found?
That's how it was.
Oh, there's that lock.
yep.
In fact, there's still keys in that locking mechanism, is that right?
Yeah, there was the keys were at the end of there, towards the bottom of the lock.
Like where it looks like a black box there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's also an evidence. That's 238. 239, what's this a picture of?
I believe that's a PlayStation unit or a gaming system that was recovered from the residence.
So then,
Jesus, fun fact is true.
Currently homes such as.
I
video
don't know
games,
the
receipts,
difference
well,
either.
gaming system, okay. So here's
You're
242
Canadian.
with some
You
of
get a
those.
pass.
Fair enough. Yeah, if it's not hunting, we don't need it.
243 with more. And 244 as well.
So what? He plays
Okay.
some
Was it
war
vehicle
games,
search as
so he's a
well?
murderer?
Yeah, violent video games.
Oh,
Okay,
for
what are
fuck's
we looking
sakes.
at here?
That was the back of the gray Kia that was searched in the driveway.
Okay, I take it back.
Okay.
It's not just the teenager. The
It's
parents were
245.
just as messy.
Yeah.
246, this is the same vehicle, just a different angle of that hatchback.
Correct.
Middle class white trash.
Hmm.
This is 248. Okay, so there was no garage at this home, is that right?
No, there was a behind the home or adjacent to the home. It was more like a shed that was behind the house.
Okay. Was there like an overhang type area where a barbecue grill is at?
Yeah.
Okay, so 248, is that to pick that?
Yeah, correct.
And what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so those would be BBs for a BB gun.
Which ones are you looking at?
Looks like a plastic container.
Guarantee it.
Yep, and then it looks like there's more in the which would be the original plastic container. Some nails. I'm not sure.
So it's a torch.
Something to clean the grill next to it.
Okay. So this is now going to be 253. You said there was a shed.
Correct.
Okay, and so the shed was searched as well.
It was.
Okay, so what are we looking at here in Exhibit 253?
Yeah, Jacob, this
So
is
you
our first
immediately
trial.
Walk into the shed to the right.
Hi, Jacob.
There was multiple shotgun style BB guns located.
Okay, 253 depicts one of those.
Correct.
Okay, here's 254. What is that?
Yeah, same thing. So that was when you walk in. There was in the shed. There was like a tool bench. Visible was another like Uzi style BB gun that was visible on the bench right when you walked in.
Okay. 255. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, same thing. It was another. I believe it was a BB or pellet gun that was also located kind of behind the original picture where the Uzi style gun was. The BB gun was.
Oh no, guns. They're so scary.
256.
BB guns.
Tell us about this picture.
You'll shoot your eye out
So
with
was when
that.
you walk into the shed. It was there was some chairs on the ground. You can see behind it where like the shelving unit is. Yeah, just some chairs where it looks like somebody was sitting in the shed.
Okay. 268. Tell us what we're looking at.
Kind of hard to tell, but you can see the silver in the snow there. It was empty CO2 cartridges.
Were there just one empty CO2 cartridge or multiple?
Oh no, not
I believe
CO2
there's
cartridges.
multiple. You can
Damn.
See, it's kind of hard to see, but there's multiple in the snow there.
Here's
Lock 'em all
269.
up.
This is a better view.
Yeah, there's multiple in the snow.
You know what those are used for?
Yeah, for the BB guns or the pellet guns at the inside of the shed.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, now
Hmm.
a second search warrant was executed at 112 East. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. So this is obviously what we were looking at before. It was at night. That was the evening of November the 30th, 2021. This is the daytime. So
That's a lot of white.
Correct.
Right. So just the
Bring
front
'em
of
up.
the house, Exhibit
Yeah.
252.
Yep, correct.
Death penalty.
The front of the house facing East Street.
Okay. This is 278. This is when you walk into the home oriented to the left.
Yeah, so you'd walk in, to the right of this picture would be where we saw the couches and the TV. This would be to the left, you can see the dining room area, and then kind of straight through that picture would be directly into the kitchen.
Okay. And those boxes, they weren't in the home November the 30th, 2021. Do you know if they were left on the porch or do you not know?
I'm unaware of those.
Okay.
Put in the house.
So
We did. We just saw them
279,
reference that
Is this standing as you
they're
walk
guilty of
in?
manslaughter because they have a
Yep, so you
BB
walk
gun
into
on
the
their
left, that was kind of
garage
the, dining room
workbench.
area with the table and the
Mhm.
various Christmas decorations.
Welcome to
Hell of a
Canada,
time to be
folks.
alive.
This is
Yeah.
280. What are we looking at here?
I have a buddy
So
who
if you
loves
walk into
airsoft.
living room, the
He's
living
part
room,
owner in one of
couches
the
on the right,
airsoft
dining room on the left, and straight ahead,
playgrounds, I
the
guess.
kitchen,
And
you can see an open
he's
door,
having a
and
lot
right
of
into the
trouble with
hallway.
his airsoft
That's the,
guns. He's got
master
quite the arsenal,
Okay.
but a
So
lot of it's
earlier
now
you
illegal.
testified that the Caltech box was in the
It's an
kitchen area.
airsoft gun, for
Do you see
Pete's
the kitchen
sakes.
island in this picture?
Yeah.
Where is it at?
So you can see it with the, it's got like the white, board on it, the white board with the top. It looks like there's a, binder. The black binder would be the top of the kitchen island.
Okay. So here's 281. Is that the kitchen island we're referring to?
Correct.
It's a nice house.
this
It
is
is a
also
little
the kitchen,
smaller than it
282?
looks on
Correct.
paper, but it's a cute little house.
Yeah.
283, the kitchen as well. This is the refrigerator.
Correct.
284, this is the island as well.
Yeah, so those two open, at the bottom of the island.
Kind of
you
a
see the two
typical
drawers,
size
the
for the
doors.
area.
That's where at the bottom
Yeah.
of that is a open area where the Caltech gun box was recovered from.
Okay, so on the bottom right of the screen.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. 285. This is also the kitchen.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean,
so
most of them don't look like
last picture
hobos
is
living in them.
pointing to
But
the left, this is you.
Well.
I said hobos, not
Yep.
homos,
On
Bobby.
the outside of the
Relax.
house, the side of the house.
286. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so when you were in the kitchen, I kind of described it earlier, you take a right, there's a small hallway. At the end of the hallway was that bathroom. To the right was one of the shooter's bedrooms, and immediately across the hallway to the left is the second bedroom.
Oh, this is 287. What do we say here?
Well, I didn't
Yep,
hang
the first bedroom to the
pansies
right,
on my wall and ceiling, but
there's a bedroom from the earlier
I had a lot of stuff like fake blood and empty bottles and stuff in my bedroom as a teen too.
All right. 288.
Yeah, I would have been
This
hooped
is
if
after
they'd
the
seen my
initial
room.
search was executed.
Yeah, this was done the next day, different, after the home had already been searched by detectives.
289. This would be identified as a shooter's second bedroom.
Correct,
290. Same bedroom, different view.
correct.
What do we see to the left of the bed there, the shooter's bedroom?
Basket.
Are we referring to the
It's a picnic
stand
basket.
kind of to the left of the bed there?
On the ground.
Looks like a Gatorade bottle.
Was there a litter box on the ground?
Yeah, it a litter box.
Leading.
290. 291. This is the same bedroom. Now looking towards the closet and the door.
Correct.
Ooh, he's got some good board games too.
Hell yeah.
293. This is down the hall looking at.
I kind of
his
liked the art,
first
Mandy.
bedroom.
I was
Yeah, just
noticing that
directly
too.
across the hall was the first bedroom.
My favorite thing in the world is
This the room with the
Monopoly.
boarded
I
window
absolutely love
from the
Monopoly.
hallway.
Yeah. It's too bad we didn't
then
live
instead of
closer.
doing
I've
this
got
is
a
like initial
cool
circle,
Monopoly-like
next
game. It's called Pole
Oh.
Economy. It's set up
300.
like it,
What
but
are we
it's
looking at here?
Canadian
Yeah, so this would be if
companies,
you were
and you have to
standing
choose
directly
what
in
the
kitchen,
inflation
you
rate
look down,
is,
there's a
and
small hallway,
very
narrow
interesting.
hallway
Really
with,
cool.
washing machine,
Yeah.
drying machine on your
It's like an
left, you can
adult
see, and
version of
walking straight ahead
Monopoly.
to the entrance to the master bedroom and the sliding glass door that would
Yeah,
lead to the backyard.
I have like 40 Monopoly games.
301 you identified earlier.
Oh,
The
wow.
washer dryer unit is what you were referring to.
Correct.
Advance the Boardwalk, the one that came out before
And
Monopoly.
so when you were walking
Oh,
from the
cool.
original picture, you saw the
Yeah.
washer and dryer. To the left.
got
of
the
washer and
electric one.
dryer, to getting to the washer and dryer to the left
Cool.
was
I like them a lot.
small little hallway that was filled with various items. And that was what you're looking at right there is kind of like the landing leading to the basement.
Fridge
Just
magnet.
have a few more to get through. 303. What are we looking at here?
You want to play adult Monopoly?
To the master bedroom.
It was a lot of fun. It helped us as little kids figure out how
304, this is
inflation
taken
works and
in the
stuff.
master bedroom. So the TV stand.
4-0.
is to the left of this picture,
40.
Correct.
And that's where the Caltech and Derringer were found.
Yep, you're looking at that TV there. It was in one of the open doors. You can kind of see that door open. On the right side of that was where the the safe was found with the weapons in it.
Okay. 305, this is also the master bedroom?
Correct. If you came into the right, it was I believe it was a king size bed and then a couple end tables next to the bed.
And here's 306. What are we looking at here?
Similar view, to the right was that.
Yes.
You digger.
Yes, he does.
Bedroom. Just a different angle of the bed with the armoire.
I think that's what Mandy meant.
307.
Like
Yes.
adult
If you
monopoly.
were, kind of sitting on the bed, you looking at the TV.
Like by the red
TV
light
stand,
district.
the door in the
Oh,
bottom right there,
okay.
that's semi-ajar.
Yeah.
Adult Monopoly. I gotcha.
Mhm.
No, not that kind of fun adult.
And here's 308. What are we looking at?
I'd play
308
adult
would
Monopoly.
be what I referred to. I
Yeah, I'd give it a go.
believe that's to the landing area that leads to the basement.
Okay,
It's a different.
here's 309.
It's a landing area that leads to the basement.
Here's 316. So we had already looked at the picture of the barbecue grill. You identified that there was no garage but a shed. Where would be the shed in this area here?
Yeah, so this would be where that door, the landing was. You'd walk out and there was this little area with an overhang with the grill that's visible there. If you were to walk straight past that grill into the yard there, to your left would be the shed.
And here's that 317. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, it's just more of the overhang area there. Kind of adjacent to the side of the house.
On November the 30th, when you first entered the home to secure the home for the search warrant, were you aware if the stove was on or off?
Yeah, I don't recall.
That's our other officer.
Oh, one on her.
Yeah, what does that?
What kind of fucking questions are these?
He went to school and they went to work. Why?
Thank you.
Right.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Initially, when you got to the house, you said other officers had already arrived there, correct?
Correct.
What was happening with Jennifer the first time you saw her?
She was being hailed out of the house by another detective. By hailed, I mean being told to come out of the house.
And at the time, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she complied and came out.
She complied and came out. At the time when she was coming out of the house, being hailed out, she was on her cell phone. Is that fair?
You know, so when I got there, I don't recall exactly what she was doing when she came out of the house. I just got there as she was walking out of the house. I don't recall if she was on her cell phone.
While she was walking out of the house, there were guns drawn.
What?
Correct?
Correct.
Jesus.
How many police officers had guns drawn towards Jennifer Crumbley as she walked out of the house?
I couldn't say for certain. When I got there, she was already being told to come out of the house. So at the time, I wasn't really focused on who had their guns out. I was focused on watching the house and making sure nobody else came out. So I couldn't say how many people had their weapons drawn.
Would it be fair to say it was more than one gun?
Yeah, correct.
More than three?
Yeah, there was multiple detectives and officers there when I got there. Again, I don't know how many of them have their guns drawn. I know I had mine drawn.
Intimidation.
You did have yours drawn
Correct.
and pointed at Mrs. Crumbley.
No, so when I got there, she was already coming out of the house. I was, like I said, I was more focused on, I believe I was near a tree on the side of the house. So at that time, I don't think I had my gun pointed at her now.
After Mrs. Crumbley came out of the house, and she did come out, correct?
Correct.
She was handcuffed.
Is
I
this
didn't take
immediately
part in
after
her,
the shooting?
Being taken to the vehicle.
No,
I'm
this
not
is-
sure she was handcuffed.
And that's fine.
I don't
I'll
believe
ask that
so.
for witness
Maybe.
then. So
'Cause they
after
were
you got to the
arrested in
house, you saw her
Detroit.
come out, saw the guns drawn.
Right.
Did you see Jennifer Crumbley any further that day when you were in the house or otherwise?
After we had executed the search warrant, she was brought back into the house with James, and I saw her inside of the house. I didn't have any further communication with her, no.
I just want to be clear about the guns and gun cases, boxes, some of the things we saw on the screen. If you need me to put an exhibit back up, let me know.
Okay.
Okay, so the Sig Sauer 9mm gun, the case for that gun, you saw in the master bedroom, open on the bed, correct?
Correct.
And there was a box of bullets, or an empty box of bullets next to that empty case, correct?
Correct.
In that case, the gun was not there.
Nope. When I initially came into the house and then we conducted the search warrant, it was an empty box.
And you know, and if you're not the right witness, let me know, that James Crumbley
Shouldn't
had
she know?
gone to the house and discovered the Sig Sauer was gone from the house.
Yeah, so when I went to the house, I had no knowledge of anything that had occurred prior to me getting to the house. Like I said, I just observed the box where I saw it initially when I did the search, and then after, I don't know how it was placed there or when it was.
So when you were, I just want to be clear, the Sig Sauer was ultimately not in the Crumbley home.
Correct.
The Kel-Tec and the Derringer were found in the Crumbley home. Is that a yes?
Correct.
They were found in a gun safe.
Correct.
And they were found in the gun safe that was in the cabinet in their bedroom.
Correct.
And there was not ammunition stored with the Kel-Tec or Derringer.
Yeah, so the safe, which we saw the pictures of, had the two firearms and some ear protection. There was ammunition found in that
Oh, the
safe
humanity.
dresser area behind it.
Okay,
So-
but not in the same, not within the the exact location.
He didn't
of
even
the
use his
safe,
guns.
correct?
Right.
Yeah, it was behind. So I can show you the picture. You can kind of see it, the picture. The picture has the safe, and then behind the safe, there was some clothing, and underneath the safe there was the two magazines. There was the gun holster. Then behind that, you can kind of see a box with that did have ammunition. I don't recall what kind of ammunition or how much, but there was some located in the bedroom.
Okay, and that's ammunition that goes with those two guns, not the Sig Sauer.
Yeah, so the ammunition that was the empty box on the bed was 9mm. I mean, to be honest, I don't recall what ammunition was found behind the safe, but there was ammunition found behind the safe.
Okay, and then I just want to be clear about one other thing. So there was a kitchen closet we saw where there was like a blender and some other appliances kind of on the floor. You testified that you found the box to the Kel-Tec in that.
What's in the box?
Do you know what I'm talking about? And that box while that box was in there, there was no gun in the box or anything along those lines.
Nope, it was the Kel-Tec box just had that cable lock, which was in the bag. That was all that was in there.
So the three guns that Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley had in their home, well, the three that we've talked about include the Sig Sauer, the Kel-Tec, and the Derringer. It's fair to say there were not any other guns in the home aside from BB guns or pellet guns.
Yeah, so I located the 22 Derringer, the 22 Kel-Tec, and then obviously the firearm, the Sig Sauer was recovered at the school, and I didn't have any part in the recovery of the actual weapon used.
Well, to me, it looks like they've got a lot of guns, but I can't tell the difference between a BB gun and something else. So I just want to be sure, aside
Jesus
from
Christ.
I know, eh?
the Sig Sauer at the school and the Kel-Tec and the Derringer, all the other guns that we saw in the pictures, those were BB guns or pellet guns.
Correct.
And the casings that we saw on the ground in the snow, those were from BB guns or pellet guns.
Yeah, so the CO2 would be used to operate some of the BB guns that were found in either the shed or the bedroom.
And in the backyard, you could tell that they had shot BB guns there before because there's also targets up, correct?
I recall the BBs that were located. There was the empty CO2 cartridges, which would indicate that they were used. I don't recall specific targets in the backyard, but I do recall the other things there.
And then when you were testifying, there was very brief testimony that there was a litter box that was in the second bedroom of the Crumbley son, correct?
Yeah, when you walk to the right and left was bedrooms, that was the bedroom to the immediate right, and right next to that was the bathroom, and across the hall was what I think we described as the first bedroom.
And just very quickly, when you were executing the first warrant, the Crumbleys had a dog in the house.
Yeah, there was a dog in the house. I didn't have any dealings with the dog. I believe the uniformed officers went to the house first, and I think the dog was friendly, so we didn't have any issues with the dog.
And then there was a cat and a kitten. Do you recall that? And if you don't, that's
Yeah,
okay.
I don't recall the cat and the kitten.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Well, who cares then?
Just briefly. Detective, why did you approach the home with guns drawn?
Yeah, so I mean, again, we didn't have a whole lot of information about what we were going into. I mean, obviously, we had just come from the scene of shooting. Yeah.
So the information you were given, well, you knew.
Yeah,
that
so
there
it was
a
right after the
mass
shooting.
Casualty event at Oxford High School.
Correct.
And you found out,
I would just object to the leading questions.
just trying to orient the witness to where he was and why.
I'll take that, yeah, question answer, please.
So you had already been at the Oxford High School
Correct.
and you knew what had happened there?
You're not wrong, Tilly. You're not wrong.
Well, that was a yes or no. Did he already know what had happened at Oxford High School? That would certainly affect whether or not he approach a house with his gun on, right?
And the assignment to secure 112 East, you told us that you were given an assignment by Lieutenant Hicks?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, did you know what you were going to find there?
No.
And what information did you have at that point?
That the shooter resided there, and to go to the house and secure the house prior to the search warrant being drafted. There wasn't a whole lot of information given at the time. Everything was kind of quick moving at that moment.
Okay. Now this is Exhibit 200 on the screen here. You were asked about the 22 ammunition. So in that locking case with the 000 combination, there was no ammunition in that case, correct?
And there you go. He just got it.
Find ammunition in the same
Yep.
location.
Yes,
He's a shady fucker.
Yeah, and she just let it go.
The,
Mhm.
So I'll move
yeah,
it to
you can kind of see where the two magazines are. There's a box behind it. It's
Like
like
gray, red, and
yeah,
black.
yep, that's the box to ammunition. I don't recall what specific caliber was recovered, but it was a box with ammunition. It's right behind the holster right there.
Okay, I can't get that picture out of my mind now. Tilly, thanks for that.
I've done it for the first.
He's got a long, narrow, pointy nose.
Who is the next witness going to be?
Sergeant Eschke.
Okay, short, long, medium, long?
I mean, I don't want to, not.
Yeah, she is worthless, and this has been an incredible performance.
Yeah.
If the court is so inclined.
Yeah, sure, sure. Okay, so.
Based on what we saw the last few days.
Okay.
All rise to the jury.
Well, I'm rised. Oh, rise.
Dance isn't wrong. She does look like an older Emma Watson. Or is it Watson? The Hermione chick.
Was that Emma Watson?
It's Emma something.
Oh, Judge. Oh.
Yeah, it was Emma Watson.
As long as the stir can be fair and impartial, I think. See, there's an issue.
You want me to ask?
I would ask, only because we've had witnesses from Princeton testify, so I'd ask that we inquire into the juror.
Okay, I'm gonna read the question.
More juror bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a juror says.
Your Honor, we have made a concerted effort to not say any of the places of employment or businesses
Yeah.
for any witness, so just.
Yeah, well, someone said it though.
I
was a
believe
witness.
opposing counsel did, but we've made an attempt for all of the witnesses not to identify specific places.
I believe opposing counsel did it.
I didn't even realize that the prosecution, there's no order preventing the release of the name of where Mrs. Crumbley worked. I didn't violate any order.
I'm not
Oh, I
suggesting
didn't
that,
say,
Your Honor.
I think that saying the work location triggered number 15 to send us this note. And it sounds like she works indirectly with someone who is with Ms. Crumbley's former employer. She doesn't say that she knows anybody from there, but
Oh, that doesn't
I'm
sound
gonna
terrible.
bring her in and ask her, okay?
Sounds good,
Yeah,
thank
she
you.
doesn't say she knows anybody, but she just, I actually am appreciative when these jurors say that I maybe know someone. I think they're doing what they're supposed to, so. All
I
right,
just want to make sure I didn't do anything wrong by saying the name.
you didn't do anything wrong.
Okay,
I didn't suggest you did.
Yeah, that's what I
I was
have,
just trying to give the warning to the court. Or
yeah,
It's,
well,
it's,
that's the reason that the juror recognized.
got it.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so I'll be back.
All right. Hey, Steven.
All right. So the juror worked by, around in the former employer of the defendant,
Okay.
is what it sounded like. I don't think that's that big of a deal, especially in a little town.
Yeah.
Princeton is a management company in Southeast Michigan. They have shit everywhere. So it's kind of like if you don't know somebody that has worked or lived in a Princeton property, they're like apartment complexes, housing
Yeah.
complexes, that kind of shit. If you don't know somebody that has been around one of those, then you probably haven't been here a whole long time. So they kind of own everything. So yeah, I don't think that's that crazy of a
It's not a thing.
right of a a thing. There we go. We'll go with thing. I don't know. Have you seen the smoking gun yet? Because I
No,
haven't.
no. This is just continuing on in the same way. There's no evidence to prove that she has done what she is accused of doing because she didn't do what she's accused of doing.
Right.
So they're just mighty tainted the juror pool. Yeah, he likes to do that. He likes to taint the jurors.
What about my taint in the jurors? I did not. Those pictures aren't out yet.
Not yet.
So, yeah, it's if it wasn't such a serious charge with a serious person, again, it would be laughable.
Yeah.
Because this has been insane. Like the fact that they think that they can just do this to whoever the hell they want, whenever the hell they want, with impunity, and there's not a damn thing any of us can do about it. Kind of at their whim. So, yeah, I have not seen a single shred of evidence to suggest that she's even remotely responsible for the deaths of those 4 kids
Yeah.
at Oxford High School. Not even remotely.
Yeah, I don't I don't see how they even did this, how they got this far. But they were like he was just testifying that they had guns drawn on the house when the parents came out. This was immediately after the shooting. Why would they have guns drawn on the parents or on the parents' house? They've got the shooter. They've already arrested him at that point.
Right.
So why on earth are they acting like the parents are violent or a danger?
Right. Seems kind of heavy-handed if you ask me, but
Yeah, guns drawn on parents who have just ugh,
went
I
through
don't
something
like
like
it.
this. Right.
Yeah, they haven't even had a chance to really absorb what has happened, and
Right.
now they're being held at gunpoint by many cops with guns. That's scary as shit. No wonder they decided to leave, go 25 miles away.
Right. I mean, I can't say that I would have stuck around and been like, nah, fuck it. We're gonna stay around and wait. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like they felt the full weight of the government immediately.
Yeah.
So,
They were
how are you
guilty
supposed to
before
react?
anything happened. It's
Right. I promise I didn't mean to take over the chat. No, we love people
oh
chatting. Usually everybody's a little bit more chatty, but that's usually the night show. Like the night show is people are much more chatty. Uh so yeah. But no, absolutely. Chat away. Um don't come in the pool. I can't help it, Bobby. So
it's that warm water.
it is. Yeah. The process is the punishment, as they say. Exactly. And like I
Yeah.
said, if they really wanted to run, Canada is so close. Like
Yes.
I don't think you guys understand how damn close Canada is and
And how wide open it is.
right, how easy it would be to duck across that border.
Yeah.
They say don't admit your crimes on the internet, but trust me, it's not incredibly difficult to get to Canada across the
No.
waterway. Detroit River or any of the islands that are in northeast part of that Lake St. Clair, that kind of thing. Like it's not difficult. Trust me. Don't come, but I want to, Jacob.
Law-abiding citizens don't think of failing. Well, that's the thing, and that's why so many more law-abiding citizens are getting into these sorts of situations. Is because you think, I'm innocent. I know
Right.
I'm innocent, so I don't need to worry. And
Right.
then you get steamrolled.
Yeah. Not only you get steamrolled, but they show up at your house, guns drawn, and force you out of your home. And before they knew shit, like
Yeah.
before they knew guilt or innocence. I mean, they came from the scene, so it was probably about the time that they learned of it.
Yeah,
They're
we were just
already
finding out.
taking that right. They're already taking that kind of action, so something's coming back. Like
Yeah.
something's coming.
Why on earth would they have shown up and with the guns drawn at the parents' house unless
Right.
they fully expected to blame the parents for this right from the
Right.
get-go?
Or if they had some kind of intelligence that the parents were involved in some way, but we haven't seen a single shred of evidence that proves that or even
Yeah.
recommends that. Not even that proves it, even fucking recommends that they knew anything about this.
Yeah.
I have said since the beginning, the only way that you could convince me of manslaughter is if Ethan sent a text before he did it, Mom, I'm going to go kill such and such. And she
Yeah.
said, yeah, fucking go for it. Like, that's the only way you can convince
That's
me.
yeah.
That's how it's got to be.
Yeah.
And nothing even remotely close. So,
Well, the principal is more at fault at this point, in my opinion. He's more
right.
at fault than the mother is. He looked at the kid. He's got the special training, the psychology training and whatnot. He didn't see anything wrong. So if
Right.
he didn't see anything, how are parents supposed to see it?
Mm-hmm.
That everyone thought the kid was suicidal or sorry,
Homicidal. No, you're
yeah.
good. You're good.
Yeah, well, yeah, he ended him. Everyone expected him to end himself. No one expected him to take it out on others.
Right.
And so yeah, I just cannot fathom why they would feel the need immediately after to go guns drawn and raid the house.
Right.
They had the bad guy. They had the weapon. It was done.
Yeah. And like I said, the media around it here, I mean, you would have thought they called the hit or something like that.
Yeah.
That's how the media portrayed it around here. So, and I never bought it because I'm like, that's weird.
That's a bit much, yeah.
Yeah. And were they great parents? No, I don't think they were. I don't think they were. Do you have to be an exceptional parent? I don't think you do. I think it's one of those things where you have to do just enough. And I feel like they did. To be a reasonable parent, you have to do just enough. So, and I feel like they did. personally. Wonder if the deputies play Star Wars in the bathroom. Absolutely, 100%.
Oh, I'm
believe
sure.
it.
I would.
Yeah,
What else are you gonna do in the bathroom on a break?
right. Glow in the dark condoms. Play lightsabers.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, that mental image is perfect. Oh. Oh man. Yeah, I don't see this. Um, well, actually, it's sad. I do see it. I see that I see which way this case is headed, and it's unfortunate. But
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she's going to end up being in jail for a while.
Oh, she's gonna get convicted. I've been saying that since the beginning. Just the area and the way that people do things around here, she's gonna get convicted.
Yeah.
I put it at upper 90 percentile that she's gonna get convicted, with no evidence, just because of the situation. And I could be wrong. They could have got the perfect jury, but when you're talking about your pool is from Pontiac Auburn Hills, you know,
Everyone knows or knows someone who knows the victims.
Right. So, especially, I mean, especially as how much the media had it in, in the media around this area. There was so much of it that it was impossible for you to not know what was going on shortly thereafter the Oxford school shootings. So
Yeah.
Exactly. My parents had no idea I was always be retarded and disappointment. But here I am. Geez, I think you're a beautiful person. You're a little retarded, but
I kind of like the retardedness.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it fits you. It fits you well.
Well, the retardedness is what brings you up to my level. Or sorry, me. It brings you down to my level. It's bringing me up.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
One way.
You actually understand the words that spill out of my mouth in odd formations.
But yeah. So I don't know. I think that there's I think that there is. I think there's going to be a lot out of this. Like, there's going to be, if they get this prosecution, one, I think James is fucked.
Oh, he's hoops,
'Cause,
yeah.
Yeah. I kind of feel like he is either way. Like, I don't think there's enough to convict if we're going by the letter of the law. I feel like there's enough to convict going by the area
Emotion.
and
Yeah.
the emotion behind this. So I think James is just call it right now. Just fuck the trial. Like, you're just wasting more money and time. He's done either way. I think she has the best shot of beating it, but that's a very low shot.
Yeah.
And the frustrating part is neither one of them should face charges. Neither one of them should be in jail, in my opinion. So,
yeah.
So that's what's so hard to stomach with this whole thing is it's just not there.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
just
we're
not
seeing
there.
it more and more. We're seeing these cases being brought with nothing. And I don't know if it's because Law 2 became a thing and more people are watching or what, but it's definitely it's being highlighted, the ridiculousness of your court system. And hopefully things will start to change.
Yeah.
Like watching this poor woman go through this. Zach Anderson, his trial was absolutely ridiculous. You know, that's the problem with the internet is it's a double-edged sword, right? And you can learn a lot from there, but people can sow a lot of misinformation in there as well. And unfortunately, in these days, when something as big as like a school shooting happens, the media is so all over it that they've got most people's minds poisoned before you really know anything about who did what. So
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because I think so. There's trying to figure out what I want to say. So there's times where I beat media to a story, the Israel shit. Like I was
yes.
watching it, I beat them. I subsequently got banned for it, but
Yeah, well,
so I was the first person like to report anything on the Israeli war, and but so often the media is trying to be first, and then once that first wave, if you're not first, then what's the next thing you have to be? You have to be sensational. So you have to crazy titles or those clips or blah blah blah.
yeah.
So you have to do something to differentiate, because we have so many avenues and so many options of getting coverage or getting information about things. And my thing is, I'm just some asshole on the internet. Like, don't trust a word that I say. Go look for yourself. Like, I'm
Yeah.
fine with that. I mean, I
I
appreciate it.
prefer it.
Right. I do my damn best with everything I can. Sometimes I am wrong. I try and correct it when I am. But do your own research. Don't trust a damn word I say. I am literally some asshole on the internet. So,
Yeah.
but I
But
mean,
these days, the assholes on the internet tend to be doing a better job. So,
yeah, I mean, there's more care that the way I fight for an audience and the way that I try and differentiate is I'm not going to bullshit you, and I'm going to tell both sides, and I'm going to give my opinion, and I'm going to, yeah, sometimes we're not going to agree on shit, but I'm going to tell you what's there, not what I think or what I feel like's there, but,
mhm.
and that's the way I do. But a lot of people take the easy way out. Let's write a clickbait title and talk about bullshit.
Yeah.
That's just not me. So,
Say whatever you want in the headline and then clarify in the third or fourth paragraph.
right, right. Right. It's like I think it was 2 days ago. I was bored during lunch, and we went to Fox, and looked at the headlines. And the headlines from the trial you were watching to the top 5 headlines about the trial we were watching
Mhm.
could not have been further from each other. Like it
Ah.
was almost impressive. I forget what the one was. Something about Taylor Swift, which was subsequently true because she opened Barbie attorney. I don't know what to call her. She opened with, "Oh, I was on my way in, and I was listening to my Taylor Swift CD," and like, blah blah blah. So like, she brought it up, but that was like some big thing. No, it was a message in passing. Like it was just
Yeah.
her trying to be relatable in her opening. It was not some big fucking crux of the case. She wasn't saying Taylor Swift was an accomplice. So like, and that's what the news made it sound like. Is like it was some massive story in the timeline of this trial, and no, it wasn't. It was just something that you can clickbait. So
Yeah.
Digger Digger has all Tay CDs.
I do not. I honest to God, I've never owned a single one, but she's a little bit younger than I. She was
I call
coming up
bullshit.
after I was already an adult. You
Can
can
we
call
use
bullshit all you want, just don't look at my CD collection.
Can we use the proper gender though? It's he.
Oof, I've seen your evidence, and I still think that she's a she. Although she does have a bulge like Big Mike, and I am certain that Big Mike's a he.
She has a
So,
bulge. She has an Adam's apple. That bitch has a pole, not a hole, and that's all I'm saying.
but you see, we can agree to disagree and still be friends. It doesn't
Yeah,
have to
but
be all crazy.
this is a hill I am willing to die on.
And I'm willing to let you die on it. You can have that one. That's fine.
All right, looks like stop it.
Are you ready for me to tell you you're good to go?
There we go.
Oh, no, this is, no, I was talking to the camera guy. I don't know if he's
Oh,
gonna-
wait, I didn't know if you were gonna talk, you're on, I didn't know if you were gonna talk about the juror, that's what I was waiting at.
oh, yeah, you're waiting for the jury to come in. Okay.
Well, the one particular juror that we talked about before you left.
Oh, okay, yeah, yes. Let's,
Oh, juror number 15.
I'm gonna bring 15 in briefly, as soon as possible. So. Just run with it. And we're gonna bring number 15 in briefly, okay?
I mean, good on them for doing the cautious thing, but I think knowing somebody that works at a company that's everywhere,
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna. We're not gonna have a mistrial.
No.
Oh, wait, oh. I thought you had them all coming in.
No. Hello?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are going to be going with Biden for this election.
Yeah, so this is another hill I would die on because a lot of people have been saying, "Oh, well, it's gonna be Michelle Obama. It's gonna be." So the way that, and it's statutory, it's not by party in most states. The filing deadlines for the general election in more than enough states to get the nomination are going to be are already passed or will pass in the very near future. Registration for president is something you have to do years in advance. Most of them pass in November. So, and on top of that, nobody's filed. Like Gavin Newsom hasn't filed, Michelle Obama hasn't filed, nobody's filed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's just it's too close at this point for them to get all the legal crap done and dusted.
Right, the deadlines have passed largely in most states. So
Yeah.
your options are Joe Biden, and if he's incapacitated and unable to run, he has filed with Kamala Harris as his VP. So Kamala would take the nomination. So it'll either be Kamala or Joe.
I'd rather have Joe, honestly.
Yeah, probably. So
he's dumb and he's like, well, he's not dumb, but he's senile, and it's very easy to tell him what to do and push him out on stage, and he can do that little thing and come back. Kamala's got a brain, and she's got not that it's a very smart one, but she's definitely all about moving up in the world. And she will do whatever she needs to in the position of president to make sure that she comes out on top. And that's dangerous.
Yeah.
Joe's toeing the line, but she would actually blow the place up.
I think so too. Well, Joe's being handled. Joe's not running the country.
No.
No.
I really do believe it is Obama sitting in the basement in his sweatpants.
Probably. He said he wanted to.
Yeah.
Take him at his word.
Well, yeah, he doesn't lie.
Yeah. But yeah, those deadlines have passed, so it's not like they can pull a switcheroo. Like it wouldn't. Like I said, it takes nothing to file. It would be to file for all 50 states. We looked into it. I think it would be like $1,100, and takes about 10 minutes. So it's not something that they would have put off just to play games.
Yeah, if they had any ideas that he may potentially not be able to do it, they would have already had people ready to go.
Right.
I've been working in the courthouse
Exactly.
for over 32 years. I can see you all doing the math. I know you think I must have started here in the 6th grade. But in 32 years
funny judge.
here, we have never provided lunch to a jury. So it's kind of a big deal. And we wanted to do that so that we wanted to accommodate you. We know this is a stressful trial and you're taking time out of your private life, and we've asked you not to read a newspaper or to do anything. But We also don't want you going down to the cafeteria because it creates too many opportunities for inappropriate reaction. Not necessarily you with someone else, but someone else with you. We don't expect you to be here with us very long, only about 5 more weeks. And then you
5
have to
weeks?
answer a couple of menu
Wow.
items. And the alternative would be to bring your own lunch, which is what a lot of jurors do. But I think we're adding a salad or something. I don't know. Something. Anyway, we're doing our best.
Hi, Fiery.
All right.
It was
So
so fire.
if you think it's really bad, for some reason you could bring your own lunch. But I don't want anything to happen. People do silly things and could approach you and okay. All right. Who's the next witness?
Sergeant Matthew Pesky.
All right, could you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about the is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, could you
Where's the
swear to
sergeant,
God before
sir?
you have a step up, have a seat, state your name for the record, and spell your first and last name.
Matthew Peschke, Matthew Peschke.
Thank you. Go ahead, prosecute.
All right, good afternoon,
It looks
Sergeant.
like he might have done cocaine at some
Can
point in his
you
life.
tell me or tell the jury how long
See,
you've
to
been,
me, he looks
Allegedly.
like
employed by
he
the
looks like
Sheriff?
he's in the middle of a really awful
For 20
divorce and
years.
he's sleeping on the couch in the
And
office.
you are currently a sergeant,
Maybe.
correct? And what's the scope of your assignment and duties at this moment?
My assignment and duties at this moment.
Probably still did cocaine though.
Probably.
Allegedly.
Detective sergeant in the special.
That may be allegedly what wrecked his marriage. Allegedly.
I want to direct your attention to
Mandy,
November
you have a
30th,
wonder day, hon.
2021.
Take care, Mandy.
Okay.
I do.
Do
He
you-
does look like
can
Tim
you
Curry
recall
with
where you
Downs.
were when you, heard about the shooting?
That's
at
brilliant.
I was at the Pontiac substation.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what you did? How did you hear about it?
My partner at the time, Kevin Thomas, came into my office, told me there was
You
an
firing,
active
that's what I'm
shooter at
talking
Oxford
about.
High School.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I grabbed a vest and I got to my car and I left. for Oxford
Gosh,
High.
now I'm looking at the guy's nose. He's
Did
got one
you,
nostril that's
like
obviously
inside
preferred
Vest,
over the
did
other.
you join the caravan or did you?
See, you're coming around.
went
I
once.
am.
I didn't know
You
if I
got
was-
me.
And about how long after that did it take you to arrive at the school?
Maybe 20 minutes.
What did
We'll
you
keep
do
your
when
seat
you
warm
approached?
potentially.
I went in through the entrance by the pool.
What did you observe when you
All right.
drove into the? Could you get to the parking lot of the school?
I got into the parking lot. I double parked at that point and I went into the school.
Okay.
You monster.
Double parked.
Can you tell the jury about what
Fucking
time that
monster.
was, if you know?
I don't know.
Were you aware of whether or not the shooter was in custody?
I had heard on the way over the radio that the shooter was in custody.
Okay. At that point, what did you know about injuries or fatalities?
I knew that there had been 1 or 2 homicides at that point and injuries. I wasn't sure how many.
Which entrance did you go into?
I went in by the pool.
And what did you do?
At that point,
By the pool.
I located other members of the sheriff's office. There was I did a search of that pool area with a couple other deputies. We went back, reported to command, which was being made at that point. We went back and searched a couple hallways in that pool area again, looking for survivors, witnesses, victims, anything like that.
Okay. Did you find any students?
No.
All right. What was your understanding at that point of where they were?
Why again is this relevant?
From what I had heard is a lot of students had ran away from the high school to the Myers, and other students were being escorted out that were still in classrooms by other deputies.
Okay. What you referenced a minute ago about command. Do you recognize this person sitting next to me?
Yes,
And who's that?
it's Lieutenant Willis.
All right. And what was his role there that day?
He was, he became the officer in charge. He was one of the command, reporting command that we go to.
So when you say command, were you finding Lieutenant Willis at that point? Was he instructing you or was somebody else instructing you?
What you
Captain
talking about,
Hill was
Willis?
also there.
Sorry, it was too easy. I had
So,
to.
After you cleared the pool area and another hallway with officers, what did you do next?
At that point, I was advised by command, the structure, to go to the house and the residence of Ethan and
Okay,
secure it.
we've decided that I've asked that we not say his name, so we refer to him in these proceedings as shooter.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Why?
Um,
I was wondering that earlier. Why?
Because they don't want to
You were
affect the
told by
community
command
or
to go
something like
to
that.
the residence and
I think it's kind of bullshit. But
first,
Yeah.
were you told whose residence it was and who lives there or anything about the house?
We were told to go to the shooter's residence, secure it, preserve it for evidence.
yeah, it's an
and
order.
search warrant being
The
drafted.
judge just hasn't enforced it at all.
And did you go?
Yeah.
Did you do that?
Yes,
Do you know if you can recall how long did it take you to get from Oxford High School to the shooter's residence?
just a couple minutes out of it.
Okay. Did you go by yourself or with somebody else?
No, I was in my own car,
Okay.
but I went with Deputy Steele or Detective Steele at the time, Detective Stoyak and Detective McPherson. And I
Okay.
believe there was a marked unit already at the house.
And you were instructed to do what when you got there?
To
2-to-1 odds. He's on
get the
Grinder.
occupants
All right,
out,
I'll stop now.
secure
This
it,
guy bothers me.
if anybody was injured, destruction of evidence, anything like that.
Okay, and you mentioned a search warrant. Were you told that there was a search warrant or they were attempting to get one? What were you told?
Search warrant was being drafted. It was not signed yet in order for us to begin our search.
Okay, is this something that you've done frequently in your career?
Yes.
All right. And what do you typically do when you arrive at a residence of any kind and you know there's a search warrant you're attempting to get a search warrant? What's the protocol?
The search warrant gives you authorization to enter the house. So, and to search the house, more or less. So when you arrive on scene, normally as you're entering, the guns are drawn, you don't know what's in there, you don't know about animals, you don't know anything like that.
Yeah,
go
but you
in,
know you've already
clear
got
house,
the
make sure all occupants
the
are,
shooter.
Right.
either taken out or
And you're
preserved
doing
in the
this
area
without a
where
warrant
people, and then
and without any. I mean, that would be a felony,
you hold the house and you preserve it.
like a
Or
felony interaction. But
make
there's
sure
no
nobody's in
there's
there
no
and
charge here.
Yeah.
leave
So-
and somebody watch the house. But not leave the area, we say.
Oh no, Jacob, I'm leaving that one right where you lay it.
Okay. When you were instructed to go to the house and do this, what did you have knowledge of regarding the shooter, his parents, what led up to it? What was your knowledge at that point?
I had knowledge of the shooter's name. I had knowledge that high school students were killed and injured, and that was pretty much about it.
Okay.
I'm not sure either,
Did
Dance.
did you have any knowledge about who else lived in the house?
No.
Okay, so you knew.
Did they
Almost
wound him,
nothing.
tackle him? Sorry, not
Is that
familiar.
right?
No,
Yes, I
he
know
walked
nothing
up to
Okay.
the principal, and the
When
principal
you arrived
just
on
talked to him.
scene,
Talked to him.
what did you observe?
So he shot and killed,
I
or
observed,
shot and killed the
a
kids,
male out
shot a
walking
teacher,
in
and then when the
area by
principal
restaurant,
interacted with him, he
He just gave up the gun.
just
and
gave up.
then I
Yeah.
observed,
Wow.
A female coming out onto the porch.
See,
But
I'm
you see that
more
at some point
inclined to
you went
believe
at-
that he was
Yeah.
going
What
after
was- what was
specific
her name?
targets.
Jennifer Crumbley.
Do you see her in the courtroom
It-
today?
I do.
Kind of seems like it. I don't know.
She is on.
They haven't shown anything to prove that there was
May
any
the record reflect he's properly identified.
any kind of like correlation.
What did you
But
do?
yeah,
when you
it seems
brought
like it was
this?
kind of
I
targeted.
drove up to the house.
Yeah.
I put on a vest and we lined up at the door and we went in.
Talk to me about why you put on a vest.
Wait a minute.
This is an active shooter scenario.
No, it's not.
I'm protecting myself.
What?
I don't know
He
why.
says it's an active shooter scenario. It's not though.
And
The
you-
shooter
at the
has been
parents' house,
arrested.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
That was.
He's putting his vest on when he's
McPherson,
getting to the parents'
Detective
house.
Soyak, and
Mhm.
Detective Stevens.
That doesn't make any
Did anyone have
sense.
their guns drawn?
Yes,
At who?
I did, and I'm almost positive everybody else did.
Why are you positive of that?
That's normal.
When you say normal.
No, it's not
Is
normal.
that protocol or is that, because I think for a lot of us, that's not normal. So I'm trying to get you to understand, to make the jury understand why you would do something.
It's an overreach of police
As I
powers.
explained, we didn't know what we were going
Yes.
into, so we were just
But
making
you
sure we were.
do know what you're going into. You
Is that something you
freaking
do
arrested the
frequently when you
shooter.
approach a
Right.
house
Ooh,
to
this
excuse
is so
your phone
frustrating.
Or to clear the house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um,
Hey, Shenny, good to see you.
What did you do next?
Hey, Shenny.
Cleared the house, and at that point, we came back outside.
At that point, did you know whether or not the defendant and her husband had been at a substation, or did you know anything about?
God loves
them
to
seeing
reach
the
around.
gang?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
The overreach around.
They'd seen their son or not? Okay.
He loves to both reach around and be
what did
reached
you-
around.
What did you do with, or ask the defendant to do, if anything?
Can you rephrase?
Yes. At some point, you had an opportunity to interact with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how that happened?
Oh, I know it's a claim. I'm just saying it's bullshit.
From the house.
Whose patrol car?
Weingart's.
Okay. And at some point, was she in the back of another patrol car?
I never saw her in the back of another patrol car.
Okay.
Deputy Zajac was also on scene in a marked car.
Okay. So what was the first interaction you had with her?
When she was in the back of Deputy is it Weingart's? I believe it's Weingart's.
Okay. And what did you do, if anything?
I advised her she wasn't in custody, and I originally jumped in the driver's seat, but then I walked around to the back seat and I opened her door.
Why did you do
You
that?
advised her you're not in
She's not
custody?
She-
After all that bullshit?
You take her out of the house at gunpoint
Did you leave
and
the door
handcuff
open or
her.
closed?
I opened
Right.
it.
Nah, you're not in custody. I just
Not
want to
at all.
talk to you.
About whether it was open or closed.
She liked it open.
All right. This conversation takes place for about 49 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you talking the entire time?
No.
What else were you doing while you were talking with her? Were you doing anything else? Were there breaks in that conversation?
There may have been breaks near the end of it where I was looking for further instruction.
Okay. Were you always standing right beside the car?
No.
Okay. And did she have any requests?
A cigarette and her phone.
Did you accommodate those?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I'm going to play what's been marked as People's Proposed 342. It's the in-car video that Sergeant Peschke just introduced.
Your Honor, I have no objection.
Okay, 3:42 is a minute.
I do have a really quick question, if we can approach very, very, very quickly.
What's your question, Barbie? Oh, I know. The court audio sucks. Like every other day it's better. So hopefully tomorrow it's better. Like I have it triple boosted. It just doesn't get any better.
So I do want
Nice
to
wall.
just put on the record that
Great wall.
while this is a lengthy video, it is 49 minutes. It's a critical
Holy
lead,
shit.
and so I just would ask for the jurors' patience in viewing it.
There might be some boring parts, is that what you're saying?
I don't
Some
believe
lulls,
I
some
do not believe there
lulls.
are any boring parts, but
Lulls.
that's me.
Lulls.
I think even the reason for the entire video is even during the period where there's no conversation, it's an opportunity to view and observe the defendant. So I just want to put on the record why I'm playing the whole thing.
And Your Honor, we have no objection. We stipulate to the exhibit.
Well, in the interest of completion too, it's good to play the whole time. So.
Okay. All right.
All right, so 45 minutes for a fucking cinematic adventure here.
She's put on so much weight.
Yeah, she looks so different, so much more unhealthy now.
Yeah.
Just in general, I mean, it's been 2 or 3 years.
Do you
It
know
looks
about
like
what
she's
time
age
this
50.
starts?
Yeah.
I mean, actually, not about what time. Do you know what time that she gets in the car?
Not exactly. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So what, can you tell us what the time says?
It's 14:57.
I mean, I know my son was the one that shot the schools, but I'm not quite sure like why we're in the back of the cop car.
Exactly.
Well, right now,
We're about to hear some bullshit, boys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
all I know is we're detaining you until investigators can get things figured out. Sorry, I guess air back here. Nothing I was backing up to do. I left the stove on. I think they got shut off.
Okay, this is a 45-minute video. We can't fast forward through the silent bits.
No, she said that's important so you can see the defendant's demeanor.
Oh, well.
At first, I thought she said defendant's wiener, but I was wrong.
Ah, that would have been more interesting.
I agree. Oh, there, Tilly has a outside phone too.
Nice.
Well, welcome again.
That's a cute pupper she got in that picture there too.
Yeah, it is.
Dance, I would think she would have a case, except that everything's dirty these days.
Yeah. Especially with all the again, this case has went up to the Supreme Court of the state of Michigan, and they gave it the go ahead to stand trial, and all the accompanying they challenged a bunch of different things and gave it the go on everything. So
yeah, that's
awesome.
I like the name Pumpkin Trouble. Dance, exactly. Under the letter of the law, she may have that right, but they're not going to give her any rights at all. The way they've treated this right from the get-go is,
yeah,
they're not worried about this woman.
Nope.
She can't help that she gave birth to a murderer, you know.
Right.
I don't know if I can tell you that.
And I'm sorry, but asking for a cigarette, that's one of the first things I'd be doing once I was taken at gunpoint. Sat in the back of a police car. Yeah, I would want a cigarette. Thank you very much. I'd want 2 or 3 probably. You had to give her the middle name Trouble. I like that.
What's your date of birth?
4178.
Yeah, she's only a year older than me.
Wow.
Well, they handcuffed me at the front door.
Okay. Well,
Nice to meet you, Tilly's wife.
Jennifer, does anybody know what's going on?
I was on at the substation and I saw my son and answered questions. I know what he did.
Okay. All right, so you understand, you're not in custody, you're just, right now, we need to check your house for evidence. Okay.
You're not in custody. You're just not leaving anytime soon.
Yeah. Not in custody, but we're going to hold a bunch of guns on your house while you come out.
Right.
Scared as fuck.
So he's got, there's 2 pits on either side of that.
So he has two bedrooms?
Yeah, because his bedroom got so out of control, he moved to the guest room, and that got out of control, and I haven't got a chance to pick it yet.
Whose room is all the way in the back?
Those are mine.
This is pre-warrant, just so we know. This is
Yeah.
pre-warrant.
Yeah.
Is that Ethan's dad?
Yeah.
Don't even have a fucking warrant yet.
Does he own a firearm?
Yes.
Ethan does?
No,
James.
James does.
Did you see that box that was on your bed in the back bedroom?
I haven't had a chance to go back where that.
Okay. What's a good phone number for you?
248-760-7502.
Did Ethan have a phone?
He did.
What's that?
Stored in my phone. I don't know if I
Gosh, humans have become so stupid.
Okay.
The phone
Yep.
remembers everything for us.
James, same line?
Yes.
Amazing. I am not surprised. That whole freak out over the piano was
No? Okay.
way too big a deal for it not to have been someone important.
That's insane.
Yeah, just a regular old Chinese tourist would not throw a fit like that about having their faces on someone's camera.
Right.
Last night, that was great, and it was bad. And we got on to him, and took stuff away from him, and this morning, and we just looked, they said he seemed fine, he apologized, and it was normal, there was nothing abnormal. Nothing,
Okay.
nothing.
He left just like normal? Did he walk?
No, James Crumbley.
Oh, okay. All right. Did James hear?
He's in.
Exactly, Dance.
Right.
Exactly. And that man, don't touch my friend, so violently. I've watched Brandon for a long, long time.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So,
We
Yeah.
went right to the substation.
all right, so you were gone this morning before Ethan left.
Yeah.
And James, what time did you leave?
Well, wait a minute. James took him first. I woke up late this morning. I left after.
Okay, were you sleeping in the bed?
Did I sleep in the back bedroom?
Yeah,
I mean, that's where I sleep. That's where I woke up.
right, but, so I guess it's kind of hard for me to ask you because there's a gun box on your bed.
Yeah, that's probably when we found out there was an active shooter. We were at the school this morning because the counselor found some drawings on paper. It said, didn't seem concerned to stay at school. And then we found active shooter. James came home and we looked over the gun box, and the gun's gone, and we had the bullets hidden in two separate spots, and the bullets were gone, and instantly it's like, oh shit.
Okay,
I think that's what we can do with this.
okay.
And I drove the street, we called Logan County and told them what we thought, and they called us on the substation. That's where we were.
So,
We just got back from there.
so you guys noticed the gun was missing this morning?
No,
No.
no.
So I guess explain it to me again.
Didn't know it until we heard there was an active shooter.
Okay,
And we were just at the counter office because Ethan was drawing we were gonna do his mom some paper. And then all of a sudden there's an active shooter, and James flew home, and he's like, I had the gun hidden, and I told him where I hid the bullets, and they were both missing. So sometime, I don't know.
well, it could be sometime today, did you sleep in that back bedroom?
Yeah.
So,
And I woke up in there, and there was nothing abnormal.
right, if the box was on your bed, did you make your bed?
No.
Okay, so if the box is on your bed, so what I'm just trying to get a timestamp when he could have picked up the gun.
I don't think he could have. Not this morning.
Unless, do you think, is it possible that James maybe, like, checked the box with a handgun and put it on the bed?
Well, yeah, I told you. Yeah, after we
I
found
guess
out.
that's the part that I was.
Yeah, after we heard there was an active shooter, and after what we
Hi,
talked
Alicia.
at the school today, he came here during this whole time this was going on, and that's when he noticed the gun was gone, that's when he called you guys.
Okay. What kind of images was he drawing?
On my phone. I didn't look at that closely because it's on the bumper of that.
On the bumper of that car. I mean, are they?
Well, now that when I was at the substation, I looked at them more closely, they're a little disturbing. Well, they're very disturbing, because look what he just fucking did.
Okay.
Okay.
Poor woman.
Well,
I don't even know what the hell I'm thinking. I'm kind of in shock. Like, he's never been in trouble. He's never done anything. Like, he's never done anything wrong. He's a good kid.
Right. Well, we are too, and I mean, this is kind of like intentional.
This is fucked up.
Yeah. So,
Like, my son just ruined his life. I'll probably never see him again. Like, what the fuck?
right. How old is he?
17.
I'm sorry. No, I wouldn't agree with you.
Yeah.
Well, what time do you think you were up at the school today to see the counselor? Do you know which counselor it was?
Hopkins.
Hopkins?
And now that I look at him closely, and this was just, we literally left the school. I went back to work and then this started happening.
I'm gonna take a picture of this, okay? Is this on the homework?
It was on a math assignment that they were supposed to turn in.
What did he say when you started talking to him today with the counselor?
He said he was sorry that we lost the dog. His best friend got sent to an OCD facility treatment thing, and my mother-in-law passed away, and he said he was dealing with a lot of stress, and he was just putting thoughts on paper. It's the first time we've ever seen anything like this, or he's ever been
You've never
involved.
seen anything like this before?
No, he's never like, I don't know.
Do you know that he knows how to like handle a firearm?
Yeah, because we take him to the gun range.
Okay. So you teach him how to
That's
be
that's
responsible.
our hobby, that we go to the gun range, and that's what we do.
Is that the only gun you have in the house?
Well, the one, aside from the one that you took to the school, yes, there's like BB guns, but
There's BB guns, and then I think it was a 45 caliber that was at the school.
that was a 9mm.
The 9?
I should have done.
But you don't have it. Like,
There's,
what is it? Glock?
no, it's a SIG something,
Okay. A SIG.
which we just got on fucking Sunday. Friday. And we took them to the gun range, so they can,
Oh, you just bought it?
yeah, I mean, we've had another one for a long time.
Okay. What's the other one?
It's my husband knows, I don't know.
You don't.
It's a 22, I think.
Okay.
And we went out and we,
Is even like I mean, talking to you about it? I mean, so you had bad grades, but I mean.
they weren't horrible, we just had to know his geometry got to an E. I mean, I'm not a math person, I told him to get a D-, I'm happy.
Right.
And then, I looked on his power school last night, and I saw an E, and I said, so you're great, get brought back up. There's no gun range, there's no phone, there's no nothing. I looked at those were two trigger points. And then he was mad last night, this morning he seemed fine.
Okay.
It's not the first time he's been in trouble for his grades.
Right. Okay.
I mean, well, he was a good kid.
Right.
Like, he just doesn't do anything. He like stays at the house, and I don't know. He loves his animals, and I never would have.
Well, I'm not. I mean, this is I don't think he's a bad kid. I think he might have been upset about something today. Well,
I mean,
I'm not
I
trying to,
never even
like,
even thought he would have any mental issues. Like,
Well,
he's never exerted any kind of anger. He's never exerted anything. Like, he's just like one of those mellow, laid back kids.
Mhm.
We've always had an open, he'll talk about stuff. Like, I don't get it.
Right.
I don't get what happened.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, like you said, what grade was he in there?
We're not gonna release his name on the news, are they?
This probably, it won't be for a while, but I mean, this is, I'm sure your neighbors are already talking.
Right.
Here,
I know.
you know, I mean,
When in fact, I got handcuffed outside my front door. That was great.
yeah. L-E-Y. You guys own or?
And any fatalities?
Four. And there's 7 injured. I believe one was a teacher. Yeah, the teacher was critical. Do you know which teacher he was having? Do you know who he was having a problem with? Well, I mean, like his grades.
So like, that was like, a teacher last year, I didn't remember her name.
Was it the same school?
Yeah.
Jennifer. If I could give you, when you take a second, why don't you take a second? Did you ever complain about anybody in school? That being bullied?
I asked them for everybody's been to school, and he said, yeah.
Did you have friends?
Yeah, not a lot. The one best friend he had was sent on Halloween to an OCD treatment facility in Wisconsin out of the blue, and that was like his best friend. And so he didn't really have anybody outside of that, so I don't know.
Okay.
We don't know.
Okay. If you could sign this for your house, just gonna need to go in, and I would like to get that gun box. See if any other weapons are missing.
My husband knows where the other one is.
Does it? Okay. I'll get that.
I have a cigarette.
Wish I had one.
No, my husband's got one.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get that.
And maybe a jacket.
Yes. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll this one up against you.
No, I don't want the key, I can pass it over. Okay. I just really want a cigarette. Okay. Now I didn't really smoke.
You're trying to get a hold of the man. What do you have for him? You're talking about coming back out?
I work as well as a relay code that we're doing, and then we can do a weather check for, The board is clear, we're coming back to the main lobby. You want me to get your, people, go to the energy company? Roger. Yeah. It's good. right there. If anybody.
I didn't want to smoke your car.
No, it. Go ahead, actually, just have.
Yeah, Is that his?
Yep. He's doing.
No, I just keep up, just keep it open.
I'm gonna go give him back and I have to do it.
Hey, Ken. Carol. I can't talk, did you hear about, anyway, it's on the national news. Yeah. I'll shoot you a message.
I'm sorry?
No, I'll talk to you later.
Hey, I'm in the tower, so on the phone, or the keys, please, like, keys, and then taken out. I'm seeing for, on the road, and on the left, on,
Yeah, we're gonna time for military there for heat patrol for that too, just because we have our first crew out.
That's a good thing, first, give it a nine to roll. I don't want to be advisor, when the past, for more, these three units, and take it out, and all that advisor first.
I'm good with that, thank you.
That's one hundred, thank you.
Right here, calling 1411, 1412.
I'm not gonna advise it, just
Everyone should be able to talk about it.
perimeter guards, 1621. The fire department is gonna be coming in with large vehicles. They're gonna come in off the Ray Road where 411 posted, and they're gonna come in where 1521 is posted. Let them through if I-20 come through. I'm good. Sorry?
I had to put this out.
Throw it up.
Sorry, I had to smell.
Oh, what? It's all good.
You know, my biggest fear with it is I turn the gun myself.
Any units that have personal cars or parked cars, next to the main entrance, we get those moved for the command vehicle to come in.
I'm just wondering what she's looking at. Bye, friends. She's been doing something on that phone for a while. Wonder if they're going to try and make it look like she was not concerned and just watching and playing on her phone instead of being worried about what her son had done.
Next place on the radio. Thomas Children Village, 5990, 5990. Good, how are you? For a little bit, yeah, but don't get your brain back down, please. Yeah, and there's no way to get out. I don't know. I don't know. I would. Yeah, I really don't know. So we're just, this is a house around here, the place of interest. Yep. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, have a good day. I think that is very.
Yeah, it looks like she was a marketing director for a real estate management company. You're right. Exactly right. Although if you do watch, you can see all of a sudden she'll start breathing heavily, or like you can see it as it hits her, as the waves keep coming and hitting her.
identity bomb squad is actually been activated, it's gonna be on the way here in a minute. They're here with notification from the TLC. There are you. Small change, can you call her the bomb squad, which will lock her and her team dog in. I am using my cell phone. They're coming in on the street here. Have a look here. 10-1, I have residents at 135. You do if you let them get down there. Yeah, that's like pretty big. Simple. Sure, over here, we can see that. Go ahead. You guys are clear, you guys. Thank you. looking back there? Who's over there, Lieutenant James Crumbley? Yeah, give me a few minutes, I'll get back to you. Was it? No. Give me a minute. Are you on, Third and Beach Street?
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so this might take a little while. So what I'm gonna do, I didn't realize you'd already talked to a sergeant earlier. So with all the chaos going on, there's a little bit of a misunderstanding on everybody's part. So what I'm gonna do is, I can't technically let you go back in the house because they wanna do a search warrant. So what I can do is if you guys wanna go get a cup of coffee, go get a drink, leave, Sergeant Bryan said he will call you as soon as the search warrant is done on your house. But I can't let you go back in right now. Well, I don't know, that's what Detective Stoyak's also telling your husband. I don't know, do you have your car keys? No? So you don't keep guns in the car? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, do you wanna think about it for a second, or wait until your husband, or, I mean, what do you?
I need to get my car keys. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the whole fucking neighborhood probably thinks like we're monsters.
Oh, that's why I'm gonna kinda get you out of here instead of just having to sit up here.
Yeah, but again,
Is that okay? Alright, so give us just a minute.
I need
A jacket. Yeah.
I don't care about Jack. I got hoodies in my car. I need like a charger from batteries.
Okay, you have a charger in the car.
I don't know if I took it empty or not. It'd be plugged in if I didn't. Okay.
We'll just have a guy who will go in with you, to make sure that everything's cool, and then, Sergeant Brown will call you with the house.
Let me just make sure the one cat, there's two cats, but they don't get out.
I didn't see it.
Well, you're not gonna see, well, one's kind of a kitten and that's my son's cat.
Okay.
It's one being asked me to take care of it.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna be seeing him. I don't even know.
Well, he's at Children's Village, so.
Yeah,
So, I know, but.
I think he's responsible for family's worst nightmare, and
Yeah.
that ultimately looks back on us because here we are.
Yeah, I didn't know that you had asked for an attorney either.
Yeah,
Do you want an attorney just for your son, or?
I just don't, I work for a company that has attorneys and was there when I rushed out and he said, don't talk to anybody without an attorney present, so he texted me, I was there, so I don't even know, this is something you.
All right. Yeah, why don't you come out and we'll just, I'm gonna let you make the decision.
Yeah, I think.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross.
The defense has no questions.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Yes.
You may step down.
Thanks.
Who's the next witness?
Hold on.
I think we can get through one more witness, but we do need to address the matter outside the presence of the jury first.
Okay. I'm gonna give you 5 to 10 minute break. We're gonna see how. the rest of the interesting.
Oh.
All right, for the jury. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Jeez, guy. You know, you can just point it up to the roof or to the far wall or turn it off. Trying to hide the jury is, you know, I get it, but he's putting his hands with his fingers spread. What a twit.
Here from the crime lab.
Robert Catalis?
Yes. So it's my understanding defense counsel objecting to exhibits 13 and 22. So we need to have a ruling on those. I would ask that the court instruct the media not to film those two photographs because it is a imaging of a minor.
Okay.
So we could go through on the screen, but I don't want to broadcast.
They've been very cooperative. If you can just give them a heads up right beforehand. 'Cause- Did you say 13?
Yes. Oh my goodness, yes. But to be fair,
The defense is objecting based on relevance and that they are too prejudicial. The prosecution knows these are too prejudicial based on the fact that they're telling witnesses in the courtroom that these are about to be put on the screen. They're so prejudicial.
Telling the father of a murdered victim.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate.
Your Honor, so the first photo, number 13, shows a deceased child in the photo. It's just not necessary. This jury has heard horrific evidence, seen horrific evidence, and to see more photos with dead children, we believe is unnecessary and prejudicial. And the second
has nothing to do with the mom.
issue is number 22. There's a very large pool of blood, and there's just, again, no reason that it needs to be shown to this jury. It's way prejudicial.
I guess
Yeah.
I would have to say that this would seem to be a pretrial issue. I didn't think that there were issues like this remaining, but I haven't seen these pictures, so that doesn't help.
The
Yeah.
prosecution
I can show you right
didn't
now. I'd like to respond to the objection.
Well, I'm gonna like to respond to the objection, but this feels like not a mid-trial type of issue, but.
Your Honor, the exhibits were identified for me mid-trial. So when I saw this, I notified Mr. Keese the first day of trial when I saw this that I was objecting to these two.
Okay, I just didn't know. It would seem like something that would be the subject of a motion of limine because we had motions in limine with regard to some other exhibits. That being said, here we are. So I haven't seen the pictures, so.
Sure.
There are so
May I
many
respond
thousands
to
of
the
pages that
objection?
if I filed a motion in limine and the thousands of pages I got, this court, that's all you would have done for 3 years is hear motions every week.
What do you think I did do?
I know that, but I'm saying it's impossible for the defense to file motion and limines on every single piece of evidence we got. 99% of what they gave me, they're not even using because it's not relevant.
Okay, so despite the fact that I don't want to, can I please see the pictures?
Imagine.
Yeah, okay. Are you putting them on?
I can show you the printout.
But
or
I'm gonna make sure they're not streamed. I want to make sure
well, then just to be sure.
whatever the best way is.
I'm focused on the seal of the book.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. It's hard to rule if I haven't seen them. The family knows. Family's seen them before, right?
Just we have spoken with the victim's family before the trial, before the Miller hearing,
I
before
have
the
no
exam.
doubt. I have no doubt.
This is proposed exhibit 13. This is the view of the 200 hallway. Robert Catalis is the crime scene investigator. He's the supervisor of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Crime Scene Laboratory, or Crime Scene Unit rather. He will testify that this is the path that the shooter took.
Is that tape?
That's Hannah, St. Juliana, and further up is Madison, Baldwin Judge. Just so the court is aware, we have literally hundreds, if not thousands of photographs to draw upon. There's only one. There's no close-up photographs. There's no autopsy photographs being sought to admit. This is a homicide case. This shooting is relevant to this case. Death is an element that the people must prove, and we must prove that the end result of gross negligence is what happened on November the 30th. This is People's 13.
Are there two children in this video?
Yes, Judge, and we
Okay,
intentionally didn't have a close-up photograph of Ms.
Okay,
Bowles.
Oh, though that makes it better then.
We did so intentionally.
Yeah.
So that's 13.
Let's show dead kids, but we
Okay,
won't.
good.
We won't do a close up of a dead kids. Don't worry.
What else do you might have to say?
Okay.
Wait,
And 13, it also shows proficiency in which the shooter had with the firearm because the placards indicate defects in the wall and shell casings. Testimony will come out of the number of shell casings that were recovered from this portion of the hallway. The video has already been admitted in a previous ruling. The video, Judge, it moves through this portion of the hallway very quickly. So, again, 13 is, we intentionally did not choose unduly gruesome, prejudicial photographs. We choose only one photograph that is necessary to show the element involved. So that's 13.
I mean, this is not gruesome. It doesn't show an actual injury. It does show the path of the shooter, and death is an element causing death. It shows the number. Do those show the various shots, or are those spots?
Shell casings as well as
Casings.
defects. Another way to put it is bullet holes in the locker room.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna admit that.
Thank you, Judge. That's 13. Exhibit 22. Judge, this is the bathroom in which Justin Schilling was executed. When we have the video, there's no video of the bathroom itself. We don't have a photograph of Mr. Schilling, Judge. This shows the relation to number 49 there, if the court can see that in the placard there, as well as 50. There's a bullet defect in the wall in the bathroom as well. That table that you see is the top of the trash can. That's where the shooter put the firearm. That, in fact, was a murder weapon. This is relevant to show the eventual path and where the shooter ended up. And again, it is a homicide case. We intentionally chose only the photographs necessary. There was a drone that was flown through the Oxford High School, so we could have potentially extracted thousands of photographs, but we didn't.
What's your response, Ms.
I think I've already made my record.
All right, I again, I think this is relevant. This is a case about causing death. That's one of the elements, and I
think the
it's
fact that
excessively
people died is
Thank
pretty well proven.
We called Mr. Callison last minute. Let me just make sure that he's ready in the hallway. He'll be ready.
Okay, he'll be the last witness today,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Should we bring the jury back in?
Yes.
We're ready whenever the court is.
Let me ask
That is
you
a
something.
bullshit ruling.
Last
Yeah.
night, I let them all go, and then because I thought we'd go through pictures, Ms. Williams called.
That is
me
absolutely
back
bullshit.
an hour
There's
earlier,
no
so we
reason
ended
for
up
those
being
pictures to be shown.
working because of the weather,
Yeah.
but Are there any, aside from the issue with regard to what you filed and everything to respond to, that we've already discussed some on the record, are there any issues before, because after this witness, I'm gonna tell the jury to leave. And certainly, if they had been here at 8:30 this morning, they would have sat for 2 hours before they saw a witness, which is not good. So,
I believe after going through the email that Ms. Smith sent to our office, I don't think there are any other objections,
okay.
but of course, Ms. Smith could.
This smarmy
Are there
little.
any other issues aside from what you filed and they're going to respond to that we've already made a partial record about?
Not at this point.
Prosecutor's a piece of shit too.
I just wanted to know before. you
Your Honor, I'm saying that, but I also don't know what I know somewhat what their plan is, but I don't want to have you yell at me later if I'm not bringing up an issue.
I'm not going to yell at you. I just want to get the jury on their way. I'm trying to manage the situation. And they would have sat here for 2 hours this morning.
Because I think that the question is, the exhibit list that we provided, is there any objection to any of the exhibits on the exhibit list?
Yeah, I just want you to.
Yes, there is, but there's an objection, but I've already let you know this, with respect to the way that the prosecution has redacted the journal, which in part has been deemed admissible by the court. So I believe that's an objection.
Portions of it.
portions of it. I am just making sure that I will be able to impeach and cross-examine on portions that are redacted by the prosecution currently right now. The
Who are you
prosecution,
impeaching though?
the journal. The people have certain statements coming in, but the journal itself impeaches those statements even within the journal. So for impeachment, I'd like to be able to ask about other writings in the journal, even if they're not admitted as substantive evidence.
Okay, well, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
That's in our last witness, Judge.
And then,
so-
Your Honor, let me just double check the witness list, or I'm sorry, the exhibit list, see if there's anything else. I think we have. Are you guys still skipping exhibits?
All I wanted to know is if there's any major issues, because, last night at 5:30, there was maybe a plan to go through 55 pictures. So if something like that were to come up again, I'd want to have the jury come in
I
later.
don't think so, Judge. If we can get started, we can have our last witness today, and then
All right, I'm just checking. I don't like them sitting around. I don't like them sitting around changing my lunch menu. So.
Your Honor, aside from that, the one issue I put on the record, which you said we'll get to later, I don't believe there's any other objections.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring it back in. All
thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Judge.
All due respect, Your Honor, fuck your lunch menu.
Yeah.
Judge, I'll notify the court when it's these specific photographs, and I'll ask the court at that point to request the media not to come.
Yeah, please.
Yes, Bobby, she put her hair up. We girls do that from time to time. No, potentially you didn't. Just another, in my opinion, bad ruling. They're going to let in pictures of blood and stuff. Yes,
It was
exactly.
a horseshit ruling.
Mm-hmm. Look at this photograph.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is a true so help you God?
I do.
Right, please step up. Have a seat.
Robert F. Cotelis Jr., ROBERT KOTEL.
We do put our hair back. We do put our hair back for other things than just that, Bobby.
Oh, I know.
How long have you
I'm in my 17th year.
Okay. In total, how long have you been with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
In my 17th year, so
Total 17 years.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Tell us, please, what is your specific title with the Sheriff's Office, Forensic Laboratory?
I'm a forensic laboratory investigator leader. That's my HR name, if you will, but I'm the crime scene supervisor and the fingerprint supervisor.
Okay. When you say crime scene supervisor, what does that mean?
I have a team of 6 people that are on my team, and I supervise those 6 when it comes to any crime scenes that needs processing. Sometimes they may happen during the day. I would say that's usually my night job because I do link prints during the day. But
I forgot to move it back after I had some coffee, Bobby. Leave me alone.
Tell us, please, what's your background?
I have a forensic science degree from Michigan State University.
Okay.
Go green.
Now, how often would you say that you get called out to do a crime scene analysis?
It depends on what year it was or what time frame of my career. Currently, I'd probably say we average about 2 crime scenes a month. We have to keep in mind that we only do major crime scenes. I have other teams that I send out to do I would say, lesser crimes that are already on the road. So as far as the major crime scenes, we'd probably do 2 to 3 a month.
Okay, when you say major crime scenes, what exactly does that mean?
Typically, they're going to be homicides or officer-involved shootings or criminal sexual conduct cases.
I'd like to direct your attention now to November the 30th of 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity were you working then?
I was actually in the lab working on my latent print work.
12:51 in the afternoon, November the 30th. Do you recall what happened?
Yes, I do.
All right. And were you notified of the attack at the Oxford High School?
Yes, I received notification at 1:15 p.m. on that day to respond to the school.
Okay. What was your purpose for responding to the school?
I was the on-call crime scene investigator for that day. So it was me to lead my team up to the Oxford High School for crime scene processing.
You said your team, is that you and the 6 individuals?
Yes, and at that time there was 8. I had recruited a biologist to assist us and also a laboratory technician.
Okay, so what sort of specialties are these individuals involved in that are on your crime scene team?
They're members of our forensic laboratory in the firearms unit, in the latent print unit, along with the biology unit.
So is it fair to say then you were called to the Oxford High School to process the scene?
That is correct.
What's the first thing you do when you arrive on scene to process?
Well, we were pretty much on standby because it was still an active scene. They were still getting intel, meaning my cohorts at the sheriff's office, of what had happened in there, clearing rooms, clearing the entire building. I didn't actually get in the building. I shouldn't say. I got in the building while it was still daylight to collect a firearm that was asked upon me. But as far as crime scene processing, it was well into the night when I actually got to walk through the scene to see what I was dealing with.
Okay, now the firearm, that would have been the 6-hour 9mm?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I believe we have a stipulation. I'm just going to, for the record, that's Exhibit 403, Forensic Laboratory Report, request number 6, confirming that was in fact the murder weapon from November the 30th.
No objection, yes.
Is it previously admitted?
Not previously admitted,
But stipulated. to,
yes,
correct?
that's 403.
I don't know, Byfront, how many cops were
Okay,
standing
so, sir,
outside
after
the doors
you
of her house
went
with the
inside
guns
the
drawn?
school to collect the
Bet you that's
firearm,
about the many witnesses they have.
Pretty much sat in
A
my
lot.
vehicle waiting on
Yeah.
I'm
the
exorbitant
to
amount.
go into the school, making that it was safe for us to go in and process the crime scene.
Okay, so once you're given that green light, what do you do first?
I met with Sergeant Zadrowski, and we went through, there was me and one other individual, Rachel Grace, and members of the Special Investigation Unit that went through the crime scene itself to see what kind of evidence and what we were looking at within the crime scene.
Okay, so would you call this sort of an initial walkthrough?
That would be a good terminology.
Okay, so once you do the initial walkthrough, what's your process then?
To go and report back to my team, to construct that team of what kind of services I needed from each one of them, kind of delegated out each of their jobs they needed to do, and the chronological order that we were going to complete those tasks.
Okay, so what was your decision then on that day?
As far as for each person,
Well, what you walked through the crime scene, you had a feel for what you were looking at as far as crime scene process. So what steps did you take next?
after the initial walkthrough, photographs were taken. After photographs were taken, then what we have, what we call a 3D scanner. So it takes a 3D scan of the crime scene itself to document exactly where items of evidence and the bodies were located within the scene.
Okay, so sir, why is it important to you as a professional in this subset of law enforcement to document things as you see them?
So that we can keep the integrity of where they were located when I actually saw them at that time.
Okay. So I'm going to walk through just a small portion of the photographs with you. In some of these photographs, we'll see yellow numbers or yellow placards on the ground with numbers. What are those?
They signify pieces of evidence that were found within the crime scene.
Okay. And when you process a crime scene, do you write a report afterwards?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach witness? Just confirm, sir, this is People's Proposal 11. Confirm that is in fact the report that you have authored in this particular case.
Yes, it is.
Okay. People move to mid 11.
No objection.
11's admitted.
And sir, when is it that you write this report?
At a later date, after I had cleared the crime scene, after all the documentation was done, at the crime scene and then back at the laboratory, and then taking my notes and then constructing a formal report at that time.
Okay. And why do you do so? Why is it important to do so?
To kind of paint a picture of what I saw that day so that other people can hear and see what I experienced and saw that day.
Okay. And you mentioned photographs are taken and the evidence placards are put on the ground next to pieces of evidence. Do you also draw a sketch?
Yes, a sketch was not prepared, but what we used was a schematic blueprint of the school because of the vast nature of the school. Trying to get several rooms within one 8.5 by 11 piece of paper was virtually impossible. So we used the schematic to designate where the items of evidence were found within that school.
Okay, sir. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen here. This is People's 10. I don't believe there's an objection to the admission of this exhibit.
No objection. This wasn't admitted already?
Not yet, Judge.
Okay.
This is
Well,
People's
you have
10.
no objection? No objection. 10 is admitted.
Okay, so this is the blueprint, at least the portion of the 200 hallway where the shooting occurred. Is that right?
Yes, it's the entire school, the lower level there, but you can see the blue markings, our pen marks, that were signifying the items of evidence that were found within this crime scene.
So these pen marks, these are actually your pen marks, your notations.
Not me personally. Some of them are, but I worked with Rob Charlton, who was my, he took measurements and then he prepared the schematic along with me of where the items of evidence were found outside the classrooms.
Okay, fair enough. Now, Oxford High School has numbered hallways and each classroom has a number associated to it. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in the course of your reconstruction of this crime scene, were you able to reconstruct the path that the shooter took during the shooting?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So first, this is still People's 10. This is a zoomed in portion. This depicts the 200 hallway, and we see rooms 258 and 256 with a bathroom adjacent to 258. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So tell us, sir, why is this portion of 200 hallway significant to you as a crime scene investigator?
There were 2 victims that were found between rooms 258 and 256, along with a vast number of pieces of evidence.
Okay. And then this is still People's 10. This is just a zoomed in portion of the remainder of the 200 hallway after the hallway turns. And I take it that pieces of evidence were recovered in this hallway as well?
That is correct, along with one of the other additional victims was found in a patrol car that was found just outside of the school.
Okay. Well, sir, were you able to tell, or did you subsequently find out where the shooter was directly before he began the shooting?
Yes, I was given information that he was in the bathroom found just west of 258 in the 200 wing.
So that would be the bathroom at the top of the screen there?
Yes, if you can see the numbers, it's by 6 and 7 depicted at the top of the zoomed in portion of the photograph.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's 12. I don't believe there's an objection to this.
No objection. 12 is admitted.
And sir, what do we see here in this photograph?
This is the inside of the bathroom, inside of one of the stalls. Of the bathroom we're talking about near 258 were a backpack, electronic devices, a journal, yeah, I believe there's a Gatorade bottle, amongst other miscellaneous items.
It was later confirmed that these were the belongings of the shooter in this case.
That is correct.
Okay. Judge, the next photograph is Exhibit 13. I asked the court instructed me not to film.
I'm going to request that the media not film this picture.
Audio too?
I don't think there's not a problem with audio.
No,
is there?
Judge.
No, just video, please. And still, no still or audio, video, okay? Thank you.
Now, in the course of your crime scene investigation, the photographs, you've seen these photographs before, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And these photographs fairly depict the path that the shooter took during the attack in Oxford High School?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is the bathroom adjacent to 258. People's 13, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph taken just outside of that bathroom, showing down the hallway where 258 and 256 would be found on the left-hand side of this photograph. and you can start to see the evidence placards on the right-hand side, with one of the victims lying on the ground on the right-hand side of the photograph.
Okay, so for the record, that's Hannah St. Juliana, and she's on the ground to the right side of the hallway, is that right?
That is correct.
And further up in the photograph, there's another victim, and that's Madison Baldwin.
That is correct.
Now, sir, tell us please what you recovered of evidentiary value in crime scene analysis in this portion of the 200 hallway.
They're what we call fired cartridge cases, and also fired bullets. So the fired cartridge cases will hold the actual unfired bullet in a semi-automatic weapon. The fired cartridge case is ejected out of the side of the weapon, which is typically out of the right side of the weapon. The bullet is expelled out of the barrel or the end of the weapon, in the direction where that firearm was pointed.
So sometimes I refer to them as shell casings. Is that an appropriate term, or should I not use that?
I think it can be used interchangeably, a fired shell casing or a fired cartridge case.
And how many of those fired shell casings did you recover in this portion of the 200 hallway?
There were 14.
So every time that someone pulls the trigger of a loaded semi-automatic weapon, it ejects a fired shell casing?
That is correct.
So with 14 fired shell casings in this portion of the hallway, what does that indicate to you as the number of shots fired?
That there would have been 14 within this area.
This is exhibit 14. This is still a portion of 200 hallway before it turns, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And what do we see here in the screen?
You can see a few more of the yellow placards that are indicating the evidence that was found in that area before we get to the turn, heading back away from 258 to 256.
Okay, so this is exhibit 15. Is this continuing down the path? So we saw on the map that the 200 hallway turns right outside 256.
That is correct. And I would move to the left, or I believe it's north at that point in time.
Okay, so is this picture then oriented down the long hallway of 200?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what do we see here?
Once again, it's fired. There's evidence that's marked by the yellow placards indicating the fired cartridge cases and fired bullets, along with a firearm magazine or a gun magazine that was located in this area of the hallway.
Okay, this is exhibit 16. Now I want to direct you specifically to placard 35 there, the lower middle portion of the screen. You mentioned a magazine. What is that?
So a semi-automatic weapon, a gun magazine will hold those cartridges or the fired cartridge cases and bullets that are put together in typically the bottom of the weapon, and that loads the gun to be chambered, to have a round chamber to actually use that weapon.
Okay. Now, how many fired shell casings did you recover from the long portion here of the 200 hallway?
There were 18 fired cartridge cases.
Now, did you also uncover evidence that the shooter fired into classrooms as well?
Yes, I did.
This is exhibit 17. This is a picture of what?
This is from the outside of room 247. And if you see it's in the middle of the picture, there's a pink rod we call trajectory rod. And that is to indicate where the shot was fired from and into. So this shot was fired from the exterior of 247 to the interior of room 247.
Okay. This is People's 18. What are we looking at here?
Another photograph from the outside of this is room 244. Once again, you can see a pink trajectory rod indicating that this bullet had traveled through the glass along with the 244 placard of this classroom 244.
Not already. People moved to 17, 16, 17, 18, Judge.
No objection.
16 and 17 and 18 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if 14 and 15 were, but I have no objection.
Thank you.
14, 15 are admitted.
This is People's 8. This has already been admitted. This is room 224, and Molly Darnell had already testified in this trial that this was the classroom she was in. But what do we see in this photograph here?
Once again, a photograph taken from the outside of room 224. And in this picture, you can see that there are 3 trajectory rods that were into the door of this room, indicating that bullets were fired from outside of the classroom to the inside.
Okay. And this is pupils 6, again, already admitted. This is the same classroom, 224. What do we see in this particular photograph?
On the left-hand side, you can see it's the inside of the door with the same 3 trajectory rods just from the inside. And then in the back of the room, there's what we call a perforation in the window. So a bullet more than likely traveled through that window, perforated the window, and we were never able to locate that bullet. But that was one of them.
What about the placard right here in the middle?
There is a fired bullet that was found in the bookcase. It was found lodged in one of the books on that bookcase.
Okay, and then we see this defect in the file cabinet here.
That is correct. That would be a ricochet or a defect that was more than likely caused by a firearms projectile or a fired bullet.
This is People's 19. Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what is this photograph?
Bang on,
This
Dance.
is the
Bang
photograph
on.
Inside of
Has nothing to do with her
on
with the mother at
outside
this
of
point.
room 223. But you can see that there is a ricochet or a defect that's found in the door. And this is what we call a bullet that was in flight and it was tumbling and it come into contact with something else because it's not a circular pattern like we saw on the other ones.
Sheet. I was muted.
No objection.
This is Exhibit 20. This is room 220. What do we see here?
Once again, a photograph taken from the outside of the classroom, 220. You can see that there's one trajectory rod in the door of the room.
This is Exhibit 21. People move to mid 20.
No objection.
20 is admitted.
And this is People's 21. What do we see here, sir?
Photograph taken from the outside of room 215. And you can see there's the trajectory rods. They have to be orange in color this time. Into the window, found right below the number 215, showing the path of travel of the bullets that were fired into that classroom.
Okay, so the fact that they're orange instead of pink, does that have any significance?
No, we just ran out of pink.
Judge, I'd ask the court to instruct the camera not to film the next photograph.
Yeah, we're going to be putting exhibit number 22 on the screen. I'm going to ask that it not be videotaped and also that there not be any still pictures taken. Right? Or is it off right now? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. People move to mid 21.
Anyone's admitted?
Okay. This is People's 22, sir. This has already been admitted. What are we looking at here?
The photograph taken from the outside of a bathroom that was found across from room 231, classroom 231. In this photograph, you can see that there is a large amount of blood, along with a backpack on the floor that's found just inside of the bathroom, along with some other evidence that was marked. I believe it's a cartridge that was found outside of the bathroom that was marked 49.
And sir, this is the bathroom where Justin Schilling was killed?
That is correct.
This is People's 23. What do we see here?
22 was previously admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
This is a photograph of the firearm that was collected by the deputies on scene.
Okay. And may I approach the witness? Sure. This has already been admitted as 403. Sir, just to confirm, that's the firearm that you were called into the school to recover and to take back to the Oakland County Forensic Laboratory? The recorded hand is authored by Mr. Charlton.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yep, I just want to make sure, yeah. So yeah, it looks like there is two fire bullets that were asked to be compared against the firearm.
Okay, and according to that report, the firearm depicted here in People's 23 was the firearm used in the Oxford High School attack November the 30th, 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. Sir, in your crime scene processing of the Oxford High School, how many times was that gun shot inside the high school?
32 times.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure 32 is, or I'm sorry, 23 is admitted.
Yeah, 23.
I have no objection to it.
Okay. That has to be admitted. That's shown, right? 23 is admitted.
23 is admitted?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. I've nothing further.
You have nothing further?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Cross?
We have no questions. Thank you.
Or you need to step down?
Thank you.
You're excused. All right. I'm going to release you until 8:30 tomorrow morning. It's not supposed to snow, is it? I think we're moving pretty well. So I'll see you at 8:30 in the morning. Any questions about the schedule? Everybody okay? Okay, we'll see you at 8:30. Everybody stay healthy and have a good week.
All right for the jury?
Be seated. Anybody, anything?
I think so, but
Your Honor, I would just like to ask again with the prosecutor tonight, let me know who they're calling tomorrow. And I'm also asking if they are going to be done before the end of the week or by the end of the week, only because I have witnesses subpoenaed. I need to give them some idea. I have one witness who would need an interpreter that I've arranged, and so I want to make sure.
Language, deaf, what's the?
Language.
Okay, did we help you with that?
No, I just did it privately through an agency.
Oh, okay.
But I need to be able to coordinate to get the interpreter here.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Okay, can I have the deputies bring her downstairs, because now I'm gonna release the jury. I want to do one or the other. Is this something that we need to make a record of?
No.
With her? Okay, so can we take her down? They're holding the door, right? Thank you.
All right. Apparently we're not going to get the record. Maybe. No. Maybe. No. Maybe. No. Maybe.
Well, she's not sticking around, but
no. But they've been taking her down pretty. Apparently, has to take her down immediately if there's not a jury present. So.
Oh, okay.
It's
different from yesterday when she got to sit with her lawyer the entire time.
Yeah. So. They haven't been consistent with anything this entire trial. Just let's be honest. But
yeah. Yeah, I know. Hey, she's got her chains, the waist chains, and her. It's just silliness. That is not a woman who's going to try and take on the bailiffs and run.
Right.
It's all for show.
Yep. It's all dog and pony show. And that this whole trial's been dog and pony show.
Yeah. But that 45-minute video, I am sorry. I know how they're going to try and spin it, but she's trying desperately to figure out what her next moves are because her son just killed a bunch of people.
Right.
She's flipping through her phone. She's texting a couple of things. You can see she'll start to calm down. And then all of a sudden, it's like she realizes why she's doing these things that she is doing. And you can see she starts to breathe heavily again. She starts crying a couple of times. This is a woman who is being hit with wave after wave of astonishment. She's not guilty of anything.
No, I mean, I 100% agree with you. I think that this whole prosecution is sad. It really is. It's absolutely sad. How they
Hey, Dylan.
Hey, what's up, Dale? Prejudicial. If we show the jury she's dangerous, show the fat belly deputies, they'll believe she's at fault. Yeah, I think that that was bullshit. The image was the part that's bothered me the most.
Yeah, they are doing to her what they wanted to do to the son, but he took away that satisfaction by simply saying, "Yeah, I'm guilty."
Exactly. So they needed a scapegoat. They need somebody to blame it on, and they'll try and fuck whoever they can.
And she goes first. See, I thought going first was a good choice because she's got the least connection to any of this. You know, that the father bought the guns. She only took him to the range just the one time that we've seen, but it was obviously a thing father and son did together. I thought they went with her first because it would be an easy to prove this is a ridiculous charge, and that would make it easier for the father. But I'm starting to think they're going with her because it's going to be easier to make her look like the evil mom who didn't care and didn't pay attention to her child, especially now when you see her showing up in court in chains. She's gained a lot of weight. Her hair is greasy and hasn't been washed in days. They are making her into Ethan for the purposes of satisfying people who need to have an out.
Yep. It's a counseling session. And I hate to say that because there's these people went through
what happened to them and their parents or their children is insane. But Ethan, he knew he did wrong. He pled guilty and he went to jail. Just because they didn't get to punish him through all this court doesn't mean that they get to punish others for what he did.
Right. But that's exactly what they're trying to do, and they're content with doing it. Like they haven't shown any sadness or, I don't know. There's
like she is obviously hurting and she's not happy with the situation. She is obviously suffering quite a bit since she's been arrested. And it's like they want to show how much worse she is now from when she was arrested so they can show the people, see, she's being punished. Look at how bad she's doing. She's suffering, Yeah. Because someone needs to.
Right. So I don't know. I think this whole thing is sad, and it's really starting to it's starting to show what they're after and how they're trying to do it. Two, it is it's getting really sad. It is. I mean, I still have not seen yet to this point a single shred of evidence proving that the mother is guilty of manslaughter.
Yeah.
Not a single.
She's not even guilty of neglect. Like
I haven't thought so.
Yeah.
I haven't thought so at all. I haven't seen it at all. So I don't know.
And I mean, the father, I don't know anything about the father really, but the fact that he had lost his job and so he's working DoorDash just to keep money coming in. Like these parents obviously their eyes weren't 100% on the boy. They obviously there's things going on in life. For whatever reason, he's not employed with a regular employment. He's looking for new work and stuff. So there's got to be stressors happening in that household. Right. Not to mention they lost one of the parents' fathers died because Ethan had lost a granddad. And, like there was a lot of things happening in real life. I don't think they missed anything. I think they saw that he was upset and they saw that he was suffering. And I think they tried to do something about it. The fact that they dropped everything and went straight to the school when they were told about that picture or the work with the picture of a gun on it. These were involved parents who cared. There was nothing to see that he was going to be a school shooter.
Yeah.
There was no list of names of people. There was no. It really did to me. It looked like the kid was going to off himself.
Yeah. And there hasn't even been anything remotely that they've been able to point to. It's just nothing. There's nothing here. Absolutely nothing here. that showed. And counter to that, everybody that's had something to say about Ethan has said, yeah, I didn't think it was going to be him, or I never would have thought, or I never,
Yeah.
those are the opposite to proving your point. That's not, I would think, what you're looking for, but hasn't stopped them any. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry, everyone just went live all at once. There's this dinging going on. I couldn't figure out where it was.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah. It's like, holy shit, it's that time, I guess.
Slot machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know, but
this whole thing is sad. People need an out. They need to be able to have their say about how horrible this was and how it affected them, but it shouldn't have to be done in the courtroom by punishing parents who did everything they could.
right.
So,
And he's obviously an absolute piece of trash, because he's not ever gonna condone for it. He's never gonna atone for what he did. He's avoiding testifying in this because he doesn't want to be in front of people. I mean, like, he doesn't want to live up to what he did, and he's a fucking coward. And
yeah.
And it's sad because Mama's gonna fry because he's a coward and did a cowardly act, and then on top of it,
Yeah.
made it even worse.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because by avoiding having to take responsibility in front of the public, he's forced his parents to have to do it for him.
Yep.
So, yeah, he's just ruined their lives again.
Yeah. And he'll continue to do so because he's a coward.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt bad for the kid for a long time. I did. I did not have an easy time of it coming up. I was bullied and beaten up on the regular. I was a tubby girl. It's, it was not good. And I felt bad for him. And I kept expecting there to be a reason for it. Because even the ones that just go in and, like Nashville, they still had a reason for what they did, and I'm sure the way this happened, I am sure Ethan took out specific targets. I am like 99% sure that he had a list of people and he was not just out there spraying willy-nilly. And I don't understand how you can try and pin all that on a parent.
Yeah.
They have nothing to do with him and his thinking, his thought processes. They have nothing to do. Sure, they probably could have done more to keep the guns out of his, his possession. But really, he had never shown up until that point that there was any reason to not trust him with it.
Any violence at all up to that
Yeah.
point. There had been no violence at all.
Yeah. But
None.
his age is right prime age for mental illness to kind of sprout out. So if he really was hearing voices and stuff, he's at the right age. He's at the right place for it. That would make more sense. But again, that's still, if it's just becoming a thing in his life, the parents wouldn't have seen the signs to do anything about it. How do they know he's hearing voices and stuff? He said he was going to tell them, but he never actually tells them. Then, how are they supposed to know? And they've got proof that he said he'd tell them, but they have no proof that he ever told them anything.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah. It's a sad situation all the way around. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of where we're at. So. But it was tragic enough without the show trials. 100%.
Yes. Yes. And this is all about making the victims feel better, making the community heal.
Yeah. Hang on, because I'm gonna. Shit, where's my. Dance, where the hell are you?
He's right there. I can see him.
I know. He's so close, but yet so far away. There you go. You got it if you still want it. We're not going to be on a whole lot longer, but yeah. Why is the Rumble stream 30 minutes behind? It's not.
Did you have it playing, but we're watching on YouTube? Because Rumble likes to stop it and then start you from whenever they decide to stop it.
Yep.
And I've noticed YouTube is doing that now too.
Hey, beautiful.
Hello. How you doing?
Not too bad. How about yourself?
Yeah, good. Thanks for letting me on. I've just got back from being out of the house. It's definitely an interesting one. But yeah, I thought it'd be good to be on because if you're ending this stream soon, I wouldn't mind just a little chat with both of you behind the scenes after if you're hanging around. But I don't know if you've got time.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure. Did you have anything to add, or you just want me to?
Well, I said some of it in the comments, but yeah, I was surprised earlier when I first saw the chains. You know, when they grabbed the chains out for her, I was like, "What?
Yeah.
What on earth is that for? Like, she's not going to go with you. She's not the shooter. You know, it's obviously for show. Obviously, just to try and make her look guilty of something, even though in my opinion she's not guilty at all.
Right.
Yeah, that kind of annoyed me the way they did that with the whole shackles and chain stuff. It's ridiculous.
Yep, but it's all about the show, my friend.
Yeah.
It's all about the show.
That's what happens when fee-fees are more important than justice.
Right.
And yeah, this is where the jury selection really is paramount. But I think, did you say, Mike, that you think because of the area, she doesn't really have a good chance of, having a decent jury on this one?
Personally, I don't think she has a shot in hell, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong once before. It was a Tuesday.
I remember it clearly.
Yeah.
Was it the time you thought you were wrong, but you were actually right? That was the other time you've been incorrect. Yeah.
No, that was it. That was the other time, but I don't count that because I was right in the end. But no, I don't think there's anything here. I truly don't. I don't see anything, and I think they're just trying to do this for purposes of. I mean, I think the intention is good. Like, I think the intention is to allow the community to heal and so on and so forth, and all that good stuff. I think it's shitty to use somebody's life for that purpose.
Yeah, I just keep coming back to, if the parents had bought him a car, but he hadn't his license yet, and he decided to borrow the car, and then he decided to plow into people purposefully with that car, the parents would not be at fault.
Right.
Bingo.
So why is it because it's a gun, now it's their fault?
That's exactly the reason.
Because it's a big, scary gun.
Yeah, it's a scary thing, and they want to make it. That's what they want to make it all about, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all about getting rid of your Second Amendment.
Yeah,
Or undermining it with all these little rules, little amendments.
That's always been and always will be the goal. So
yeah.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately this is going to be the way that it is, but I hope it's different. I hope so.
Yeah.
But I just don't see it. Don't see it, not in this area. So
the only other thing I was thinking to add is I didn't really see much relevance in when they were sort of showing things like BB guns and stuff. It's like, even I have a BB gun, even in my country where I'm not allowed an actual one. Even I've got a BB gun. I mean, come on.
You have a BB gun? I'm going to call what are they called?
No,
Bobbies?
The Bobbies. I shouldn't have admitted that on the internet, should I?
Never admit your crimes on the internet, my friend.
Never ever.
He's got a BB gun. Court gun.
Oh, no.
Nick him. You'll nick Sam. 30 years in jail. Yeah.
That being said, the BB gun could take over their little sticks anytime. You could totally beat them with their little sticks.
Oh, the buttons, yeah.
Sorry, I could not find that word.
They've all now got tasers. All UK police, I believe, have tasers. Obviously,
Okay.
there's not many of them are actually armed. There's only the specialist armed
Yeah.
police that turn up to those kind of things.
Yeah.
It's funny. I used to know one of my old neighbours was a detective. He was saying that when they were talking about potentially should all the UK coppers be armed, and he was like against it because he was like, he knows plenty of police. He says I would not trust them with a firearm. He says I barely trust them with the taser.
Oh wow. Fair enough.
It's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I get it, but yeah.
Yeah,
So-
there has to be another way for the community to heal without putting innocent and already traumatized parents. Like they've
Mhm.
got to live with the fact that they made this person who did this thing. They got to live with that for the rest of their lives. And now they're making them go through this. And not only that, they're doing it twice.
Mhm.
So the community gets to heal twice, but these poor parents, they're just going to suffer again and again and again.
Again, and yeah, and I mean, again, in my opinion, did nothing wrong, and
Mhm.
that's tough. That's tough to, yeah, you did nothing wrong, but we're gonna punish you for doing nothing.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel.
Woo woo.
Until then, I hope everyone has a wonderful evening, and I will catch you guys all later. Thank
See
you,
you
Digger, for
later.
coming on and joining me.
Yeah.
It's lonely up here.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. It's lonely at the top.
All right, y'all. Thanks to everybody for watching. Please hit that like button on the way out if you have not yet. Until next time, have a good night, everybody.